the ring.
All right, what is up, everybody? How's it going?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the EGF. It is back. We're back with Tuesday Super Smash Bros. We got Quinnipiac versus Mississippi State. Should be a fun one.
And if I recall correctly, this is going to be 4th versus 7th seed. So we're going to see a lot of stiff competition here. Expect a lot of hype matches tonight.
Yeah, it should be good. I mean, this matchup, I think in particular, is going to be super fun because Quinnipiac, they've been a team that has found themselves in a lot of very close battles over the season, and they've found a way to get wins consistently. I mean, just in the spring split, they took down St. Peter's twice, and St. Peter's was a team that finished the fall split as one of the top teams in the league. Meanwhile, Mississippi State, on the other hand, they, I believe, are something along the lines of 6-1, 7-1. They have had a fantastic split so far, and so this is really a battle of the Titans here in the EGF.
For a second.
We're up.
Yeah.
Are we off air? Oh, okay, we're on air.
Okay,
my apologies. I heard off air. That's on me. That's my bad. So yeah. So my name is Soy. You can follow me at Soy Sport. Z minus here. You wanna plug yourself while we wait for the opponents to get into the arena?
Always. You can catch me at Z-13. Type it up, hit me up, and let's get into it.
Awesome. So we've got Mr. Man for Mississippi State, and for Quinnipiac, it's Billy Shilly. Mr. Man going ZSS, and Billy Shilly going Pichu.
Yeah, so I expect a lot of things coming out from Pichu just because a lot of the time ZSSs will go for a lot of those like falling aerials and kind of just, oh my god, is that a steer to death already?
That was that was just unexpected. I think Mr. Man thought he had a jump, and then Billy Shilly was able to catch it with that down B and that early up B, just unable to snap to ledge. So just like that, Quinnipiac with an early lead.
Oh wow. So yeah, as I was saying, ZSS tends to do a lot of spacing out with Stair, a lot of falling Nair. Pichu has a lot of benefits here just because, of course, Pichu can low profile a lot of attacks. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see a lot of low profile punishes coming out from Pichu.
Yeah, I also think it's kind of difficult for Mr. Man to really,
Oh my God.
well, change that point to difficult to get back to stage. What a catch by Billy Shilly on the Thunder Spike to take stock number 2.
Yeah, that was amazing. And I'm not sure if you noticed there was a little bit of a weird situation where Mr. Man up B'd and Billy Shield was actually able to pancake that. Pichu kind of has like the same sort of pancake effect as Pikachu in a sense. So you'll be expecting a lot of moves to whiff.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like it's going to be very hard for Mr. Man to just hit Billy Shilly in general because he can use that low profile to his advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a great ledge option from Billy Shilly, just going straight for the fair. Now in an advantage state. Oh, nice jab block. Are we going to expect a kill? There it is.
I'm just kind of in shock at how quick that was.
Yeah, that was unbelievably quick. What was that, like a minute left? 2 minutes?
I think that was 2 minutes off the board, and Billy Shilly with a solid 2 stock. I mean, Mr. Man gets that first, the first stock with the up B, but look how early this kills too. Mr. Man actually ended up dying at 81%.
Yeah, that was amazing. And if I can recall correctly, there was a little bit of a miscue on the edge guard. Yeah, that right there. Took his jump like you said.
Yeah, it was a great down air too. And then this conversion right here on the up B. I mean, if you don't understand how the point system works, the quick summary of it is that you get a point for every stock remaining at the end of each match. And then you get bonus 2 points for winning your set versus your opponent. So Quinnipiac, they'll start off with a 2-0 lead here after game 1, and that was honestly, it felt very commanding at the end of the day. The fact that it only took 2 minutes and Billy Shilly only had 70-ish% at the end of that game. So Pichu is a light character, will die early, but again, it felt like Mr. Man just really struggled to find kill options.
Sure, and with that glass cannon comes the benefits of having a lot of strength. You saw that Thunder kill super early. Expect a lot more early kills.
So PS2, the counter pick stage. I mean, we see PS2 a lot. I feel like this is just the kind of go-to of Smash Ultimate. Neutral stadium.
Yeah, and in terms of the ZSS perspective, I'm going to be expecting a lot of navigation utilizing that flip kick, and a lot of these killer extensions with that up air of B, just barely not executing that combo. But yeah, from a defensive standpoint, I'd expect a lot of flip kicks, a lot of ledge traps coming from ZSS. I think the one benefit Pichu has from the stage is that little wonky ledge, because you can pineapple on the stage, so you got to be careful of that. I think having something like Pichu's up B is very convenient because you can get these really niche angles when you recover.
Ooh, I think you can tell Billy Shilly's he's starting to hunt for some of these edge guard situations. Trying to catch on to these flip kicks and other jumps out of disadvantage, trying to read the aerial options. But the up smash going to take the first stock, and Mr. Man with his first lead of the set.
Yeah, that was a wonderful up smash. And it's one of the few moves that actually can catch Pichu for kills, so it's really consistent in this matchup.
And again, using that flip kick to get out of the corner, like you said, ZSS's aerial game going to be very important as he can get a little bit of extra credit off that small combo. Only 34, not going to lead to much, but I do like Mr. Man's adaptation of, it feels like he's doing a much better job of just making Billy Shilly hunt for a stray hit rather than the combos that Billy Shilly found in match 1.
And speaking of straight hit, you saw that up smash coming from Billy Shilly trying to get that kill, but not quite getting it. And now you're in this awkward position as Pichu because you're extremely light and your opponent's at this like max rage percent where you're unable to get those kills. And right there again, trying to go for that down B confirm, but unfortunately is unable to execute it.
Yeah, I like the idea, you know, when you're at that high of a percent, it's not like up throw from Pichu's going to kill quite yet. You go for the Thunder possibly to read the DI, and he'll, you know, put the notes on the DI in his back pocket for the next time he gets a grab.
Those are great with punish. Kept it safe with that down smash. That way, if CSS goes on the other side, you can cover that option.
It's still 105 though on Billy Shilly. Will die to any strong stray hit. Just like that, the back air and Mr. Man feeling himself. Was that a taunt afterwards?
Oh my god, that was amazing confirm off of the stray hit. Ooh, reads the air dodge but doesn't quite get the punish.
Ooh, and you can tell Mr. Man's starting to feel himself with these. He's trying to line up some of these combos, but Billy Shilly has done a good job so far of avoiding them. Outside of a few stray hits, I mean, he's still at 78, but a lot of the damage just has come from Pichu kind of damaging himself. Again, Pichu, the character that his electricity, or his moves with electric properties, I should say, do end up damaging himself, although it's not all that much. But oh, I like the idea there to combo into Thunder, but just barely off on the hitbox.
Yeah, Billy Shilly almost connected that, and I'm pretty sure that would have killed. So we'll see if there's another kill confirmed that Billy Shilly can pull out of their pockets. At the moment, it just seems like Mr. Man is really feeling it. Just not hard approaching too much, not really pushing forward too much, just constantly throwing out hitboxes to prevent Billy Shilly from getting that kill. At this percent, it can be very dangerous, especially as a lightweight.
Yeah, at 150, it feels like just about any stray hit's gonna kill. Yeah, great job on the run-up grab and the up throw. You don't see it too often from ZSS, but it will take the stock, and that's a 2-stock right back to answer the game.
That was beautiful adaptation.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
look at all the shield pressure coming out.
And on top of that too, I think the real big adjustment from Mr. Man from game 1 to game 2 was his ability to get out of the corner, right? And not only was Billy Shilly hunting for a lot of, you know, aerials and things along those lines, but Mr. Man was very, you know, active on stage and just made it really impossible for Billy Shilly to track down.
Certainly, you saw that right there. Perfect flip kick out of the corner. Yeah, just really good job of just not pushing forward too much. And then at the moment where Billy Shilly was conditioned to shield, Mr. Man went right in with that grab and killed right off of an up throw. Again, you don't see quite often kill, but in some cases it can be very good.
And that's a dangerous grab too, right? Because if he misses that, he's going to probably get punished for it. But good job just, you know, spacing properly. And really, Mr. Man did not, I mean, in this type of matchup, grab seems kind of mitigated, right? Because you can low profile it, or you can, it's a very telegraphed move. So we really hadn't seen Billy Shilly Mr. Man throw it out other than something like Zaire, right? So the fact that he, you know, waited till the end of the set to get that grab, I think was massive. And that was a 1-stock. My apologies. I thought it was a 2-stock, but it was a 1-stock scenario.
Was it? I recall it being a 2-stock scenario.
Oh no, okay, there we go. The scoreboard is updated. I my apologies. Okay, we are at a tie game heading into game number 3. So the winner of this will get however many points they have remaining at the end of the match, +2 for winning the set. And I mean, this is a pretty big game for both these teams. Again, these are two teams that find themselves at the top of the standings, trying to hold on to their spots for the end of the season, and possibly two teams that could find themselves in championship battles. So this to get off to a hot start seems like a massive point of emphasis for both of these teams.
And now we're seeing a Pit coming out. Now this is a character I'm very familiar with. In fact, I actually happen to main Pit. And a lot of the time with Pit, one of your primary tools is definitely Nair. A very strong option, comes out frame 4. And what you want to do is you want to constantly throw it out and auto-cancel it. The benefit of Pit's Nair is that you can fast fall it, you can auto-cancel it, and then combo off of it. Sometimes you can space. And if your opponent's jumping a lot, you can often anti-air, utilizing like up tilt, up air, and just keep him in disadvantage. So a lot of it does have to do with neutral and just knowing how to like condition him to do certain options and punish him for it. And that's like the beautiful thing about Pit. And you're seeing that a lot here. Those percents, 78.
The percent's pretty even. And I think you're absolutely right too. The fact that it seemed like Billy Shilly was hunting a lot of neutral in game number 2. This game, it feels a lot safer, and that's an air dodge, and that's going to lead to the first stock, and only 63 on Billy Shilly right now.
That was a beautiful edge guard. The arrows are definitely very convenient in this matchup because a lot of times CSSs will flip kick to like retreat back to ledge, or sometimes they'll even flip kick onto side platforms such as these ones. But the benefit of Pit's arrows is once you catch that flip kick, then all they can really do is either jump, a B, Zair, and Pit has a lot of tools for that, such as run off Nair. Sometimes you don't even have to run off an aerial, you can just use arrows. That said, Mr. Man with that beautiful kill confirm off the Zair. Well done, well done.
And that's a couple times now we've seen him get that confirm, and it's so clean too, so quick. Really good stuff to have down as a ZSS player. But again, it's still pretty even, and I do think Billy Shilly's stage control has really been the massive point of emphasis here through at least the first stock and a half.
And right there, you saw that up smash there, a beautiful way of anti-airing ZSS. He doesn't quite get the down tilt confirmed, but gets the F tilt instead, and the taunt.
Both these players want this game badly. We've seen a couple taunts out from both of them. This is the up air chain. That up B not going to be able to kill, though. 71% dealt to Billy Shilly, and barely, just over a percent dealt. And this up B, that's not going to kill either, but it's very close. Oh, that was a smart side B. I like that option. He hasn't really gone for that, but the shield coming out too. And there's the third up B. That's going to do it. Last stock situation and only a percent apart.
You saw that taunt back. Mr. Man is going to potentially make a comeback here, or is Billy Shilly going to continue all this pressure? Look at all this ledge play, following it up with arrows and another Nair. Just keeping Mr. Man from coming back to stage.
Just about even, a little bit of a percent lead, but can be easily made back up. And again, the winner of this set, the winner of this match here, takes the lead for their university. And as now it seems kind of switched here, Billy Shilly trying to find his way out of the corner, something Mr. Man has done repeatedly. I like the downer to forward smash. That's going to kill too. No, he's going to survive it. This is massive.
All right, down air and the confirm.
What a turnaround. That was the second that he got the forward smash and Mr. Man lived. You kind of had that thought process of, oh no, it's not over. But just the ability to find another hit here, especially off of that forward air, you'd think it'd combo. But the down air to follow up into the up smash, great stuff to Billy Shilly to take game number 3.
We look at these replays right here, you see a lot of good play near the ledge. In fact, that's what the majority of this game was. It was a lot of ledge play and a lot of edge traps. And a lot of the time when they were in disadvantage, they would do a lot of nice B reversal movements. Like I think Billy Shilly did a couple of B reverse orbitars, and then Mr. Man did like a lot of B reversal guns. So overall, really good game, I would say. Beautiful display of movement.
The other part I was going to ask you about, I think Billy Shilly's use of that shield from Pit was actually really helpful because there were a couple times that it felt like Mr. Man had an opening and it was just kind of it just kind of dissipated after the use of that shield.
Yeah, for sure. It was great utility of that shield. Like I think there's a lot of good options that you can get out of shield. In particular, I think with Pit, you can do a lot of nice things like down smash out of shield, which can like set up a tech chase or kill even. That comes out, I believe, around frame 5. And sometimes, if you low profile and pack, anti-air such as up smash, up tilt, into like up air, very good ways of utilizing your defensive options. So it's definitely staying in shield and just being patient and letting your opponent kind of like whiff their hitboxes can be really good for you.
Yeah, and again, I feel like the story of that set was both of them just. I mean, that's kind of how neutral plays out, right? You try and find those openings and you try and exploit them once you get them. But I do think you made a very good point. Is it felt like a lot of the key moments were once someone was in the corner, how'd they get out of it? It felt like both players were able to find ways out of the corner. Not a whole lot of edge guards really, and I think that also is partially because of the characters, right? Pit and and ZSS aren't the easiest characters in the world to edge guard.
Yeah, for sure. But speaking of edge guarding, we might see a lot in this game. We're having a Puff versus Ness.
Yeah, and this is going to be Canoe versus Mr. Purple. Mr. Purple, I believe, is the captain of Quinnipiac. Canoe representing Mississippi State. This Puff, we saw this Puff a week ago play absolutely fantastic, and that's going to be an early SD from Mr. Purple, not the way you want to start match number 2.
That was an unfortunate SD, and I think in this match in particular, you're going to be expecting a lot of like rising aerials. So for example, from Ness's part, you're definitely going to see a lot of like rising up air, a lot of like fade back aerial. I think one very useful move in this case would be Magnet, because you can like magnet into like Nair and get in between Puff's approaches. So what the Puff has to do is essentially keep on pressure with like any aerial. It could be forward air, back air, and go in at the right moment, because Jigglypuff has a lot of speed. And if you catch Ness at any point, you can definitely net a kill.
And right now at 70% to 100, I mean, Puff doesn't have the easiest kill options just out of neutral like this. Like you said, trying to catch, Ness out of position seems to be the case. But Mr. Purple, I mean, since that SD, he's eaten 100%, but again, not a whole lot of openings for Canoe so far. Ooh, good grab in the follow-up, though, and the taunt afterward, and the Nair's gonna clean up that stock just like that. Mississippi State's Canoe with a 2-stock lead.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most convenient moves for Puffs in that matchup. That forward throw sends you at such a like niche angle, and it makes it so difficult for Ness to kind of just come back. Beautiful way of utilizing that, and you saw Canoe super confident with that taunt. And it's looking really, really scary for Mr. Purple right now. Last stock, 60%.
We'll have to see. Ooh, oh no, yeah, I had a feeling the last time you went down there like that, it was an unfortunate SD, and again, unable to up B back to stage, and just like that, a 3-stock from Canoe is going to shoot Mississippi State back up into this game. Unfortunate SD there from Mr. Purple. I mean, the angles of that up B always feel a little awkward because it especially, that first one where he's down in the bubble, you can't really tell what angle your up B is going to hit you at. So just, I mean, again, it's something you have to get used to, but it just felt like the minute Mr. Purple was off stage, Canoe was all over it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's probably one of the more difficult parts of Nest is sometimes you have some difficulty navigating around your own moves. Like you're not aware of how you're gonna angle this up B sometimes. There might even be moments where you'll hit a wall and instead of being able to up B again, you actually don't up B. So there's little weird aspects of the stages that kind of enable those unfortunate difficulties. And so typically the way Nesses do it is they tend to double jump and avoid the up B altogether. They'll like air dodge. Or sometimes when they do go for the up B, they'll smack into a wall, up B again, and then that'll allow them to recover. That said, we're going to go on FD, no platforms. So we'll see how Mr. Purple utilizes the stage.
I think this is a good counter pick for Mr. Purple too, because with those no platforms, it becomes a very, I say this a lot, double-edged sword of, both of these characters are going to go to the air at first, so catching landings for both of them is going to be important, and both of these characters, I feel like, do a good job of that.
Just barely misses the dash attack on the air dodge. I was actually expecting a rest. I was hoping to see a little bit of a read there, but that said, sounds even. You don't really have to risk much. Right, good retreat.
Ooh, that felt like a greedy PK rocket from Mr. Purple, but it's actually gonna work out because that up air covers all the options, and just like that, Mr. Purple with the lead.
I was saying earlier, like rising up air is very important in this matchup. And when you have a stage like FD with such a low ceiling, I believe it's like 100 or 80 units or so off the ceiling. You have a low ceiling like that, expect your aerials to kill off the top early.
Good grab off the start, but not going to be able to really convert it into much. Still at 90%. Mr. Purple not likely to die to anything unless he gets hit by something like the strong hit of back air, and already a ton of damage onto Canoe. Should be able to get something out of this. Gets the forward throw off stage, the nair, the great tech, and a trade too, but Canoe's going to live off of it.
Yeah, that was a very close call for Canoe there, but just barely lives.
I think that was also a worthwhile trade too, because you get that stock, you survive it, and Puff is one of those characters where all you really need is one opening with a move like Rest on the table, but again, the up air you were talking about coming through and taking that second stock.
Right now, we see Mr. Purple kind of just staying patient, rolling away, throwing out the PK fires, just making sure that Canoe is forced to jump and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, those PK fires have racked up a ton of damage, and you can see Mr. Purple, mixing up how he's following them up, too. Sometimes he'll go for a second PK fire, sometimes he'll go for forward smash, and that last one he tried to find another up air, gets a grab here. Is that going to kill? No, not yet. Barely surviving off the top of the screen. This one might, though. Puff a very light character, and that's a 2-stock.
Yeah, that was beautiful neutral play from Mr. Purple. I noticed a lot more patience, but also just like respecting the fact that Canoe is going to do a lot of like pounds and a lot of nairs to like convert into other combos. Typically when you're Puff, you want to run in like nair and then maybe get like a little forward throw to set up an edge guard opportunity, or sometimes you'll do pound and you can combo into fair, nair, and so Mr. Purple was like, you know what, if you're gonna do that, I'm just gonna fade back, make you whiff, and punish you for it. And you saw the result there. That was a beautiful 2-stock.
Another look at that second stock that Mr. Purple lost. That was a really good trade, but again, it just felt like in this game the adaptation really was the lack of platforms for Canoe to work with. Again, made it a game of who can catch who out of position, and Mr. Purple's character, I just feel like it benefited more from the raw kill power of just finding stray hits here and there. Well, regardless of that, we'll be going into game number 3. And no character switches. Again, Quinnipiac with the Nest, that's Mr. Purple, and Canoe on the Jigglypuff.
Alright, so this stage is interesting. I actually think the walls are very convenient for Ness. Strangely enough, just because you have a clear way of knocking yourself into the wall and then doing your up B again. It's actually somewhat FD-like. I'm guessing that Canoe's idea is essentially let's trap, and if Mr. Purple wants to recover from up high, we can cover that with the platform. And also, the top blast zone is also very low, and so you probably won't expect up air to kill quite as early. So I think this actually might be a good pick for Canoe. But that said, Mr. Purple could of course utilize those qualities of the stage to their advantage.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, it's very back and forth here already, but a little bit more percent dealt to Canoe. I also think, you know, he's probably thinking back to last game of how he dies off the top because he's a very light character, and Ness doesn't get a whole ton of kills off the side of the map, and oh, Mr. Purple drifted, and I don't think he had his jump. Unfortunate. Again with another SD, and that's going to give Canoe the advantage. And look at the follow-up too, a quick 30, but the strong into back air, evening it right back up.
I think Canoe tried pushing advantage a little bit too hard there, and then Mr. Purple was able to with punish there. And now percents are starting to even up. We'll see who gets the first hit. Alright, good evasion with the dash back to Gay fires. Canoe respecting it with a little bit of dash back on their own.
Ooh, good parry into the Nair, but not going to be able to follow it up in anything. And here's those quick string of aerials, Nair to fair, pushing Mr. Purple back off stage. That back air, the strong hitbox, not going to kill yet. Getting the weak hit of fair is going to force Mr. Purple to recover. How does he get out of the corner?
Ooh, just doesn't get the sweet spot of dash back. Gets the unfortunate sour spot, but still. Purple, recover backstage. No, keeping it up.
And that's huge too. Mr. Purple able to work his way out of the corner twice. I mean, he has a lot of percent for it, but still, both of these characters, again, they just need kind of one opening, one strong hit of something to really rack up the damage. At 150, you know, Puff is probably searching for that back air, or the Nair from center stage is actually going to do it. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that was great out of shield. I'm kind of surprised that Mr. Purple was going for dash attack. I would think they would save that for kills. That said, Canoe with that beautiful out of shield punish. Let's see what the edge guard looks like. Just this onslaught of projectiles coming out from Mr. Purple.
And I mean, between the side Bs and up Bs, the great catch there on the up air. But all those side Bs and up Bs, they may not have you know, done much in terms of edge guarding, you know, other than stop a jump or something along those lines. But they did rack up all that damage so that even when Canoe made it back to stage, he had to play very carefully and just was not able to avoid that up air. But again, back to basically even, just a little bit of percent here or there on both of them, hanging around the high 60 mark. This is huge. Gets the grab on the drag down of forward air. That up B is going to reset the situation, though.
Retreat to ledge. No, it doesn't retreat to ledge. Just keeps pushing forward. Not quite. Anyone could die here.
That up B is actually going to kill, too. I was mentioning that nearly killed off the first one, and the second one tracks him down. And that's set number 2 going to Quinnipiac.
That was amazing.
I mean, at 119, you don't think that you don't think of that up B as a kill move, right? But Puff is just so light, and the second one hits him so high up in the air that it ends up turning into the game right there. And good stuff to Mr. Purple for coming back from that deficit. I mean, that's 2 games, where you start off the game basically with an SD in a very tense set. So for him to keep himself grounded and not, think about it too much, to just reset the situation. Good stuff to Mr. Purple, and Canoe really did keep it very close, but in the end, Quinnipiac back ahead with the lead. And so with that, the score will be 10-5 in favor of Quinnipiac. And we await to hear who will be going in next for both of these schools. Again, the way the point scoring works, you get a point for every stock remaining at the end of each battle. If you win your best of 3 against your opponent, you get a bonus 2 points. So Quinnipiac, having won those 2 sets, they've got a total of 4 bonus points, despite how close these sets have been. And at 10-5, going into set number 3 is still anyone's game. And I'm just kind of shocked, because Quinnipiac, this is again another week where they've been so back and forth with their opponent, and yet they find a way each time in game number 3 or game number 2 in these very close sets to clutch it out. We do have our names in. It is Baco versus Maze. And Baco is the Shulk player for Quinnipiac. They usually save Baco as their anchor for late in the series, but they're putting him in here as the 3rd player. It should be fun to watch. Maze is the Mario player, I believe, for Mississippi State, and he has also been a very consistent name for this roster, usually worth a full 4 to 8 points a week, rarely dropping a set. So this is a battle of 2 of the most consistent players on both of these rosters.
I think whenever you're dealing with a character like Shulk, like, you have to be able to deal with all the different onslaught of Monado arts. Specifically in this case, I'm gonna be expecting a lot of conditioning from Mario, because you kind of have to do that. A lot of fireballs to bait out approaches. Oh wow, that was a beautiful conversion. Wow.
2 quick back airs, yeah, and that's something that I think Maze does really well at, is once he finds one small hit of nair or something, he usually can follow it up that quickly, and that's actually going to be the first stock. You got the cape. No, that reset the situation. He got his up B back because of the cape. That was massive. Baco gets to survive, and look at all the damage he gets for it.
Potential another. Ooh, that was a beautiful coverage of the up B. A lot of the time, folks will be above ledge when they up B, and so Maze took that opportunity and said, you know what, if you're going to retreat to ledge, I'm just going to tape back here, and that'll be the end of it. That was beautiful stock from Maze.
Ooh, and I like the walk back. Oh, he wanted the forward air. They're not going to be able to land it. That forward smash didn't kill either. And Baco feels like he's kind of struggling here a bit early, but he is going to be able to take that first stock, 57%. Not a ton, but still the damage has been dealt, and the jab reset, and you can tell Maze is just looking for all these follow-ups.
And you notice this adaptation coming out from Baco, adopting the Buster art to get more damage. Unfortunately, off stage, beautiful dash attacks to cover ledge.
Ooh, but jump art gonna make Shulk a very light character, and so just like that, the up smash going to be taking the second stock, and Baco on his last one, while Maze takes a little bit of percent here, but still practically a full second stock here.
Wanted to get the follow-up off of the up air nair, It's a really good way to start up combos, especially with a Herpox like Schultz. Ooh, great usage of the shield art to get out that combo. When you're in a lock setup like that, you definitely want to put it up because you're expecting the charge smash attack. That was a good option coming up from Baco. Alright, forward throw to set him off. Not quite.
Just a ton of coverage options from Baco there on the ledge. That down smash gonna reset the situation for now, but Baco has to play so carefully at 146. That back air and smash art's gonna absolutely do it. Maze with a 2-stock and a solid one to start game number 1 of set number 3, I should say.
It was a beautiful last stock, and I like the fact that Maze was able to bait out the grab, because a lot of the time Baco attempted to do a lot of out of shield grabs, a lot of out of shield punishes, but Maze spaced so well that the grab whiffed, and that led to that kill there.
And also, Baco is usually very good with his spacing of moves, things like the forward smash, the forward air, just in general. But we saw a couple times him, not be able to land moves properly, like short hop up air, things like that. And it ended up, just feeling like once Maze got it, one small hit, he was able to convert it into so much more, and he was, just basically waiting for the defensive option of Baco and then reacting.
That was a beautiful bait.
Yeah, I mean, Mario up smash is so powerful, right? And then just to wait it out and go for that back air. Maze's ability to use that back air, he's done a very good job of spacing that move properly and getting a lot of percent off it.
Right now we're in town. It's really an interesting stage, right? Because you have constant change. Sometimes it looks like there's tri-plats, then it looks like there's 2 plats, and then there's sometimes where it'll briefly be very FB-like. So we'll start to see how both Maze and Baco try to adapt to not only like the Monado arts and like the way that kind of changes the neutral game, but also the way in which the stage kind of changes the neutral game. All right, right now, good dash attack and the back air, beautiful stock, beautiful stock.
That was fantastic. Not only have these dash attacks been so brutal for Baco to try and recover, but then the follow-up too, just knowing that Baco is going to take a minute and fade back and then clean it up with that back air. But the second stock also being eliminated quickly by Baco. But again, just right off the bat, a quick 70%, and that back air nearly connecting again offstage. The offstage pressure from Maze has been fantastic. Look at that conversion, nair to down smash. That was a near perfect stock.
That was a beautiful conversion off the late nair. Right now, stacking up more percent.
That was a dangerous air dodge, and you can kind of sense Maze is searching for that forward air spike now. He waited out the defensive option on that last grab, and look at all the damage coming through. There was the up air, but a good air dodge and the quick change to jump art, but the forward smash not going to be able to take it. He's going to survive that counter. Going to be held off on not connecting, but at 126, Baco has to play near perfect if he wants to try and mitigate any of the damage that has been dealt here.
For sure, and I like that shield pressure that Maze had there, doing the double hit jab into down air. It's a great way to add shield pressure. It also doesn't really have much lag to it either, so when you get that final hit of the down air, you can kind of cross up and make people with grab on the other side. Overall, just great understanding of how to navigate around those outer shield options. That said, Baco now has smash art and doesn't quite have it anymore. Let's see how Baco works with this rage.
I mean, at 150, put on Buster Art, now switching to Shield, and Baco's use of his arts I mean, it's been on point for the most part. It just hasn't really been converted into much in this match. At 160 again, he's avoided taking the strong hits, but it feels like all one opening or one openings all Maze would need. Again, those dash attacks, being able to catch the recovery. He's going to be able to use that platform, but now he's really out of options. Good job making it back to ledge. 189%. All Maze needs is one strong hit. Still can't find it. He got a jab off in there, thought he'd be able to follow it up with something, but no. And he gets the weak hit of back air too.
The weak hit of back air, not quite getting it. Now at 200%, another weak back air. Once again.
And Mario's got so many strong moves, you'd think one would get the strong hitbox, right? But no, at 206, Bako is living. And if he can get a single stock here, no, that downer is going to be able to take it. That's going to be the stock, and Maze, a solid set against Bako. 2 quick 2 stocks, and Mississippi State right back into this match. You would think that at 200 Mario has enough tools in his kit to be able to find a strong hit somewhere, but Bako, I mean, that survivability made it very scary.
And I think what especially makes scary about Shulk's survivability in particular is just the fact that there are moments where if he doesn't get the shield art out, if he doesn't get the smash art out for kills, he can then immediately switch that off and go to shield if he feels like he's at a really high deficit percent. Sometimes when Shulk players have garnered just the perfect amount of percent for combos, they'll start doing buster art to build up a lot of damage. So there's a lot of scenarios where you'll be in disadvantage and then you can immediately escape out of that simply by changing your art. And you saw that a lot. Near the end of that game, Bako made an attempt to switch from Smash to Buster to Shield, and that led to that exchange at the end where he was at like 200%.
Love that down smash conversion too. That weak nair to down smash was fantastic stuff, and just like that one set alone earned 6 points for Mississippi State and gave them the lead as we enter set number 4 here. Still waiting to see on who will go in. It looks like it will be Soul Cake for Quinnipiac and Connor Sanders for Mississippi State. Soul Cake, I believe he's got a whole slew of characters that he likes to play. We've mostly seen in these situations him go Joker and Sonic. I believe those are his kind of bread and butter characters. But if there's a matchup he doesn't really like or doesn't really want to go against, we've seen him play Banjo before. I believe we've also seen him play Bowser. So we'll have to see what character he decides to go for here. Connor Sanders, on the other hand, he is a Yoshi and Diddy Kong player. So we'll have to see again what's the matchup. You know, which characters these guys feel confident going with. Again, a very pivotal set. The results of this 4th set really dictate the pace of match number 5. So we await to see what the picks and bans are here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think with any player that has like a whole onslaught of characters, a whole variety of characters, that's usually symbolic of having a lot of good fundamentals. So I'm curious to know what we'll see here. What type of neutral play we'll see, what baits we'll see, what general flowchart edge guards we'll see. It'll be very interesting. As I say that Sonic that you mentioned earlier, we're going to see it right here versus Yoshi.
Yeah, and Soul Cake Sonic, from what I've seen, it does a very good job of racking up a lot of percent. The problem has been for Soul Cake just converting all that percent into getting a stock, finding the kill move. For Soul Cake has been his struggle in the past, and already here down a full about 70%. It feels like Connor Sanders is the one right now racking up all the damage.
Yeah, Connor Sanders did a beautiful job of anti-airing. I think Connor Sanders knew that Soul Cake would do a lot of falling near and a lot of just spin dash, and so immediately went for that tilt to prevent that sort of offensive option. And whenever Soul Cake was trying to get at a disadvantage, just kept throwing out those up airs. Did a lot of percent. That said, though, Soul Cake keeping it pretty even now in advantage. And when you're in this sort of double platform like state, you have a lot of good kill confirms. You can do spin dash into forward air. You can do a lot of down throw tech chase like you saw right there. And there's the forward air. Like I mentioned, taking that stock now 3 stock to 2.
Yeah, that was great stuff. Oh, and the parry on the down B. That down B I thought was about to break his shield, but the parry actually saves him. And is he going to be able to survive this? That spring actually going to be able to get him out of that situation. That was very dangerous. Connor Sanders dipped a little too far for him. And that back air not going to be able to take the stock either. Look at Soul Cake's survivability at this high percent. Well, maybe not. Caster's Curse, everyone. 130%, and the second back air will do it.
Now we're back to triplats. We'll see what Soul Cake has to offer.
I think Connor Sanders' use of that down air is something you'll see a lot out of his Yoshi specifically. It's not something I think we see a lot out of just Yoshis in general, but I feel like he uses it a lot in neutral.
Ooh, nice damage coming out from Connor Sanders.
That was a good grab, though, to quickly turn the situation around. And it just kind of feels like it's been a battle of stage control, right? The minute someone loses stage control, they eat about, 30-40% for it. But if they give it right back up, all of a sudden it's back to an even game.
Ooh, a lot of whiff punishing here. I like that Sanders is kind of playing patient, just keeping away, utilizing that airspeed to kind of just drift forward, drift back, throwing out a couple eggs here, just to make sure that when Soul Cake is starting to feel themselves and start to throw out those invincible moves, Connor can kind of like disrupt that movement with a move of their own. Ooh, that was a desperate kill. Fortunate for Soul Cake.
That seemed a little greedy by Soul Cake to just kind of throw out that up smash and a good punish, but able to quickly take it back. Only 837%, and that down smash is going to convert that second stock. So last stock scenario here in game number 1. Again, this is a very pivotal set for both of these teams. 80% to 22 can be quickly turned around, but Soul Cake needs to play very carefully.
For sure. Ooh, the down air tech chase moment. A down B. Not quite getting it, but adding on a lot of percent.
Ooh, I like the spacing there. That forward tilt actually ended up spacing around that forward smash. And again, oh no, the down B, the parry meant nothing. And Connor Sanders is going to take game 1.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And you saw a lot of nice parries coming out from Soul Cake. But unfortunately, they didn't quite work out. Yeah, you have to be very wary of that. Because it's not just about being aware of that first hitbox. It's also, like, Yoshi coming down. You got to be very wary of that. And it's very scary because a lot of the time, opponents won't even go for the parry. Because they find that if they mistime it, their shield will be broken. Or they get hit by the down B itself. And it seems right there, despite parrying the initial hit of the down B, it just didn't follow through for the second hit.
Yeah, and again, I think Soul Cake had the right idea. If you look back on that last stock, he gets the parry, and then he goes for a forward smash, but I think that's because he didn't recognize the move was down B, so Yoshi instantly shoots back up because of the way down B works, and I think if it were any other move, Soul Cake might land this forward smash, but the down B so strong, especially at 130, that it secures that stock. And just like that, Mississippi State, you know, take game number 1. Connor Sanders, typically one of the better performers on this team too. He's had some strong performances in the past with Diddy Kong, but going Yoshi here against Soul Cake Sonic, which again had its moments, especially, you know, the 2 stocks that he took were very clean and mostly off of those forward air conversions, but we'll have to see what the adjustment is for him going into game number 2.
For sure.
As we await the stage selection here, it looks like they'll both be sticking to the characters from game number 1. We'll have to see where Soul Cake has elected to go. I believe he typically likes Town and City, so he might just run it back. Yeah, there it is. He runs it back to Town and City for game number 2. Remember, Soul Cake has to take this match, otherwise Mississippi State win set number 4, and we'll have a massive lead going into game or match number 5. So an important set for him, and already down a full 90%.
Connor Sanders has a really good understanding of like the mid platform, like great B reversal movement with neutral B, perfect conversions off of the nair, really utilizing that really high airspeed, because a lot of the time when you have characters that have combos, they'll typically have aerials that will kind of set opponents too far, and like when you're on that mid or late percent, it can be really annoying. But Connor Sanders, using Yoshi, of course, has a lot of high airspeed. And what that means is that even if you're at the later percent, you can drift far enough to extend your combos. You saw right there, just like a beautiful stock overall.
Yeah, on top of that too, Yoshi's aerials are so strong, right? Just, I mean, Nair comes out quickly, down air racks up a ton of damage. He's been able to kill with back air. That's how he took the first stock, and even that up air can combo. So, you know, just great utilization of the character's tools, as already 42% racked on. We'll see if Soul Cake can convert this edge guard. Goes for the down smash, but is unable to take it. And now this is going to mean a ton of percent built up. But no, the quick conversion, spin dash to forward air, going to take Connor Sanders' first stock.
Yeah, that was a beautiful stock. Just being able to convert off into the forward air. I think when you have that stage in that FD-like state, like I said earlier, you can just do so many good conversions. Ooh, good tech.
Yeah, Connor Sanders was hunting for the jab reset there, but unable to find it. Great tech there from Soul Cake to get out of that situation. And just like that, only a 10% difference, and neither of them really at kill percent. It feels like both players are playing very carefully, knowing that, you know, all it's really going to take is one opening to put the other at kill percentage. They're both kind of hanging around that margin now at, you know, high 80s, low 90s. That forward smash at center stage is going to do it though. And now Soul Cake on his final stock.
All right, going for the down tilt check chase. Does not roll in, which I think what Soul Cake expected. Oh, that was a beautiful conversion to the back air. That was really well done.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. The quick conversion from that neutral B, and then just to find the back air out of it. And look at that, quickly converting an up tilt. You know, up tilt on Sonic, not a move we see all that often, but he was able to catch Yoshi with it. And look at all the damage he's got for it.
That was a weird up smash there. I think it may have been a misinput. Alright, nice. Just keeping space. I like that Soul Cake is throwing out a lot more hitboxes whenever Connor Sanders retreats and does egg, because a lot of the time Yoshi will.
You can't see it, but my jaw dropped. I'm in shock. Connor Sanders SDs and Soul Cake will live to fight another day here. We'll be on to match number 3.
Shoot. That was really unfortunate. Yeah, it does the up air, and unfortunately that didn't allow Connor to go on ledge.
I think he was up airing just to get out of that special fall animation, right? You just kind of throw out an aerial to try and get out of the falling animation. I think that still works in this game, right?
I believe so. I believe Yoshi is not too different from its previous iteration. I think that's like a fun much part of Yoshi that kind of stayed. Yeah. Oh, that was great. The down special recovery.
Yeah, the spacing on it was very good, and then the spacing on that forward smash. And it does feel like Connor Sanders, especially early, did a very good job with his spacing, and then late in this set, I think Soulcake kind of adapted to that and started spacing his own moves very well. Think about the times that he was able to in that last sequence. I think he back aired one of Yoshi's egg throws, and then he was also able to pressure his shield with a forward smash from far away. So it feels like the longer the set goes on, the longer Soulcake has to adapt to the matchup. And for game number 3, running it back to Town and City once more, I believe they've gentlemen's to it. So we'll have to see. It seems like the story of the first 2 matches, though, has been Connor Sanders jumping out to an early lead. But right now, quick 40% difference in favor of Soulcake.
Yeah, and speaking of story, that first neutral interaction is very telling of how Soulcake is going to approach this matchup. Soulcake didn't move a step when Connor Sanders threw out that egg. Just let it get thrown out. And I think that's very important because you don't always want to interact a lot with the projectiles, because when you do that, all of a sudden you're getting conditioned to do something, and then the Yoshi's ready to punish you. So I think sometimes, instead of just dashing back and forth, sometimes it's good to just stay in place, evaluate how your opponent is going to hit you, and keep a distance. That said, Connor Sanders taking that stock. We'll see if Soulcake can get this stock soon.
And that was just kind of a stray up air that Connor Sanders found that was able to take that first stock off of Soulcake. Again, this has been the question for Soulcake. Can he find a way to get these kills on high percent characters? Well, he can if Yoshi doesn't have a jump. Yoshi's lack of a real up B recovery move and ends up biting him there, and now back to a 2-stock situation, but already 81 onto Soulcake.
Yeah, great utility of Nair overall. I believe, I could be wrong here, I believe Nair comes out frame 3. And so that's a great option to use in neutral. Yeah, just great utility of Nair. Auto-canceling it, throwing it out as soon as possible out of shield. Is that going to kill? No, not quite.
Both of them, I mean, Soulcake has done a very good job, I mean, for the most part, of surviving at these high percents. But as I say that, the back air for Connor Sanders taking that second stock, and this is looking similar to game number 1, where Soulcake, as much as he tried to battle back, Connor Sanders just has such strong moves that all this little chip damage done to Soulcake throughout this neutral play just ends up biting him in the end, as it's nearly a full stock lead considering the percents that they're at.
Now Soulcake at 100%. Let's see if he can add a kill soon. Very dangerous, especially for a lightweight. Oh, that doesn't kill.
120%. Surely another strong hit will. That down B not going to break the shield and gets a grab out of it. The forward smash. This could be a stock. And again, anything Soulcake gets, that was a dangerous down air. But as I was saying, that's a huge stock. The back air taking it and a stock off of Connor Sanders, but the up smash going to do it. The run up smash. And just like that, Mississippi State will take game number 3 of set number 4. So they'll earn some points, but it is still a very close set as we enter match number 5.
Beautiful end to that set. They were both going very, very aggressive. Their sort of defensive tactics of evading each other kind of just faltered, and they just kept pushing forward. You know, I saw a lot of like Soulcake trying to just spin dash in, and then Connor Sanders responding, just doing a lot of nair, back air, A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff for that set.
16-11 will be our score. So a 5-point lead for Mississippi State entering game number 5. And the fact that Soul Cake, even though he lost, it was the lowest possible margin allowed, right? The maximum points you can get in a set is 8, and the minimum you can get in a set is 4 to 1 stocks and winning the set. So the fact that he only allowed 4 points throughout that set and keeping their team alive, entering game number 5 is really a clutch for them. But I mean, good stuff to Connor Sanders to clean up that match. It was very back and forth right up until the end, that up smash taking it. And with that, we will have our last set between these two schools. For Quinnipiac, it is Riley, the Plant/Mario main. And on the other side, we have Yosefu, a Simon Belmont player. Both of these guys are very strong in their own right. So I'm very curious to see how this will play out.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be an exciting match for sure.
Or sorry, 15-11. I can't count that. So a 4-point differential. So actually, if the score is if it's just a 4-point differential, there is the opportunity to tie. And the way a tie would work in this league is that both players would send in one of their own from the 5 that they've selected for today's match. They would both send in a player, and the winner of that of that last best of 3 would take the set. But that will all be decided if this ends up ending in a tie. I have a feeling both of these players won't want it to end that way. 15-11. I can't wait. This is going to be a fun set. Both of these players have had pop-off moments. We saw Yosefu nearly get a 0 to death off a shield break once. We've seen Riley on both Plant and Mario just convert insane combos for something along the lines of 80%. So we've seen both of these characters pop off before. I have a feeling this is going to be a very energetic set.
All right, we're gonna get straight into it. Right here, we have Mario versus Simon Belmont, as you mentioned. Yeah, I'm having high expectations for this set. I really am. I'm gonna be expecting a lot of exciting stuff.
Like, Simon doesn't seem like the most hype character because a lot of his moves feel very, very simple, right? It feels like he's just gonna throw all of those projectiles at you, and you just have to fight your way around them, right? But I feel like Yosefu does a very good job of following up everything. He may not, it's not just about finding a hit here or there, it's about what he does afterwards. Converting all those openings into extra damage is something I feel like both of these characters, or both of these players just in general, do a very good job at. That being said, pretty even back and forth, but Yosefu's spacing right now is kind of giving him the advantage. Oh no, the fire clipped him!
Yeah, that was a really good clip. I think one of the benefits of Belmont isn't just the immense power of projectiles, but also those tilts. The F tilt has a lot of range, very quick, very lagless. So a lot of the time, when you're keeping on the pressure with those projectiles, you can just spam out fair or spam out F tilt, and it'll consistently keep out your opponent. So typically, the way you zone in is, first off, if you have a projectile of your own, like Mario, you can use that as a way to get in. Or if you have a reflector, such as Mario, you use Cape to kind of throw that pressure back. Speaking of throwing pressure back, that back air now taking that stock. Beautiful.
Yeah, great stuff to follow him off stage, knowing, Belmont's recovery options are or can be limited, and that back air being so strong. But again, the ledge trapping from Yosefu, able to take that stock, and it's a full stock lead here.
Quite getting the fireball. I like the anti-air approach, that up B, just throwing it out, because a lot of the time Oh wow, they're just being patient. Oh wow.
At first I thought we might have had a disconnect error, but I guess it was just a stare down to see who would do what. And I feel like this is just on Yosefu because he knows his team's got the advantage. He knows Quinnipiac has to do something to come back. So he's saying, come to me, and he can't get through all those projectiles. What a ledge trap. Only 13% on him, and he's able to take game number 1.
That killed very, very early. I'm very curious to know how that did it. All right, good fair.
61 when he grabs the ledge, and the fire. Oh, he just dropped shield for a second there, and at 87.
Bad thing is, I think that was a few frames away from a parry, surprisingly. So it went from a great parry to potentially get out of the corner to a kill. That really makes the difference here.
I mean, it felt very back and forth. I mean, aside from that first SD by Riley, if you discount that SD, the stocks were fairly even in that in terms of percent. But I mean, Yosefu, just the quick conversion here on that last stock. I mean, you saw it. He was practically at 0, and just the stray hits here and there, and that fire with the last second poke leading to the forward smash. He died at 60.
That was amazing. That was such a good stock. I would say the one thing I would expect from Riley a lot more is obviously Cape. I think when you have a consistent reflector like that, you kind of have to throw it out more. Also, for Mario's case, I think when you're trying to navigate around projectiles and quick tilts, sometimes full hopping, not just straight above them to get anti-air, but like full hopping at a more like diagonal angle from your opponent can be very convenient. I know that's like the angle of the fireball as well. Doing a lot more of those approaches are good too. The way the Belmont kind of does that is by essentially throwing out a lot more tilts, not giving the opportunity to reflect, and sometimes even like burst option down airs is like a beautiful way of doing it. That said, that doesn't even matter because there's a character switch here.
Entering game number 2, Riley has elected to go to his pocket Piranha Plant character. And I do feel like on a stage like FD, this is gonna be very, very much a case of double-edged sword. All the projectiles. Plant has his own projectile that he can throw, but all the pressure right now from Yosefu, a quick 86 and make that 97 del, and nearly getting that kill if that forward smash connected. I feel like this is just a case of Riley maybe making this switch so that he can keep his space a bit more.
Yeah, for certain. But to be quite honest with you, I feel like FD is a very good stage for Belmont. I mean, you have no platforms to retreat to. All you can really do is just run away, keep your space, and it's really hard to run away on a stage with no platform. So I'm curious to know why this pick was made. Perhaps it's to throw their own onslaught of projectiles, but from the looks of it, it seems very, very one-sided. Ooh, as I say that, almost gets the counter kill.
That was a quick chain there. Again, the Belmont's recovery outside of that up B, it is a tether from his aerials. So the recognition by Riley there to go for that down air was the right play, but unable to convert it. And that axe gonna fall through and take the first stock. And 88% on Yosefu. Again, this is a massive game. If Riley wants to give his team any chance here, he has to win this match. Ooh, look at that quick conversion too off the forward air, and the ability to cover the jump over top with that reverse up B. It just feels like it's so difficult for Riley to get in. That back air is going to take the second stock.
That was beautiful coverage of the high recovery. I think I was expecting a lot more from Riley to go for the low recovery, just because you have like a consistent hitbox to the up B. But no, Riley kind of went for that risky recovery, and it's gonna make them pay for that. So hopefully we see a kill soon. But really grim.
I mean, at 150, you'd think Plant would be able to find a kill. The problem is, Yosefu has just done a fantastic job of spacing around and surviving, too. That back air going to push him off stage. And again, Yosefu not even down
No
a
way!
stun. The down air is
Oh
going
my
to
God.
connect.
That was such a wonderful finish. The down air spike. That was a beautiful clip on the up B. Let's see that again.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought the fire was gonna stop him, right? I thought that fire hitbox was gonna last, so it would keep him up and stop this from happening. But the recognition to just go down for that down air, and again, it only spikes like right off the start, right? It's one of those down airs that the spike hitbox is only at the start of the move. So the recognition to go for that was just fantastic, and that's a statement win. That's a 3-stock on a game that Riley needed.
And now the points are going to be heavily skewed in Mississippi's favor.
What a what a way to end. What a way to end it. That was a Yosefu with a fantastic finish there. 22-11 is going to be our final score, and Mississippi State showing why they feel like they're a championship caliber team, taking down the Quinnipiac Bobcats, doubling their score in the process, 22-11. And I mean, this set, again, it was very back and forth. Both of these teams have players that can really, do well week in and week out. But at the end of the day, Mississippi State's players, they just found a way to extend their leads. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm still thinking about that down air, man. That was something else.
Amazing. The down air spike was spot on, and just to look at that score and see 22-11, like that's just like the icing on the cake. Like that's just a beautiful way to really create the deficit between the sports.
Yeah, absolutely. And so with that, that is the conclusion of the match. We are a bit ahead of schedule, so we will be getting an interview from a player from Mississippi State momentarily as we wait to see. But again, this was just a fantastic showing. So we will see who we will be getting for Mississippi State. Okay, so it looks like we have Maze joining us. It appears he's in the call. Maze, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, sorry, that was me. I was checking.
Maze, hello?
Maze? You're in the call.
Nope. He has dropped the call. That. So we are still waiting to hear from Maze.
All right, how's this? You guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Awesome.
All right. Good.
Congratulations on the victory. You guys, I mean, how you feeling after taking down Quinnipiac?
I'm feeling pretty good. Got some nice conversions. I think everybody played really well today. Just proud, happy with how we played.
Yeah, you guys have been on a tear. I mean, throughout the EGF right now. I believe you're something along the lines of, through 12 weeks, something along the lines of 11-1. What do you think has really, been the key to your success?
Key to our success, I think we're all just we all have a very deep understanding of the game, and we're all like fairly close. So whenever something happens, if anybody has a question, we are always there to help them understand the situation, help explain how to get better at a matchup or something. Just a good unit.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are now, as I've said, you guys have had such a strong performance. You specifically, you had a great job against Baco, the Shulk player for Quinnipiac, and it feels like some of the Shulks in this league have you've been on a tear as of late, but you had a great performance. I guess what's something that you are taking away from your set after today's victory for you?
Taken away from it, I'm just really confident. I'm overall just very confident in all of Mario's losing matchups. So to take on a Shulk, I don't know, winning in such a convincing manner, it made me just feel empowered, you know.
I noticed that it wasn't just you, but also a couple of other players as well. Like you did a lot of like very well optimized conversions. Like I think at some point you pulled off like late nair into like down smash. Have you been really like practicing that
Oh
on a
yeah.
lot of these stages?
No, I did that sort of on the moment. When I got on
Oh wow,
stage,
that
I
makes
knew
it
he
even
would
better.
spot
Well done.
dodge.
Well done.
Yeah, when I got on stage, I knew he'd spot dodge, so I just decided to initiate it with a fair. Saw that he was in the perfect position and went for nair down smash immediately.
Awesome, awesome stuff. I mean, you guys just had a fantastic day. I always ask this question because I'm always curious. Do you guys how do you guys prepare for these matchups every week?
Truthfully, we have one of our guys set up a room, and we usually do some sort of random ditto before we all get going, and then we discuss possible characters, and we're just like, okay, we got it.
Awesome stuff. I'm always curious to see what like the pregame ritual is for everyone.
Yeah.
All right, Z, do you have any more questions?
Well, actually, I was curious about this one thing. So I noticed a lot of times, this wasn't just you, but also a lot of the other Mississippi players. It seemed like you guys did a really good job of like innovating a lot of your lead traps. Like I noticed there was one distinct moment where I forget which character it was, but like they air dodged and then it led to like an onslaught of damage. It was like 50, 60, 70%. Have you guys really like innovated, like really pushing the advantage state for your characters? Because it seemed like I was seeing conversions that I'd never seen before. I think at some point I saw something like just not just near down smash, but also like you would like wait for air dodges, proceed to punish, and then you'd like read their tech roll in or something of that nature. Like, have you just been able to do that on the spot? Has it been like innovative? Like, what's the deal with that? Like, I've never seen it before.
Okay, so for a long time in both this game and in Smash 4, this is kind of going way back, but I was sort of known as the lab monster when it came for Mario, the innovator of all the punish game. And with that, I brought it into Ultimate basically. And everybody in this region, I make sure that they know that they need to optimize their punishes to make sure they get the most out of every interaction, so that they technically have to play neutral less and they get to win easier. We just make sure everybody has that down pack, make sure everybody knows what they need to do to win.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, I agree. I feel like you guys did a very good job of just converting the little things into a lot of damage. Again, congrats on your win today. You get to go home and celebrate, and we'll see you next week.
And thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Take care.
Thank you.
Good one.
All right, and with that, I guess that is the conclusion of Mississippi State versus Quinnipiac. I think with that, we'll be heading to a break. So, Z, you want to take us out?
Actually, you know what? We'll let you do it. We'll let you. Do it. We'll let you be the talker of this one.
All right. Well, again, that's the conclusion of match number 1 for today. Up next on the docket, we've got Colorado versus St. John's. We'll be right back with more Smash Brothers action. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGF SSBU. We're back with more Smash Brothers. We're back with a brand new matchup. It is University of Colorado versus St. John's University. Should be a good one as we await the captains, I believe, to pick their players here to open up the set. Yeah, still waiting to hear on who will be going in first. Actually, no, we do have the names. It is Katsuji for Colorado and Aloma Mola going in for St. John's. And I'm blanking on who Aloma Mola plays. Also, it's a very... I'm having trouble pronouncing that one. I hope they forgive me for that. But Katsuji, I do actually remember. I believe he is a Luigi main for Colorado. So this should be an interesting game one. Katsuji usually worth a couple of points for Colorado. Feels like a very consistent character. Luigi, again, it doesn't struggle to get kills. And Aloma Moa here, it looks like he will be going with Joker.
Yeah, so I'm very much familiar with Luigi. This was actually one of my co-mates. Luigi, a very devastating character. A lot of great combos, a lot of damage. He's very interesting in the sense that his disadvantage can be poor off stage, but he has a lot of tools to kind of navigate around that. So for example, he has this frame 1 invincibility cyclone that he can use. He could use Nair, which is frame 3. And if you're off stage and you're attempting a recovery, you can just side B, jump side B at the same time to get some sort of boost in height. And you'll have this very, very strong side B that people will be very scared to edge guard. So that's typically the sort of status that Luigi maintains as a character.
Also, I'm very curious to see Aloma Moa. Obviously when Joker's on stage, you have to worry about that Arsene meter, right? But one of the quickest ways to get rid of Arsene is to hit him with multi-hits. The more hits you get on him, the quicker that bar dissipates. And with moves like dash attack and that tornado being, having a lot of multi-hits, I'm curious to see if he opts for those moves or tries to put himself in scenarios where those moves are effective to try and mitigate the amount of time Arsene's on stage. That being said, misspacing your up B to start is not going to help you, especially with Arsene almost back on deck. I mean, Aloma Moa is at 160, but this is getting into danger territory.
This is very dangerous. And you see there, you're seeing a lot of Zair. Oh, wow, it's killed. So you use a lot of Zair because that's only like -2 on shield. It's a perfect way to space. It's a perfect way to bait out options. And the benefit of the Zair is you can typically follow it up with another grab. And that can, of course, lead to the inevitable 0 to death. So I'm hoping to expect a lot of that.
Aloma Moa basically down a full stock. And look at all the up airs that Katsuji just earned himself. And that's a full 50%. But Arsene now on deck. Can Katsuji find a way to recover? Ooh, I like the idea there from Aloma Mola to go for that counter, but unfortunately did not land the hitbox, and so both players dipping a little low for these edge guards. Katsuji now at 120. This is going to be a difficult recovery for him. He is going to be able to make it back onto stage, though. That's massive.
Ooh, I was expecting an added shield up B there on the poor spacing. Not quite getting it, but still. When you have max range as Luigi, a lot of things can kill, so you have to be very wary of that.
Ooh, I like the tornado conversion there, and that's going to be stock number 2 off of Aloma Mola. And Katsuji's sitting at a very high percent, but if you can get some extra damage here, this will be very helpful to enter this last stock.
Ooh, nice back air coming out from Aloe. At this percent, Katsuji can go for a lot of nice strings, like a Nair follow-up into like an up air, Nair conversion off of fair. Just a lot of combos here. And I think most of all, when you're at that mid percent, that's where you can start going for your down throw up B kill confirm. That is very convenient because if you guess the right DI, that's a kill. Oh no!
Ooh. I'm in shock. I mean, that was. Did you, while you were explaining, Katsuji took so many hits. Alomamolo seemed like he was all over that last stock, and then the down air trades with the Luigi missile, and he missed the tech. I'm not even sure. I think he could have teched it, but
Probably could have.
again, just an unfortunate series of events if you're a St. John's fan.
No. You know what I think it is? So I think for that down air, it can be very, very difficult to nail the hitbox and not trade. And given the fact that there's obviously 2 hits, there's like the initial hit and then followed by the spike. Sometimes you'll trade only with the first hit, and you'll clash with your opponent's hitbox. In this case, Luigi's side B, and you won't even get the spike out. So usually the safe way to go about this is using counter, because counter has a gigantic hitbox. And so when you use the Arsene countered edge guard, it works beautifully. But yeah, very unfortunate. And he missed the tech 2, which made it even more unfortunate.
Yeah, an unfortunate trade there, as it felt like Alomamolo had a lot of momentum. I mean, you saw, I mean, he's only sitting at 60%. He got Luigi all the way up to 90, and then that move just trades, and just like that, Katsuji gets Colorado the lead, and here in game 2, no character switches, and they're going to Final Destination.
This is a questionable pick. FD is probably Luigi's best stage. No platforms to retreat from the grab. Low ceiling, so the up B kills early. I'm very curious to know why Alo picked FD. Yeah, down air, nair. Ooh, beautiful SDI.
And I like the follow-up too. Katsuji wanted the back air out of it, but as you said, the SDI to get out ends up, mitigating the amount of damage from that combo. And Arsene nearly on deck. Katsuji nearly at kill percent. Katsuji has to play very carefully now.
Ooh, that was a great spot dodge. And that's gonna take it.
That back air is just so strong. It covers so much space. I mean, even the sound effect that they've got for it just sounds like it hurts every single time it lands.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, and that dash attack too. Using the guns to get a little bit more percent. And now, I feel like the struggle for Katsuji here is to find a strong hit of something while Joker is, or while Arsene is off the table. Ooh, I like the side B. That was a dangerous option, but landing it means that it'll get a little bit of extra credit and survive off stage for a little bit longer. As Arsene nearly back on the table, he's going to survive, so Arsene's going to come out now instead of in possibly the next stock, and already 65 dealt on Katsuji's second stock here. Great down tilt to outspace that up B recovery from Alomamola. But again, the guns downward doing a lot of damage, and that down B should kill. There's the second stock off of Alomamola.
I like the way that Katsuji did that. Did the Rising Cyclone to kill. Beautiful. Ooh, that was great SDI in.
And that was so much damage too. Already 71%. It's nearly back to, yeah, after that dash attack, it's dead even. Oh, he wanted the up air afterwards. That was nearly the stock too. And he's going to counter the Luigi missile. That's going to absolutely be the stock. And now Katsuji on his last stock here in game number 2.
So as I was saying earlier from the other game, yeah, you can go for that counter edge guard. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's such a big hitbox, it'll never miss. So if you're in this awkward position where your opponent, ooh, that was a misfire. You're in this awkward position where your opponent counters above, still nail it.
I didn't know you could hit someone with gun out of misfire, but that back air gonna trade, and that's gonna be the stock too on Katsuji. So Alomamola answering in game number 2 with a 2 stock.
It's interesting. I was actually expecting a lot more pivot grabs and a lot more like dash back grabs from Katsuji, but I think a lot of that pressure from the gun from Alo was just really, really devastating.
Yeah, and I feel like this game too, just Alomomola did a much better job of putting Katsuji into disadvantage, because I mean, the second Katsuji was off stage, it just felt like it was a struggle for him to get back. I mean, that being said, he did take that first stock with the down B, but I mean, you're thinking about that recovery option, and once Katsuji, you know, here's the stock, right? He's got it. You know, he has to go for that Luigi missile, and Arsene counter, as you mentioned, just so prevalent, so powerful. And even here on this last stock taken, he gets Katsuji off stage, and then he's just not afraid to go out there and trade with the Luigi missile again to take or to finish off that stock. So I'm curious to see what the selection will be for game number 3. Again, the winner of this first match will have the advantage headed into set number 2. This is the first battle of the day for these two colleges. And these are two heavy hitters for both of these schools. Alomomola usually worth a handful of points, so if he doesn't come out here with a victory, this is a big win for Colorado.
Yeah, for certain. And right now we're at PS2. I can respect the option. The ceiling is still pretty low. And unlike FD, where I guess Kasuji was kind of like utilizing the platforms for movement. Unlike FD, where you don't really have that option. Oh my god, that's a death combo!
My jaw dropped. I mean, I know that's something Luigi can do, but that's really the first time I think we've seen it on stream, and only 10% for all that effort. Katsuji with a commanding early start here in game 3.
Oh, that was amazing. And I'm noticing a lot more wavelands from Kasuji. I'm guessing that's where they kind of get a gauge of how to approach neutral, is like utilizing those platforms to kind of fake out approaches. So I can understand why Kasuji feels more comfortable here than FD.
83% on this first stock, make that 85 after the guns do a little bit more damage, but Alomomola's got him backed into a corner here. He's going to miss that F smash, and that's going to kind of reset the situation. Here's the grab. Arsene going to spawn, though, and that actually might have saved it. No, actually, he rolled on the platform. And Katsuji now, again, back into the corner. And this is where Alomomola has thrived on, you know, just catching Katsuji in bad situations. He actually misspaced the counter, and Katsuji wanted the downer. That was greedy.
162%. Let's see where the stock goes. And there it is. Back air.
The back air takes the stock, but Arsene just about gone now. And there he goes. Only, you know, 2% dealt while Arsene was still alive for that second stock. And now here's the opening for Katsuji. He wanted the down air off that down throw, but not going to be able to find it. And the situation kind of resets back to neutral here.
Interesting F tilt to set him off. It's not a move that you see commonly, but I think in that given situation it actually worked out pretty well. Alright, great down gun coverage. Fell out of the cyclone.
Ooh, I like the idea to cover that jump with the forward air. He just misspaced it, though. And this game certainly feels a lot faster paced than the other two. Both of these players just kind of going in for a lot of damage here and there. And both of them sitting at nearly kill percent. This is a big stock for both of them. He's got Katsuji off stage. He misspaced the counter, and he's gonna get... Actually, what?
Oh,
he didn't get. He didn't make it back.
I guess it's because since the side B hit him, it caused a stall, and that stall was enough to maintain enough distance from Kasuji on the ledge to kill him. So I guess that kind of worked out. Not exactly how you want it to go, obviously. Like, was probably expecting to get a stock lead, but hey, you know, like, we take those.
Oh no, gets the grab.
Oh,
That's
no.
a lot of damage, but Arsene gonna spawn now. Good tech from Alomomola to get out of that situation. It's just about even in percent, but with Arsene on board, this could turn very quickly. Ooh, I think Alomomola wanted the jump from ledge, but could not read it. That dash attack going to push Alomomola off stage, and Arsene going to disappear here now. Again, just about dead even. This could be dangerous, though. I like the idea from Katsuji. We saw him convert on that earlier, but no luck there.
Like the Katsuji is spacing out a lot more with the back air. Turnaround grab, goes for the back throw, not going to take it. Down tilt.
Oh,
and that's
no.
it.
What a catch from Katsuji. That was so smart, too, because Joker, without Arsene, his recovery becomes a tether. So if he catches him out of it, he doesn't really have another option other than air dodge, and Katsuji knows it, too. That was a great plunger. And then the down tilt afterwards, Alomomola has to depend on that up B to possibly snap the ledge, and it's already too late. Unable to grab it. And what a turn of events. What it felt like a very even game. Katsuji able to clean it up, especially, you know, taking the lead with that quick first stock with the classic Luigi combo. I mean, this was very back and forth right up until Katsuji was able to clean up the stock. I mean, this felt like anyone's game.
Definitely very, very even.
Here's another look at that second stock, yeah.
Oh.
So he goes for the second missile, and I guess he didn't have his jump. Because I feel like there would have been the time to jump, because his up B just doesn't come out fast enough. But yeah, and I mean, that's just great. That's just great coverage from Katsuji on that last stock. I mean, that the recognition, right? To know that Arsene is not going to be able to spawn in time, and recognize that it's a tether. We'd seen him a couple times go for that that Zair, the plunger off of the ledge, just to cover Joker in those scenarios, and that down tilt, you know, it was just fantastic stuff. So with that, Katsuji able to take set number 1 for Colorado. We await to see who goes in for game number 2 here between these two. And I would like to say this is a big game for both of these teams because they're both roughly in the middle of the pack of the standings. St. John's, they have had a roller coaster of a split. It has had all of its highs and all of its lows. I mean, they started off this split with an unfortunate forfeit in week number 9, and then they defeated the next week. They defeated the number 1 seed in the EGF. They got an upset on Siena College. So, like, the highest of highs at points and the lowest of lows, but they still find themselves in the middle of the pack in a very tight conference, that Independent and Big East kind of merging together to make things very compact. And so for both of these schools, it's been kind of an up and down season. So if they can get the edge on one another here, it would really help them for later in the season. That being said, we do have our next opponents in. It is Titka, I believe, for St. John's, and Horsey for Colorado. We'll have to see who these players decide to choose as their characters. Horsey, another staple name to this University of Colorado roster, usually worth a handful of points. Again, we'll have to see. Titka, I believe he usually is also a solid player, so it feels like St. John's is sending in their heavy hitters early to try and get themselves a lead and just try and put this one away early as we await the picks and bans. Looks like we'll be getting into the match.
Alrighty.
And we've got Horsey going Corrin, and that is Titka playing Pikachu.
So Pikachu, obviously a very, very prominent character in Smash. In this game, very, very strong. Has numerous versatile options, great multi-hits, dry down combos, edge guarding, pancake effect, you name it. The only real downside of Pikachu is being light. So we'll start to see if Pikachu kind of goes through these little strings, dying early. It really all depends on the Pikachu player and the way in which they get at a disadvantage. Oh my god!
Oof, what a down air from Titka to get that first stock off of Horsey and an early lead, but 79%. Corrin does have some kill power. The problem is landing one of those strong hits on a light character like Pikachu, not the easiest thing in the world to do.
Yeah, for certain. And you're seeing it right now. Now that you're at the later percents, it's really hard for you to really convert, especially with a small character like Pikachu. So I think the way to gauge this is you do a lot more pins and a lot more anti-air approaches, like you did, like Horse just did there, right? The up air, the rising up air, very good. I think in general you just have to play a little bit more defensive and patient when you're at that later percents, because you don't want to push for kills, because if you start doing that, that's where Pikachu gets in and it can be very devastating.
120 on Tika right now, and Pikachu, a very light character, can die early, but as you said, Horsey kind of adapting and making it very difficult. Oh, that was a very awkward interaction. That down smash not going to be able to kill quite yet. Horsey going to survive. That up B will actually end up taking the stock. Tika wanted the down air, but not going to happen, and it's back to a tie game in terms of stocks, but 100% already on Horsey.
Yeah, well done. And I gotta say, there's a lot of stuff you can do here, such as that down smash that I was just gonna mention. I was just about to say that you can go for that near down smash or just raw down smash, and there it is. Beautiful job, beautiful job. You can call that a commentator's blessing in a way.
Opposite of the commentator. I've got the curses, you've got the blessings, I guess. the way things have gone today. But here, Tika with an early lead, and Horsey sitting on his last stock at 31%. He's going to need to find a way to take this stock early if he wants a chance at this one. I like the conversion in the back air there, but it's not going to be able to take it from center stage.
Yeah, Nair is a beautiful way to hit low-profiling type characters. You're seeing a lot of good spacing, and whenever Titka tries to do something at a shield, perhaps maybe just jump, or sometimes even just like staying in shield and buffering an aerial, such as that back air, doing a great job of just covering that.
That was a strange conversion. The up B actually dragging Pikachu up, and then the ability to jump off a ledge and get that strong hit of up air. Pikachu not going to be able to survive at that percent, and just like that, it's a last stock situation, a full 40% advantage. Oh, he wanted the Thunder, not going to be able to land it though, and resetting back into neutral here.
With a fair. Alright, and we see like great usage of the auto cancel aerials.
Oh, he wanted the Thunder too. He tried to read the lack of DI on Horsey there. And that side B, this is going to be danger territory for Tika, because now he's close to kill percentage, and so is Horsey. One strong hit of something, that side B not going to be able to do it. How does he find a way back to stage?
Good DI. Alright. Ooh, tried to pummel to get more damage, but not quite. Dash attack!
That dash attack is surprisingly good. It's not a move that you would think would kill, but it has a ton of knockback in this game, and it can absolutely, be an option for Pikachu, late in games when you feel like you need a stock. And maybe the DI a little sus there possibly, but still plenty of percent on Horsey. Gives Tika the lead, and just like that, St. John's has cut back down into this lead. Just solid play from both of these guys. Here's another look at that. That up B actually ended up doing a lot for Horsey, and I feel like it was mostly just off of kind of missed space stuff from Titka.
Yeah, a lot of good jobs at with punishing for sure.
As we get a look, here's a look at that second stock, that up B to ledge, and then the quick reaction to get back up and up air. And we'll be getting into game number 2 here shortly, as we actually are heading to Yoshi's Story, I believe is the name of this stage.
Yeah, this is a really cool stage. I like it. It's like a small ceiling. Is that it?
Oh,
that was very close.
Ooh, playing with fire is Horsey. That was almost an early stock from Titka again.
Yeah, so I was going to say that it's a really cool stage. Low ceiling, walls, you can wall jump. In Corrin's position, obviously the pin, very nice. The way it kind of covers ledge is a little wonky because of the slants, but I think Horsey has a good way of gauging it. Just keeping out Pikachu with aerials under plat.
Ooh, I like the drag down idea. He just couldn't convert it into that up smash. And that forward smash gonna push Pikachu off stage. And it feels like both of these characters are kind of swinging for the fences here, looking for a kill move.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely see a lot more fishing this time around. Oh, the down air intangibility allowing for that claim to happen.
Good stuff there from Titka to take that first stock, and now Horsey will have to find a way to answer here, but he's going to eat a nair for it. And oh, I like the idea to forward tilt there, but now we're going to see the Pikachu chains, but a quick 40%, they'll make that nearly 50. Yeah, there's 60 almost. Thunder going to actually land. What a play from Titka.
That was such good positioning.
I mean, it didn't seem like it was going to lead to much because it all started at such a low percent, and Horsey's going to be able to take the first stock off here in the second match, but just slowly, racking up all those multi-hits and then reading the defensive options and landing that Thunder were massive stuff. And now Horsey's got a mountain to climb here on Yoshi's, as only 9%, and he's still got 2 stocks to go through.
Oh, going for the Thunder read again. Just these onslaught of punishes. Yeah, so at this point, I would just start running away and just throwing out hitboxes. Like, I would just throw out up air, throw out fair. Just make it so that when Horsey's in that disadvantaged state, like, you just don't feel too much pressure, like, because you're not committing as much. So I think overcommitment is kind of be the make or break of the situation. Oh, misses it.
Ooh, I think I saw the start of that down air come out, but that down smash is gonna be able to do it. Titka with a 2 stock here in game number 2, giving St. John's an extra 4 points with that game and the set win. That's gonna put St. John's in the lead entering match number 3. That second stock was so clean, though. I mean, it didn't feel like much because it started off of a downer, but or off of those nair chains. Yeah, he actually drops it for a second, but just the follow-ups afterwards, like the catch on that back air was so massive, and then the recognition to go down, and the spacing around that neutral B to land the Thunder gave him that 2 stock lead, and he was able to carry that home and hold on to his second stock on top of that. So good stuff to St. John's as they take the lead to enter set number 3. solid stuff to both of these players. I mean, Horsey had his opportunities to mitigate the damage there. He had some, especially in game one. I feel like the conversion off of those up Bs into up airs, kind of kept him alive in these situations. But at the end of the day, that was just solid stuff from Pikachu. That was just Pikachu things, right? That's just what the character does. He can just blow you up sometimes.
Yeah, for certain. You notice a lot of moments like that. Like sometimes they didn't even need to go for like the nair down smash conversions or any more fancy combos. Just like keeping space, Thunder Jolt, and then when you get the read, it was unbelievable. That kill with the Thunder was unbelievable.
That kill with the Thunder was really kind of the turning point, I think, because it really did give Tika all the advantage that he needed. That being said, we're going to enter set number 3 here for Colorado. I'm going to say that's me-self entering the arena and Mr. Saturn on the side of St. John's to try and answer Colorado's matchup here. Actually, the reverse that. It's Mr. Saturn going in first and me-self answering for Colorado. But regardless, should be a good one. Still a very close set. Only a 3-point differential here. Very back and forth. I'm curious to see who these players will bring in, as I don't think we've seen Mr. Saturn play before on the side of St. John's. I think this is his first appearance on stream. Players are in the lobby and we are ready to go. Fox versus Link, and Fox is going to be me-self for Colorado.
Alrighty, so let me just say, Fox, a very, very fast-paced character. The greatest example of a glass cannon. A lot of great speed, a lot of great punishes, kill power with the up smash. But also, dies super early, very, very light, a fast faller that is very susceptible to a lot of combos. Very great dynamic of a character. Now, Link, on the other hand, a little bit more on the creative, but also somewhat linear side. The game in general is obviously throw out projectile and keep space.
He's just dead to that. I'm shocked. I mean, it felt like me-self was kind of running around doing some damage, and then he got off stage, ate a ton of damage, and then got his shield broken, and he dies to forward smash from center stage.
Oh no, and look, you can see Mr. Saturn kind of feeling themselves, throwing out those back airs, keeping space, not feeling any pressure by throwing out that nair. Yeah, it seems like every time a character like Fox wants to approach, like, they have to really be careful, especially of disjoints. Those disjoints really keep them out. Oh, the up air.
Good stuff, knocking him off stage. And I feel like this is kind of the problem with the matchup for me-self, is that you can run in and do a bunch of damage, but I feel like Link just has a lot of moves that do their base damage is so high that even if they stale, they feel like they hurt. And that down air being one of them, that gonna convert the second stock, and just like that, Mr. Saturn only at 88% here on his first stock, and me-self still on his last. We like the nair to send him off stage, getting the back into that. That up smash not going to be able to kill yet. Mr. Saturn surviving that back air. Oh, not going to be able to blow himself up, though. I think that was the right idea. I don't think his up B would have gotten him back to stage, but unable to convert that bomb, and now trying to battle himself out of the corner is me-self. This is big.
Yeah, and speaking of corner, you're noticing a lot of the time that a lot of Mr. Saturn's like ledge traps and edge guards are kind of just really adding on all of the damage. Like, I think once in a while, like, Mr. Saturn gets a good conversion on stage, but it seems like whenever me-self is off stage, that's where you really feel the pain of being a glass cannon.
Yeah, this is the struggle now is 130. And look at all the options that he's been covering. That up tilt's going to do it. Mr. Saturn, a solid performance in game 1 with a solid 2-stock lead. I mean, there's not much more to say about that because that was just. I mean, Myself, he got in, did a little bit of damage here and there, but I feel like that shield break just kind of lost all the momentum in the world for Colorado and Myself. The second hit of forward smash breaking the shield, and then at 66, Fox is such a light character that forward smash is absolutely gonna do it. There's no look at that down air too, the spacing on it. And I just don't think Myself was ready for it. So I guess what's the counterplay here if you're Myself? What's the adaptation that I think you or what do you think Myself needs to do very differently here from or in game number 2, I should say?
Yeah, so I think in general, like Reflector, I feel like was almost never used. I think that's a perfect way to keep off the pressure and actually put even more pressure on Mr. Saturn. I also think that a lot of the time, Myself would go for attacks that were pretty negative on hit. Like I think I saw a bunch of like nairs and then a bunch of like falling up airs potentially. What I would suggest is maybe doing a lot more like full hop auto cancel down air or like full hop like fast fall down air into like other conversions. Or even like space back air, because I believe, and I could be wrong here, I believe back air is only -4 on shield. It's a great move to use, great for spacing out. And I also think that when Mr. Saturn's dashing forth and back, lasering at those moments is really, really good, because then it makes it so that Mr. Saturn feels the need to like stay in place, put up the Hylian shield. Just making sure that you can alleviate pressure off of yourself while simultaneously adding pressure to your opponent.
We'll have to see. I do have a correction to make. This is not Mr. Saturn's first time on stream. This is his first time playing this split, however, and St. John's and Colorado have actually played before. They played way back in week number 5 of the EGF. And believe it or not, it was a one-sided affair. Colorado won 26-2 the last time these teams played. And so this has been a complete turnaround with very similar lineups, it would seem, from that week. It's been a long time since they've played, and St. John's has come out firing here early.
Alrighty, and now we're in this game. We're seeing Myself going Mario in this case. I'm expecting, I'm hoping to see a lot more capes and a lot more defensive tactics. That said, Myself being very comfortable in their aggression. I think we're at that point where you're very comfortable going in. Like that means everything for a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this is also a bit easier for Myself, you know, because Mario's a bit heavier of a character. I think he'll have a better job of surviving a lot of these strong hits from Mr. Saturn. That up B not going to be able to kill, though. So close to the ceiling, but unable to do it. And just like that, it's back to basically an even game. Well, I like the idea there to just kind of cover as many options without actually throwing anything out. That grab's going to lead into a forward air, and look at the coverage options from the fireball, or fireballs that Myself threw out. And both these characters sitting at roughly kill percent. It's up to one strong hit to do it. Can they find it? Gets the grab. Back throw. Is it going to do it? No. Mr. Saturn's surviving here.
Yeah, at 161%.
Well, maybe not so much anymore. That down air going to be able to take it. And that's the first stock off the board here in game number 2.
Ooh, answering back with a kill of their own.
Ooh, I like the quick conversion there, and it feels like Mr. Saturn's doing a very good job of owning center stage against Myself. And on a character like Mario, I feel like center stage is really where you want to be. Again, going for that up B off the top, still not able to get a kill off of it, but the damage has been dealt, and I feel like the damage in both of these stocks has just come on so quickly. Both of them now hanging around roughly kill percent, especially Mr. Saturn there at 123, and the Nair not going to connect. The up smash battling through it. Myself has the lead.
Oh, now this is a scary percent. We're at 0. You can be susceptible to so many strings. It can be very, very devastating.
Oh, take is one opening. Oh, not able to come through. That boomerang actually helping him out too.
All right, good up tilt. So, fun fact about Link. Unlike most characters who increase their fastfall speed by, I believe, around 40 or 50%, Link actually increases his fastfall speed by 70% when he does a fastfall. So a lot of the time when you see Links do those short hop nairs or short hop fairs, they can just immediately fastfall and get their kills. Speaking of which, that fastfall into the up tilt, now sealing the stock.
Detonating the bomb in his hand to kind of reset that situation. They both eat about 8% for it, and here's a grab from center stage. This could be big. Wanted the forward air. I like the idea just to get the damage. He'd gone for up B so many times and it hadn't worked, but now sitting at 100, can he clean up this stock and give him and his team a chance? Mr. Saturn did a good job of battling out of the corner there. Oh no, faded too far. And Mr. Saturn, unable to grab the ledge, gives game number 2 to Colorado.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Mr. Saturn has the right idea here, right? Throw the bomb, you know, cover all that space, then grab the ledge and figure it out from there. But just unable to get the job done. And we've seen him, a couple times, especially in that first stock you saw, throw a projectile, cover some space, grab the ledge, and that's just kind of what Link wants to do, right? Throw those projectiles and occupy some space, not make it easy for someone to come get you, like a character like Mario that can do so much damage once he gets in. But just misspaced it and unfortunately could not get the job done. And I like the adaptation from Myself. I feel like the switch to Mario worked a lot better because it certainly feels like once Myself finds an opening, the amount of damage he can rack up. It's not that Fox couldn't deal damage, but I feel like Mario has a much easier time finding kills.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, the fact that you have a little bit weight more added to you makes it so that when you take your opponent to a really high percent, not only do you worry less about sealing the stock, but also you worry less about them sealing your stock. So definitely, like, the risk reward is definitely skewed more towards the reward. While Mario may not have the sort of speed and sort of, I suppose, quick fastball speed that Fox has, that expense for bigger weight and greater kill confirms is totally worth it, especially for a character such as Link.
And we'll have to see where they go for game number 3. A character switch on the side of St. John's, but a minor one at that. Young Link coming into the fray here against Myself's Mario. So Mr. Saturn opting for the quicker, faster, smaller option.
Yeah, so I really like Young Link as a character. I think they're very, very well designed in the sense that they sort of take the more simple route. Like, they don't have something as complex as maybe like Remote Bomb. But at the same time, I feel like the projectiles, unlike the other Links, are actually meant to really display like beautiful combos. So you'll see a lot of the time Young Link's doing these like crazy strings, like first hit back air, up tilt, fire arrow, and then like up B off the side. Just great solid conversions, And just great way to set out people in neutral.
That up be a little greedy as Mr. Saturn able to DI out of it. And the percents, for the most part, even, but still a very back and forth game as they've both been able to land some strings on each other for some damage. And again, I just feel like myself, this is the problem, getting through all of these projectiles, but maybe brute forcing your way is the answer. What a back air.
That was a beautiful back air. So in these scenarios, this is where Young Link's Sierra comes handy. So before the buffs, Young Link was already like a pretty solid character, but one of their biggest cons was getting those kills at late percents because they would lose their bomb to fair confirms or sometimes like bomb to up air. So instead they would have to rely on Zair. Well, eventually when a patch came out, their oh no! I don't even think I should finish. I don't think I should finish.
I don't think myself wants you to finish. He doesn't care about the patch notes. He wanted that forward air, and he got it. 2 stocks down on Mr. Saturn, and Colorado feeling themselves.
Wow. So, yeah. So I would expect a lot more Zair here because the Zair was buffed to produce a lot more combos and strings at the later percents. But that said, myself just doesn't care. Myself will go for a fair spike, maybe at 60, 70, it doesn't matter.
I mean, it feels, and I feel like that forward air just kind of sucked the momentum out of the arena for Mr. Saturn, right? It felt like it was very even, and then all of a sudden that spike just kind of, I mean, Mr. Saturn, it feels like he's still fighting, but it feels like it's moving a lot slower now.
Yeah, for certain. And right now they're at the ledge. Mr. Saturn gonna make it back. All right, great utility of the first set of back air. But speaking of back airs, myself taking that set with the back air to end it off and a taunt.
Yeah, you could tell myself had, I mean, he had utter confidence, especially after landing that forward air. Here's another look at it, that last stock and how he finished it, just spacing around that boomerang, and then the boomerang catch I think actually ended up hurting Mr. Saturn there.
Myself said, not M for Mario, M for myself with those forward air spikes. Oh my god.
That was such a clean conversion with the back air too. And yeah, here's the look at it. I mean, myself sitting at high percent, gets the grab into up throw, and you could tell he wanted it after that first attempt, and then attempt number 2, he lands that up air and is able to set himself up for it. And luckily for Mr. Saturn, he was able to mitigate the damage with that back air, take a stock off. But that was a huge turnaround for Colorado as they were down a full 4 points, and I think myself just earned it all back. So I believe we're at a tie game now, entering set number 3.
That was amazing. That was a beautiful set.
I mean, they both had their moments. It felt like, especially through the first 2, that Mr. Saturn, he had kind of the right idea a lot of the time, right? It was just some mis-executions here and there. I mean, I'm thinking back to game number 2 where he had, as he was recovering, he's throwing those projectiles on stage, and for the most part it's working out right up until the very last stock when he drifted just too far away, and then myself making him pay at the very end there with not only that forward air but just the clean conversion. Once he got in, those back airs were so strong, right? Just being able to space those properly and take the stocks with those back airs, it was just fantastic stuff from him.
Yeah, beautiful spacing, great awareness of keeping opponents out, and just making sure that even if you do misspace a bit and you get whip punished, like just coming back from those percent deficits and like that disadvantaged state and just keeping that pressure on. I think that's essential for any player, I think, when they have trouble kind of keeping their opponents out and they feel like spacing isn't mattering as much. Definitely when you're starting to feel it and you unconsciously start to do those back airs, sometimes it might actually work out for you. Sometimes there are going to be moments where your opponent's too quick to do an out of shield punish, and they get hit for it. And you saw a lot of that here with those back air kills from Mario.
Yeah, definitely feeling confident about his play there. And with that, the score is all tied up heading into set number 3. It looks like we've got it locked in. Who will be going in for Colorado? It appears to be AIV, and for St. John's, we've got Mr. L. I don't know who either of these players play, but I
said
do
Mr.
know.
L?
Yeah, Mr. L for St. John's. I'm not sure it's the Mr. L, but
I was going to say.
I don't think it's the Mr. L, but I do think they rock the same tag, so we will. It could be, you know, you never know. We'll have to wait and see as we await the picks and bans for both of these teams.
Oh wow! So it is actually going to be Mr. L.
It is actually Mr. L.
The Mr. L, and apparently Jay Grunt.
All right, awesome. So Mr. L on stream here for St. John's and Colorado. AIV, I mean, it makes it just sounds like now AIV's got his hands full.
Yes,
we'll have to
certainly.
wait and see. Jay Grunt, the other player waiting for the St. John's lineup, and it looks like Propane Fan waiting in the lineup for Colorado, as it sounds like the players have entered the arena, so we await to see what the matchup will look like. Here we go. Again, game number 3, a pivotal match here. This one will dictate the pace of the next, or of the last set. If it's a full sweep, it would take a lot. And AIV on this Ike, and Mr. L going Pikachu.
Yeah, so Mr. L, a very, very prominent Pikachu, very, very strong player. Very well known for being able to just hone in on their opponents using Thunder Jolt baits. Just doing a great job of just being able to know when to go in, when to go out. Very, very in and out type of Pikachu.
And I feel like this is the type of matchup where it's very, what was the term? Yeah, glass. Like Pikachu is another glass cannon type. So I feel like if AIV, he can find his stray hits here or there, it's absolutely going to be, you know, survivability and early kills for AIV. Because if you give Mr. L too many chances, he's absolutely going to find a way to convert him. That being said, pretty even back and forth here in terms of percent. Oh, what a great jab and the grab afterward. Couldn't follow it up, though, and AIV will be able to get out of that situation, but that was very dangerous.
Yeah, right now at a pretty even percent. This can actually be very scary for Pikachu. I feel like Ike is one of those characters that can actually nail a lot of kills. In particular, like F tilt, sometimes even down tilt. But that said, Mr. L saying it doesn't matter. I'm going to kill you first with that down throw confirm.
That Thunder being able to take the first stock, and I like the play afterward from AIV. He gets the up throw and then just kind of waits to see what defensive option Mr. L would throw out. That up tilt, not going to be able to take it. Soon will, though, as Pikachu, a very light character. The quick attacks coming through to mix up AIV. We haven't really seen Mr. L use those a whole lot this match. I'm curious to see if we'll see it more as the set progresses on. Good spacing around the neutral B of AIV with that side B. Oh no, that's not gonna spike too. Great stuff for Mr. L to survive that. I thought AIV was just gonna go down with his ship.
Yeah, I thought he was going to take it, but that said, going to take it there with that up tilt kill. Well done.
61% on AIV can be made back up fairly easily if he can find a hit here or there. And the spacing around that up B, almost getting the kill. Mr. L A vote of confidence here. Gets the jab lock. That's going to be the stock for sure. You see the taunts afterwards. He's feeling it right now. A full stock up on AIV.
Yeah, great confidence coming out from Mr. L. Alright, down throw conversion. Going pretty safe with the fair. Not going for anything crazy. I like that air dodge to avoid the up air as well. Can be very scary, especially for platform extensions. Like, I know, even though the Nair was nerfed at some point to reduce those Nair up air converts, there's still some other things that you can do, like up air, Nair into like back air and things of that nature. So it can be very scary, for sure.
Here's the opening for Mr. L, not able to find the thunder out of it, but 43% already dealt to AIV, make it 50 and possibly more. Oh, he wanted the down tilt, but he could not space it out properly, nearly had it. And now this is danger territory for AIV. He's got to find a way back to stage. Gets around that forward smash. Can he find a hit? No, he's pushed back off stage. The side B, gonna be able to space around the forward smash again, but the thunder conversion, and Mr. L takes game number 1.
That was a great catch on the shield. I think Mr. L was conditioning a lot of shield, making AV kind of panic, and so that prevented AV from really going for a roll option or just drifting away. And so by doing that, I think Mr. L expected no DI and just went straight for that up throw down B. Confirm.
Yeah, I think too, on top of that, it just felt like AIV was running out of options, right? Especially on the chase down. Like, once AIV got backed into that left side of the stage, into that corner, it felt like Mr. L started to slowly kind of whittle down the amount of options AIV had. And being able to convert that last thunder was massive. So a 2 stock in game number 1 makes the score 11-9. And entering game number 2, I'm curious to see what AIV does. We've seen his Ike play well before, but it feels like in this matchup specifically, it's been very difficult for him to find those kills onto Pikachu. As we await the stage selection, looks like he's ready to get back into it. Possibly. I'm curious to see where he'll take Mr. L, because I would initially think maybe a smaller stage just to force more interactions, but I feel like also that just leaves that leaves AIV open to more, combos because of, forcing more interactions. PG just has a lot of safer, quick options.
Yeah, for sure. I guess in those scenarios, it's more of like a player type of thing as opposed to like a matchup sort of deal. So I am also curious about what the counter pick would be.
Also, in these types of scenarios, going things like going to comfort picks usually seems to be the case, but we have a character switch here. It looks like Mr. L going with Donkey Kong.
I'm sorry, I heard Donkey Kong and I just came right back. Donkey Kong, very interesting.
I don't think we've seen Mr. L play Donkey Kong before, at least not on stream. So I'm kind of curious to see. And Donkey Kong also plays very differently from Pikachu.
Yeah, for sure. A lot more of a hard hitter. Big body, heavy. Very different character. But that said, Mr. L is actually doing a great job. Lines up the punch. Let's see what happens. Good back air.
I like the idea initially to cover a high recovery with a forward air, but AIV smartly staying low. There's the down B to up air. That down B in the air can combo into a lot, so I'm curious to see how Mr. L uses it. Oh, I also like that idea. That up B also, while it's grounded, has armor, so you can get some early kills off that as a mix-up just in neutral, but he was unable to space around, and AIV gonna take the first stock.
Yeah, that's the conversion that still works on heavyweights, the near to up air. Beautiful. And that's it. Cargo throw, very hard to mash out of.
You typically see, I think, a lot of Donkey Kongs go for that out of the cargo throw. They walk off stage, and instead of doing that forward throw, they do the down throw because it could possibly lead to follow-ups. But I think Mr. L just wanted the distance instead and went for the forward throw instead. And already here in the second stock, racking up a full almost 80%. Still pretty even, though, in terms of everything else. I mean, you look at the stock count, you look at the positioning, it's pretty even here.
Yeah, and I think at this percent, it can be very interesting for both characters. Like for Ike, you can go for Nair into like a back air here, dash attack if you condition them into going more aggressive. And that right there, great F tilt to do the coverage of both ledge get up and ledge roll.
We haven't seen AIV really throw out those forward tilts, so that was a smart play from AIV to clean up that second stock. That up B not going to be able to take the stock off of AIV. Going forward again, unable to do it. He'll get this cargo throw though, and a quick forward throw off of it will lead to the second stock being taken. So only a 17% deficit, both sitting pretty low here on a last stock scenario. Remember, if Mr. L takes this stock, that would be the end of set number 4, and it would give St. John's a massive lead heading into set number 5. AIV has to win this to mitigate the damage and give his team another shot.
Wow, and as you say that, a little bit of a stare down there.
I feel like Mr. L is kind of looking for an opening. He's found a lot of conversions off of those cargo throws, so I feel like he's just kind of waiting for AIV to throw out an option.
Doesn't quite get the punch. And that's it.
That was a lot of coverage there from AIV. Good stuff to just kind of mitigate the amount of options Mr. L had. And that back air able to take the stock. As you can see here, AIV, once he catches that up air, DK doesn't really have an easy way to land. And that back air coming through, getting the strong hitbox, takes game number 2 from Mr. L. So just like that, Colorado hanging around here, staying alive in set number 4. We'll have to see where they go for game number 3. I mean, good stuff to both of these players throughout game number 2. But again, I just feel like DK versus Ike is a very volatile matchup. It feels like just these are two characters that kind of beat up on each other and can abuse the more committal options of each other because they're such heavy hitters.
Yeah, for sure. There were a lot of strange interactions as well, like we saw there. Like at some point, I think a fair was thrown out, and it set Mr. L in a weird tech chase scenario. Yeah, it can be a little bit weird to have a bunch of hard hitters. I think the cool thing about this matchup is you have like a big body type of heavy hitter versus like more like disjointed type of heavy hitter. So there's a little bit of more creativity there, but yeah, it can be a little bit awkward. That said, the whole heavy hitter dynamic has changed because now we see Villager. I didn't even know Mr. L had a Villager.
I wonder if Mr. L is just kind of hitting the random button with these characters, because all three of these characters feel very different from one another. And I'm just kind of curious to see how this goes. Villager versus Ike. Villager's probably one of my least familiar characters. I know generally what Villager wants. He has a lot of those. He likes to space with those forward airs and back airs because they're projectiles. But I feel like Ike, just the raw kill power of this character might be enough to kind of even things back up.
For sure. So when it comes to Villager, I do know that both Mr. L and Pokelam are within the same crew, and so perhaps Mr. L has learned a couple things from his fellow Brent gang with Villager. What I hope to see is a lot of those niche tree ledge setups. I think those are really, really cool. I think one of my favorite things with Villager is the way in which he converts off of his late hits, like late Nair, Fair. I think that's something that I would really want to see from Mr. L. That said, though, AIV taking that stock. Let's see how Mr. L comes back from this.
82% on AIV right now, and there's that tree, not close enough to the ledge to threaten much, but again, I think he heard you there looking for that possible tree setup. Still, the Nair coming through, and look at the stage control from Mr. L. Despite the deficit, hasn't been touched this stock, and really just, how does AIV get through all these projectiles?
Oh wow, seeing that stock.
That did not look right? Like that was, oh, what a clean conversion there too. A quick 34 out of that, but it will be quickly mitigated by the up B out of shield. And this game, I mean, despite the strange interactions, it's practically dead even. Nair's gonna push AIV off, or that's Mr. L off of stage, but the up B out of shield again, the armor through some of those projectiles has kind of evened up the damage time and time again. And I think Mr. L is searching for those planted setups. Oh, the forward air nearly coming out, but the Lloyd Rocket saving Mr. L there.
That was a great Lloyd Rocket.
Yeah, that backer gonna push him off stage too. Ooh, the turnaround axe! Taking that second stock, and can AIV find a way to answer here?
Yeah, if I recall correctly, I don't think the axe stales. I could be wrong there, but I think that's one of the reasons why axe is such a great move, because it has such great power. I mean, obviously you can only use it when the tree is out, but when you have your opponent off stage, you can really set up your ledge traps, and if they make a miscue in their movement, that's where you can kind of go for those really niche kills. Speaking of niche kills, up B. Taking it.
That up B does have a surprising amount of knockback, especially at higher percents. It doesn't feel like a kill move when it hits, but it does hit like a truck sometimes. 77% on AIV though. This is going to be a tall task because, again, look at all the spacing for Mr. L. How do you get through all of this? As he's done a very good job of also utilizing that tree as an extra projectile to try and get some damage on here. 97% and only 8 dealt to Mr. L. And you can tell AIV is just kind of taking his time looking for an opening.
Oh, the down smash doesn't vary because of the armor. That was kind of funny.
This is another very awkward interaction between these two. It's just kind of felt like they both have the right ideas, but they've just kind of been mitigating. Look at the coverage, and the up smash is going to take it. Mr. L, that was fantastic stuff to take that last stock, and St. John's will have the lead entering match number 5. I feel like that last stock was kind of the epitome of the set, right? How, like, AIV, he was able to mitigate the damage, take 2 stocks off of Mr. L, But when it came down to neutral, AIV just did not have an answer for all of the projectiles that Mr. L was able to throw out.
Yeah, for certain. Oh, that was interesting. I think there was a trade there. I think what happened was the hitbox of the dash attack got delayed by the freeze frames of the tree. And so that allowed a little bit of a wonky trade where he got hit by the axe while simultaneously having that sort of delayed dash attack come out. Clanking causes a lot of weird freeze frame situations like that. It's very interesting.
Yeah, there were a couple of interactions like that, especially things like the armor on the up B canceling a lot of Mr. L's combos, it felt like a handful of times. But again, here, look at all the coverage too. Throws out that Lloyd rocket. AIV's got a space around it. Can't grab the ledge because the Lloyd rocket will get him. And then the spacing on that up smash just to catch the landing. Great stuff to Mr. L to take that set, earning his team another 4 points and entering the last set. Still anyone's game, but St. John's, they've put the pressure on Colorado now.
Yeah, certainly with that 4-point deficit. I'm curious to know what's going to go on from here.
With that, we know our last two players for this set. It is Propane Fan versus J Grunt. J Grunt representing St. John's and Propane Fan representing Colorado. Now, again, we're in another possible tie scenario. If it ends up being a tie, both teams will send in one of their players from the 5 that they selected, and the winner of that best of 3 will give them the match plus whatever points for the point differential marker that we keep track of as a tiebreaker for the end of the season. But that is all if this game ends in a tie. J Grunt and Propane Fan entering the lobby and going through their picks and bans as we speak. I don't know who these two play. I know that we've seen Propane Fan a number of times on stream, and he is usually a consistent player, usually worth a handful of points, and he's gonna have to show up big here if Colorado wants to take down St. John's. I mean, it is now the weight of the world is on his shoulders if they want the win this week.
Yeah, and on the topic of J Grunt, so J Grunt is actually a player I'm very much familiar with. A very, very strong Greninja, very high level wins, several WWR wins of his own on his resume. Very, very well established player in the Grunt gang, which is another group that Mr. L is associated with. So we're going to be expecting a lot of really nice stuff. I think Greninja in general is a very, very hype character. I think a lot of his combos and strings and movement are very aesthetically pleasing. And so I can't wait to see what J Grunt will display here. It's going to be very exciting for sure.
Yeah, and we don't often get to see a lot of Greninja on stream too, so I'll be very curious to see how that goes. As it appears that the players will be doing a button check, so we'll keep things here. But again, I mean, this is a big matchup. You know, both of these teams, they could really use these wins. St. John's and Colorado in very tightly contested conferences. Every point matters. Every stock matters. Again, we keep track of here in the EGF the way our tiebreakers work for standings in terms of tournaments is you accumulate your points over time, and that point differential is our tiebreaker in terms of seeding. So St. John's, if the score were to stand as this, St. John's would earn themselves 4 extra points onto their score and possibly pass someone in the standings, although I'm not 100% sure on those standings. But while we wait for the button check, thank you all so much for watching. Especially thank you to Dill, our producer. He's done a fantastic job with these replays. We really appreciate it. And I believe I hear the sounds of them entering. Actually, no, I believe this is the button check. So, but yes, thank you to Dill for producing. And thank you to the EGF for letting us on. This has been a fantastic stream so far. A fantastic pleasure to join you guys. If you enjoy our commentary, my name is Soy. Follow me at SoySandJSport. It's down below. Follow Z- at his Twitter. You can see him on the other camera. And yeah, and if you like our content, we've also got our other stream. Official EGF has more matches. They'll be going on, I believe, even later than we are. They've got plenty of good, solid matchups between the MAC conference, the Big East, some other independent schools. We got 3 newcomers that came in between Tennessee, Knoxville, George Washington. All good stuff. And actually, as we look down the lineup at our schedule, we've got later on in this stream, we got Fairfield versus Niagara. That's a MAC matchup that should be fun to watch. And Wichita State versus Manhattan. That will also be plenty of fun. But as we said, we are back into it here for game number 5. Again, winner of this wins the set. Jay Grunt for St. John's, rocking the Greninja, and Propane Fan for Colorado on the Bowser Jr.
Yeah, so this is going to be very interesting for the both of them. So Jay Grunt, as I said previously, I'm very familiar with. You're going to see a lot of great utility of spacing, not just through like full hopping and like jumping here and there. You're going to see a lot of great B-reversal movement, well done spacing with the back airs and the fairs. Just overall, like making the character look super, super fast. And I think that's just the greatest thing about Greninja, is you can be so creative and you can kind of like distinguish yourself from other Greninjas. So very interesting character. A little bit of lag spike, but that's all good. With a little lag switch there.
That's the nature of online play, though. It happens sometimes. The players are asked to play through it if it happens to be the case. But I'm just glad we still get to see the match, because we've had matches, unfortunately, where our server or our stream disconnects and we are unable to watch it. So I'm just glad that is not the case. But that being said, Jay Grunt off to an early lead here. Propane Fan has to play very careful, and that's not going to be a follow-up. That down tilt unable to connect into anything, and you can tell he's hunting for some of these kill options.
Yeah, down tilt is a very good move. You can combo it into like up smash, up air. If you do DI it away, it can be a little bit rough, but that's where fair comes in handy because of its large hitbox. And also, ooh, I was just about to mention that you can go for up throw at high percent. Yeah, great job.
What a clean 30% until that trade. 35 now onto Propane Fan, and that forwarder is gonna take it. So Propane Fan only down 35%. This is still very doable. In fact, he's already made it back up. What a clean conversion. Make that 52 on the board, and Jay Grunt now stuck in the corner.
Jay Grunt now keeping the pressure. Oh, jab lock
drag down into the, I believe that was the jab reset into forward smash. He's going to find another one, but surviving is Propane Fan.
Yeah, Propane Fan surviving a lot of these hits. I think the benefit of Bowser Jr. is that cart. So it's interesting. So if you hit Bowser Jr.'s head, that causes a lot more damage, if I recall correctly. Whereas if you hit like the cart that he's in, it does less. And so it's kind of interesting to see how a lot of the time Propane will start to dash back or like short hop, and instead of getting hit in the head, they get hit by like the body, and so they don't die nearly as early. So great understanding of the character, I would say. Great understanding of their attributes.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what Bowser Jr.'s like weight class as a character is, but he feels like he should be a lighter character, which is why I was so shocked that he didn't die from either of those forward smashes and that up throw. But that is the strong hit of forward air from center stage. That is going to clean up stock number 2. And Jay Grunt's got to play careful here because he's sitting at near kill percent as well. But the drag down again, he wanted the up tilt afterwards. That was a wonky interaction, forward air trading with forward smash from Bowser Jr., but Propane Fan's already eaten so much percent. This is looking really rough for Colorado.
High percent, but there it is. Greninja obviously being on the lighter end, dying to that back here. Now let's see what J-Grunt can do from here. Maybe Propane can run away with this and get some combos of their own.
We waited out that air dodge. That was dangerous, and Propane Fan sitting at a full 121%. Remember, if he loses this set, or even a game here, he'd have to play near perfect in the next two because of the way the points work. This is a massive stock for him.
Oh, the down throw and the air dodge bait, but good drift in to avoid the fair.
Not the strong hit of back here. He's going to survive, but the second one, that's going to do it. J-Grunt takes game one and put another point on the board for St. John's.
That was beautiful. I like the turnaround shuriken to ensure to throw out that back air, because obviously when you have a multi-hit like that, it's great to cover options, because sometimes if you go for a single hit move, it'll like whiff. So going for that back air was really nice, because whether you get the second or third hit or something like that, you'll inevitably get the kill. So it was great turnaround.
And with that, St. John's now up 15-10 on Colorado. And that was a nice conversion there from Propane Fan on that back air, that second stock. But the fact that it was only a one stock victory means that Colorado is not out of it, but it would take a near perfect game out of Propane Fan to battle back in this one. If they want to tie, or if they want to win, actually, if Colorado wins in regulation, they would need 2 3 stocks in order to... Actually, no, that's wrong. They need to play near perfect. They cannot afford to drop more than 1 stock in each of their next 2 matches. And that's assuming that J-Grunt just doesn't or just allows them to take game number 2. Propane Fan has certainly a tall mountain to climb. Again, a 5-point differential. This is the way that game number 1 went. I mean, J-Grunt started off his last stock while Propane Fan was at 120. That's a large deficit to make back up.
Forgive me, can you go through like a brief rundown of like the math here? So we have a 15-10. How many stocks would Propane have to keep in order to win this entire set?
So in order for Propane Fan to win, he would have to at least... The minimum amount of points you can earn in a set is 4. So he has to win by at least 2 stocks in one of the upcoming matches. If he wins this next game by a stock, the next one has to be by at least 2. And that's just in order to tie.
Wow.
So he has to at least get a 2 stock somewhere along the line for Colorado to have a chance at winning. Because you get 2 points for winning the set, and he's still down. He'd still need 2 games, and those 2 points means that he's still 3 behind on the scoreboard. So it's a tall task. Somewhere along the line, Propane Fan needs a 2 stock, and that's just to come close. He doesn't need it this match, but he will need it at some point. And that's assuming he can take another game off of J-Grunt. J-Grunt looked very solid there in game number 1. Players are entering the arena. We're waiting for the okay, and we are ready to go. We see a character switch as well. Propane Fan going with me Sword Fighter.
Interesting. I guess this is kind of like a niche counter pick. I don't know how this matchup plays out. Based on the moveset that I'm seeing here, I'm expecting a more defensive type of style to combat a lot of the shurikens that Greninja puts out. In fact, now that I'm looking at it, it kind of looks like a sort of alternate variant of the shuriken, just like a quick variation of it.
Yeah, and I also think this tends to work a little bit better because I feel like me Sword Fighter, he has all those projectiles, and Greninja, I mean, I feel like is at his best when he's in the face of his opponent and can run in and do damage, and finding a way through all these projectiles is not the easiest thing in the world. He does have those shurikens to answer occasionally, but at some point you got to go in and hit your opponent, and Propane Fan's projectiles do not make that easy.
Yeah, for sure. And just look at the end leg of the projectile. It seems pretty lagless, being able to cover from up high and below. Amazing.
It's also it's also very interesting to see like what moveset the Mii Fighter chooses to do, because I think most Mii Fighters actually take they take the up B that looks kind of like the Link up B, where it's a tornado-esque hitbox that carries you up. But instead, he's opting for the one that's directional, and he'll end up beating that first stock, but J Grunt's still sitting at a very high percent. This is still very doable.
Yeah, for sure. And you're noticing J Grunt taking a more defensive. Ooh, did you see that little movement there? He did like a little skid in the crouch.
Yeah, that was. Ooh. That was pretty clean, but I mean, isn't that? Ooh, that was a quick conversion there from J Grunt to make it a 45% lead now, or I guess 55 now onto this second stock. And now I think here's the trouble for Propane Fan. This moveset I don't think has the easiest kill setup, so you're going to be looking for a stray hit of some other move to try and clean up this stock, and J Grunt is just playing very passive. He's just kind of waiting for Propane Fan, I feel like, to make a mistake.
Yeah, for sure. I will say this, however, I do like the way in which Propane does a lot of these like rushing aerials, like Rush Nair, Bear. I like that a lot, actually.
It's certainly very threatening, and it doesn't leave J Grunt with a whole lot of options. And the coverage of all those projectiles, too, certainly make this character interesting to watch. The problem is, J Grunt's just playing very clean right now and just kind of waiting for Propane Fan to throw out, too many options and find a way to weave around them. That back air nearly killing, and you see, again, he uses that shuriken to turn his character around, and the forward are going to clean this stock up. And just like that, J Grunt up a full 2 stocks, 140%. And now, Propane Fan, this is the tallest task yet. He's got to find a way to take the next 3 stocks, as there's one off the board. But to give his team a chance, he needs the next 2. But the drag down coming in from J Grunt, already 50% on Propane Fan's last stock.
Yeah, Propane now getting that kill, obviously great. Now you can go back to the sort of projectile type of play. I would say the way to approach this is keep pushing forward with your aerials, like keep going. Don't feel a need to stand back all the time just because. And you have, I think, about 3 minutes left, and you're at this stock deficit. Like, you definitely want to tackle on some damage. So don't be afraid to go in. Just be mindful of the way you're approaching, I would say. Yeah, Propane doing a solid job of getting some good damage here.
93 on him, though, for now. And I do think you're right. Somebody's got to push the advantage with some of these projectiles. Just kind of move in and force J Grunt to do something with them. At 100%, he should be able to find a kill somewhere if he can get the strong hit of something. Gets the down tilt, catching that side B. But he'll still be able to make it back to stage, nearly following up with that forward air and can't get the grab. That was a greedy up smash, and he'll eat a lot of percent for it. So now, making it back to stage, but the forward air is going to come through the strong hitbox, and J-Grunt takes it in an easy two-stock fashion. St. John's wins the set over Colorado. I mean, this was just solid play from from J-Grunt. I mean, Propane Fan, he had his openings, and I do like the character swap despite the deficit. I just think the problem was, as you said, once those projectiles came out and started to rack up some damage, he just kind of stood there with them, right? He covered space with them, but he didn't really push his advantage with them. And that really allowed J-Grunt to just kind of sit back and wait for a mistake. And eventually just the damage had been dealt by the time Propane Fan had an opportunity to strike. So he, again, a solid two-stock here in game number 2. And with that, St. John's takes the victory, and a well-deserved one at that. They beat Colorado by a score of, I believe, 19-10. Yeah, that should be the final score. And yeah, that's how quickly things can turn in this league, right? It feels like, it was a very close set of just 14-10, and all of a sudden Colorado gets blanked in the last set, and St. John's is able to close it out. So good stuff to them for being able to close out this set. Colorado, unfortunately, unable to get their win this week. We'll see them next week. We'll see what they bring to the board. But that is, I believe, it for us, or at least for me on the casting desk. We will be back with more Smash action after this. Z, you want to take us out to break?
Yeah, this has been Z-, and this has been
Soy.
And we're going to sign off.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the EGF League. This is going to be Fairfield against Niagara, and we're hopping right into it. Joker, Luigi.
Yes.
With... Hello? Oh. Yeah, it's okay. We're going to get T-Nolds against Tev on FD of all stages. Not necessarily the best one that you would like to strike against, that you would like to go to if you're Luigi, but or if you're Joker against... What?
Okay, this is gonna be a pretty quick match right here. Wow. Okay. Quick 3-stock from Tev. I don't know, UBL. What'd you see from that matchup that really stuck out to you?
If I'm gonna know anything, I think something's wrong on the back end there, and it looks like, if I'm reading chat correctly, that there is a controller malfunction on T-Nolls' side, not having his shield button come out, which is kind of vital when you're playing a fighting game. You got to be able to block sometimes. Exactly. So hopefully we get a quick fix on that front.
Exactly. Hopefully he can get that controller going. We'll see if he goes to Pro Controller or if he's gonna just go to straight up Joy-Cons. I would say.
Oh no.
I would say if you can find a Pro Controller, please use that because it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate to lead into that, but it gives us a moment to say hi.
Yes.
Hi.
How are y'all doing today?
Yeah, welcome to, welcome back, I should say, to the EGF stream. And I guess we have the moment to talk about what you think we're going to see from both of these schools, both of these competitors. How do you feel about the matchup that's coming up and how they're going to lead into the remainder of the set?
Exactly. You know, we saw T-Nolls as Joker take the sweep, but obviously those controller malfunctions are very vital. He's going to need to replace those. And then, you know, Tevi, he's usually that Luigi player. He's not a traditional Luigi, but we see different movesets from him. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys match up with each other. Coming up, take 2. Here we go.
Yeah, I reckon to think we're still going to see, same stage, same skins even, just right back at it. No button test. Here we go.
Exactly. Luigi had a dominating performance just a minute ago. Let's see if he can get another 3-stock within 10 seconds.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I was kidding because that was literally just a control malfunction, but now he's coming out swinging already.
Yeah, that just kind of hit him with the bread and butter. Is take 2?
Exactly. He's going crazy.
Oh.
That up special. Just trying to get more of those up special combos just right off the bat. Easily taking a quick stock within, like I said, the first 10 seconds of the match. And now Joker, or T-Nolls, he's kind of in a hole. He's sticking to that counter with the Arsene. It's a pretty deadly counter, too, to get a bunch of damage off. So let's see how well he can use those combos effectively.
Man, and I see T-Nolls here trying to create some mix-up opportunities, trying to set everything up. Oh no. Okay, that's an SD on the part of T-Nolls. Already things are going just as poorly, and he doesn't even need to SD this time. Like down 3 stocks to 1. They're getting that stock though, very, very important stock to gain. But now you're already, this could be death.
Exactly, and going back to T-Nolls' second stock right there, Tev was playing the edge really, really well, so he couldn't really get off to try to recover anyway. So he was gonna edge die either way or lose that stock. Couldn't really recover, but a great recovery to get back that 1 stock.
And I think that's gonna be the ending of the game. Tino is just kind of getting a little bit overzealous with a lot of his aggression and not being equally as functional on his defensive play. Once a move would land on shield or once he would whiff, that's when everything would start to fall apart. And this edgeguard, as a finale, losing Arsene at just the wrong time and burning off his resources, that's gonna be the end of the game for pretty much every character. If you use your jump too soon, it's easy as 1, 2, 3 for a character as good of buttons as Luigi just to run off and blow you up. And so, that's the kind of the classic, the quintessential Luigi combo all on deck.
Exactly, and just the aggression Tev came out from the very start, even though the very start very start didn't count, but still in this first game right here, the actual count, you can see on that previous replay of the edge guard he was playing the ledge I was talking about earlier, just not giving T-Knowles a chance to recover. But great work from Tev, trying to just get out, starting really hot. I'm not sure if we're going to see a character change for T-Knowles. He's used to Joker a lot, so we'll see if there's going to be any new play-in, a new character coming in to try to counteract Luigi. Other than that, Niagara is up 2-0.
Yeah, it seems all right. So bans are coming in for Niagara, banning Lilat, Pokemon Stadium 2, and Smashville. All three pretty solid stages that allow Joker to stay mobile. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a counterpick character, but absolutely we're going to be seeing a counterpick stage, because when you're going against a character that can just dominate the ground as much as Luigi can, and not have tools to escape that aggression, then you're going to have a really hard time. And FD is just the absolute home for the Green Plumber.
Exactly.
With the remaining stages, I'm kind of thinking Town.
Yeah.
Town City.
That could be a good possibility to see. I mean, there's plenty of other options for Joker. I always think stages really they benefit characters very well, and as we saw, like you said, FD definitely benefited Luigi most off in this first matchup. But it's gonna be interesting to see how T-Knowles is gonna adapt to whatever stage is next to Luigi's move sets. So I can't wait to see whatever stage this is gonna be. Let's get into round 2 between these guys.
Okay, Battlefield is the pick. Now you got a lot of room to move here and vertically, much more than FD, but he gets that confirm into grab and is just looking for hard combos right from the start.
Yep, and that was dangerous. Tev could have transitioned into that up smash again, trying to get that very first stock. Maybe needed a little more damage, trying to get him back up to 80 or 90. That's enough to kill Joker with that range with that up special. But now we see T-Knowles bump up the aggression a little bit, able to get 50% on Luigi, but he's right now taking a beating. And that nasty back air from Luigi, he's going up crazy. And now
he knew he was going to be aggressive off stage, and luckily for him, Arsene didn't go away just at the inopportune time, but that'll do it. So many of these grabs so many of these shields getting caught out with just Luigi's incredible grab. You have to end the stock here. The back air was good, but not finishing it. Still maintaining his presence.
Ooh.
Oh, and that's unfortunate, and he's going to eat quite a bit of damage for it. 48 in a blink of an eye.
If T-Knowles had a little more damage, Luigi probably could have taken out another stock under that stage. Just that was a perfect, unfortunate time for T-Knowles to be under the stage.
You have to go out here now. T-Knowles, oh no, he just maintained his position despite how low Tev was going. I mean, it's probably this. He's probably losing faith in his edge guarding, since Tev looks like he's air dodging at just the right time, regardless of the timing that T-Knowles has been throwing out these back airs. Okay, good jump. Not getting too eager, looking to punish, just trying to land.
Man, it looks like he was trying to punish by jumping off the edge right there, just didn't have the opening, and now he's paying for that, trying to end a quick stop from Tev. But he's in the danger zone right now. Tev's at 131%, but T-Knowles just does not have an answer to try to get a hit on Tev.
Man, that's so many of these edge guards not coming through. He's giving away he's using a lot of resources to do it, which he needs to do. But when you can't close out stocks like this, and Tev is given the opportunities, things are not going to end up well. And he, again, he landed the fair one, but he just unable to finish finally. Now, taking at least one stock on all of these games is important. At least getting one. At least getting 1 point a game, but that's all he'll get per game as Tev closes it out with yet another 2 stock. That's
Exactly. We didn't really see, one thing I would love to see from T-Knowles is his neutral special Joker has some range. He's got the guns, especially when he uses Arson. Those guns, they have excellent power right there. So you could have gotten some distance between him and Tev, but he didn't take advantage of that. And Tev was just able to close the gap and execute those combos we saw and whatever movesets he needed, those grabs. He was able to just handle his business in this first game, putting Niagara and I believe a 4-0 lead over Fairfield, if I'm correct.
It'll be 6-0 now because that's
6-0.
also 2 points for the victory. You're not out of it quite yet if you're Fairfield, and you do have the opportunity to. You got at the very least 2 points on the board, on top of 4 sets ready and waiting. So there's plenty of opportunity to make up this ground. But an early lead is nothing that you will say no to, especially with the lineup that Niagara is sporting, having characters like Little Mac, Piranha Plant, Dark Samus, and Falco in the back. Not normally characters that you usually see across the Smash Ultimate meta, like like Dark Samus and Falco are kind of up there, but Piranha Plant, Little Mac, these are kind of unorthodox characters, so getting off to an early start is going to be huge for playing that long collective game that it seems like they're building for.
Exactly. If we're going to see Little Mac, just stick to those, just stick to the middle ground, because there's no way you're going to recover if you're flying off the edge. If you're lucky, you can get that side special, that little hook he does. I don't play as Little Mac at all, but I get beat up when I'm going up against a Little Mac a lot, so that's a good way to hit him. So hopefully if we see Flubber go with Little Mac in this next matchup, it's going to be interesting to see how he executes those combos. He's definitely one of those meme characters, I would say. Just not... People consider him one of the worst in the game. I wouldn't say he's the absolute trash worst character. He's definitely got some strength and speed that can work against other characters, and he's a little short, so if he's going against a tall character, a little tall like Joker, it's hard to hit him. So you got to stick to your attacks. That is going to work against Little Mac. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in this next matchup.
Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing Flubber. He's going to hold back a little bit, as it is Mbrock 12 and Thunder 64. So Joker, and it won't be Joker, excuse me. It'll be Ike against Piranha Plant.
Ooh, get a little heavy matchup right here. Piranha Plant has he's got some pretty good range. He's got that neutral special with the little rock, and then that deadly side smash attack. You can't get away from that. It's pretty hard to get. He's got some range on that. Ike, he's definitely one of the more popular Fire Emblem characters to play as. I know a lot of people love Fire Emblem, especially the creators of this game. But we're gonna see. It'll be interesting to see how we're gonna see Ike utilized in this game. Obviously, the counter is gonna be pretty crucial if you're going up against a ranged character, to just quickly not take a lot of damage, and then give them some extra damage as well to Piranha Plant. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. It's definitely a heavy on heavy matchup. Not the heaviest, obviously, but I can't wait to see what we're going to see right here.
And don't sleep on Piranha Plant's weight. I mean, he's up. I think he's like one or two units down from that super heavy level. So definitely heavier than Ike, though. Ike will make up for it with his abundance of raw kill power and ways to combo into it. As we see, we definitely see Thunder immediately know what his win condition is. Mm-hmm. That's that neutral air.
Exactly. Ike's got some pretty decent aerial attacks to use, the neutral air especially, just as you said. Expect to see that a lot in this matchup right here. It's relatively even right now, both as we see just 62 to 63 on percentage. Both guys are keeping their distance pretty well, planning out their attacks as well, just trying to get a feel for each other. So this is gonna be a pretty close matchup as we see today.
And pacing starts to slowly favor into Mbrock as he manages to keep holding center and catches the landing. This is why you pick Battlefield against if you have the extended range and vertical kill power like Piranha Plant. Though the eruption coming through to catch the 2-frame on on Mbrock's recovery, and now we've got ourselves an even games once more. That's a lot of damage. Ooh, not as much as you would expect, though. That Smoke Cloud racks up damage super quickly, but not getting as much thanks to a really solid mash on Thunder's part. And he gets himself a good lead.
Credit to Thunder getting out of that side special from Piranha Plant. That's a pretty hard gap to get out of. You take a lot of damage. We haven't seen a lot of counters yet, but it's still pretty early in the game. It's just two to two stocks. But now he's getting a pretty comfortable lead, as we just saw right there. You can definitely tell he's trying to get Piranha Plant to the edge. Piranha Plant has kind of a slow recovery, and if he recovers up on the stage, he just needs to use that neutral special and then just time it right, get him out of the stage.
Yeah, with the aggressive game plan that Thunder seems to be headed for at the moment, I would be surprised if we see any sort of counter come out. He's really looking for the momentum to be on his side early and often, and Mbrock is going to have to meet that pace, but he cannot with that jump getting called out. If you don't have discipline against Ike, just ready to go low, ready to mix up your recovery, then you're gonna get stuffed out early and often. And why wouldn't he want to go high? He got caught for going low earlier in the game.
That range on Ike is kind of underrated, I would say. He definitely wasn't, what's his name? Mbrock wasn't really that close to Ike. As he was trying to get back on stage, he was trying to go up more a little bit, but he just got caught in the wrong place, wrong time to just finish off the stock, finish off the first match. Very, very even, and then Fairfield gets their first points on the board. And just look at this play right here. Perfectly timed, able to just ricochet off the bottom of the stage a tiny bit, and then go flying off, take away Piranha Plant's first stock. Credit to Thunder right there getting the first win.
Yeah, while Mbrock looked like he was out to an early lead with that up smash below the platform, very expertly counterplaying a lot of the falling aerials that Thunder had been doing. Once Thunder had gotten stuff rolling and started playing at a more even level, using a lot more of the grounded moves like dash attack and F tilt, it opened up the ways at which I can just swarm you and put you in his vortex. So it's going to be very important to see where Mbrock wants to counterpick, because he'll need that center stage open if he wants to be able to maintain his aggression and, most importantly, set up the ledge trapping situations that Piranha Plant is known for, but he really didn't get to show off at all in that game one.
Exactly. It was the other way around. We saw Ike's ledge trap get put into good use right there. He had the neutral special to take out the first stock, and then that last smash attack to just finish it off right there. Ike has in my opinion, he's got a pretty underrated ledge trapping scenarios to end each game right there and end stock. So we'll see the adjustments happen in this game right here, and we'll see if what's the college called, Niagara, make a comeback and increase their lead.
And Town and City is the pick. You do get a lot more center here, and the smaller side blast zones equally will help out Piranha Plant in that quest for kills. And the jab comes through, maintaining his safety, not trying to do too much. Okay, trying to go air to air with Ike, but you're gonna get outranged by that sword. You have to start calling it out, like with that up smash.
Exactly. Yeah, the aerials definitely favor Ike over Piranha Plant, so don't go air to air. I would stick to the ground game. You have range. That up smash, that was very effective against Ike, so I would try to use one of those if I'm Mbrock right now. There it is. That's what we wanted to see right there, just that up smash. Anytime he gets up in the air, you get a little bit of range with that too. And the super armor doesn't come in for Piranha Plant in that situation, but right now it looks like they're playing a little defense, a little feeling out each other right now. Oh, and that first stock.
And just the smallest adaptations can go the furthest of ways, especially in a game in a format where every stock counts. starting to see some dash backs from Mbrock as he lands that S smash, and a little bit further drift from Thunder not to get caught by any more of these up smashes.
Exactly. And we see Thunder trying to get him back up into the air. But right now, Mbrock is in deep danger right there. Great recovery right there, getting just under the stage and having enough time to get back onto the ledge right after Ike's attack. He's going to try it again. Ooh. You see that? That almost his spike ball almost ricocheted towards his sword and almost hit him back. That was crazy.
Oh no, just a little bit too much, but yeah, he's not gonna get caught by any of these.
He knows what to expect.
Mistiming all of those eruptions though, letting him loose a little bit too early, and now he's out of percent for even down to start confirming into things like fair. He'll have to get this kill the old-fashioned way, which is just a raw, strong aerial or move in general.
And really, just Mbrock's weight, Piranha Plant's weight is really coming in clean for him. You know, we see Thunder trying to end that stock, but really he's hitting him on the opposite side of the stage where you want to try to take away that stock, because he flies to the other side, but he doesn't quite die. He doesn't quite lose that stock because that weight is just too much. It's very slept on. If your Piranha Plant's weight's just way too slept on, you gotta get him on the other side and easily just throw him behind you right here. There you go. And then he's gonna try that. Just misses. But now Ike's getting a good idea on how to try to take away that stock.
And that not killing quite yet. Ike kind of having weight of his own.
Oh!
Okay, this is a lesson called spacing right here. He knows that Mbrock wants to snipe with these up smashes. That's the trade on the Patui. All right, even game yet again, and this was looking so good for Thunder, but a little bit of momentum on Mbrock's side to bring it all the way back from like 150 to 20. Now it's basically even on this last game. Really having the opportunity to, at the very least, maintain or even widen the lead that Niagara has. But not if Thunder has anything to say about it. This could be, a little bit to a great stall from Mbrock, using the Patui in all of its facets, in all of the ways that he can, to the point where even Thunder is now just relying on Ike's solid fundamental tool set, not looking for anything too crazy. Oh my god, really? No, the
get off the stage. Get off the platform. Oh, and it looks like Thunder tried to go for that finishing spike. Yeah. Oh, just still in the range of Ike. And what a play. And just on that last stock, Piranha Plant just had no chance. Just taking too much damage. That was crazy. That almost was an embarrassing loss, but he took the loss in stride.
Man, look at all of these. Throughout that entire final stock, there was so many instances of, like, Mbrock makes it back to ledge, does neutral get up, and tries to run out of the corner, or tries to roll out of the corner, and doesn't really respect how well positioned Thunder is, making sure he's spacing out neutral get up specifically, and using Ike's wide arcing moves to cover more than one option. So as long as Mbrock didn't respect that, as he didn't in that final stock, he would just kept getting swatted off the stage over and over again, and it was only a matter of time if you're not gonna respect Ike's range.
Exactly. Watch this play right here. The spike, I thought that spike was not gonna land. This is just incredible. I thought the up air was gonna come in clutch right there, trying to take away that first spike, but I just had a very, very powerful angle and was able to, he just got the first hit. That was one of my favorite plays in the game, just the spike to end it, and the second stop for Mbrock. And now Thunder putting Fairfield in a pretty good position against Niagara to try to make this a pretty even series. It's now 6-4. Fairfield's just down 2 points, and they, with this next matchup, we'll see, I don't know which characters we're gonna see right here, but this is gonna be interesting to see how how Fairfield is going to catch up with these guys.
Yeah, I thought Tino's ended up taking enough stocks to make it 6-2 at the leading into that next set, but either way, winning that set is vital to keep this game even, as the next players that are coming up are going to be Darkat for Niagara and Train for Fairfield. So kind of a very important middle step in this set. Both players within what's basically a game of each other. And it's going to be very, very vital for how the rest of the set plays out, how many points are swung either way, and how much momentum either team can take leading into the finale of the series.
Exactly, and Train is usually a Palutena character, and then Darkkat is a Dark Samus character, so both of these guys have some range. Me personally, I would probably favor Palutena just because she has more counter abilities, more answers to Dark Samus's projectiles. I think Dark Samus is a little heavier. She's got the heavier advantage, but we'll see how this matchup plays. I could be wrong. Dark Samus could pull out a win here, but usually what I've seen, I have always seen Palutena's one of the better characters to finish off a game.
Yeah, Palutena is just one of those higher tier characters that, while she can struggle within her own tier against certain characters in these certain matchups, as characters become a little bit smaller, faster enough to keep up, and can hit her where she hurts. If she's playing a character that is not in top tier, more than likely Palutena ends up winning that matchup, and this is part of the reason why. Coverage, space, mobility, everything comes into play for Train, or everything comes into play for Palutena, and Train looks like he is, at the very least, ready to hit him where it hurts. Darkkat is on the run throughout this entire set, or throughout this entire game thus far, but he gets his opening.
Yeah, Darkkat just earlier was struggling on laying a hit on Train, but now Darkkat's trying to get back into this game. I would see a little more grabs from Dark Samus. Those grabs are very, very lethal. They got like unlimited range, it seems like, at times, and you can use them to grabs, and if you don't grab them with that, you still take damage from that, so I would expect to see that more. Oh, that's just a little unfortunate for Train. Not able to recover, just went under the stage. You hate to see it, really.
Yeah, just misangling on that teleport after the game got off on a pretty good start, but trying to play chase against the Dark Samus is never ideal. Both Samuses, as they are Echo fighters, can play this floaty keep away game better than anyone, and the charge shot, it always comes out when you least want it to. And it's back on deck once more. That could have killed. Just straight up.
Yeah, Darkkat just released the supercharged just a little too late, or a little too early. He needed to wait for Train to just get back up on his feet, and then that was when you take it. That was an easy stock, but it didn't really matter anyway. He was able to take away that stock, and now Fairfield is in a pretty big hole right now, going 3 down 2 stocks to Darkkat and Niagara.
It's kind of the exact opposite thing that you wanted to see. After winning a set, you're looking to tie things up. You're so close, only within 2 points. Even a loss by 1 stock doesn't get you too far. But an SD really put a knife into the momentum that you had gained, and 3 stocks or a 3-stock victory for Niagara, and just a dominating performance, even without the SD. Once Darkkat had gotten a feeling for the pace of the game, for the manner of stage control, as they run it right back. Okay, looks like Train is not trying to lose any sense of energy that he had going into the game.
Yeah, and Train was definitely trying to counter a lot of those attacks, but he kept missing those counters, and it just left him wide open. We saw him trying to utilize a counter with that second stock just right there, just a little too late right there, and then Darkkat was just able to make him pay, pushing him to the other side of the stage, and then able to finish him with the forward air. And Fairfield's a little bit in a hole right now, but Palutena still got a lot of movesets, so you need to figure out which move sets work best. The side special, those fireballs, you never expect when or expect where those are going to land, and then the neutral special, whatever the blue shooty laser thing, as I like to call it. I don't know what it's called.
Auto reticle.
Auto reticle.
Yeah.
That's what it is. We haven't really seen that at all in this matchup, so we might expect to see some of that.
Yeah, what makes Palutena so good against lower tier characters is that she has a lot of just immunity to quote unquote gimmicks. And while Samus isn't really a especially gimmicky character, or in this case Dark Samus, what they are is a zoner. In a pretty typical fashion. A lot of strong but linear projectiles, good movement, and solid aerials or like easy follow-ups that can link from those projectiles. Palutena plays anti-zoning incredibly well because that auto reticle is super quick. Explosive flame spawns at its location and doesn't have to clang with any projectile that's being thrown out. On top of a back air and dash attack that are completely invincible, there's many ways for Palutena to play around what Dark Samus wants to do. But if Dark Cat is playing around that and trying to bait Train into doing things, and Train is only doing bread and butter Palutena things, the one that's playing against the player is going to win every time. And it looks like Dark Cat got a very quick read on what type of Palutena Train was and exploited that to the fullest extent.
Exactly. Those were some really great points you made right there. Another thing is we saw pretty much all the stocks that came, but except for the SD, those stocks came from close range attacks and smash attacks, not really from the missiles and the supercharges from Dark Samus we would usually see. But that the neutral special for Palutena, that's a good way to close that, to get some distance in between you two if Dark Samus is playing close to you. So really just that auto radical move, whatever it's called. I just forgot it, but
Auto reticle.
we'll need it. Auto radical, but we'll see how that works. Try to close some distance, but Fairfield needs to step up its game right here.
Yeah, a very important game, and okay, we see Train doing his Palutena things, trying to charge in there with that neutral air. It's a wonderful combo starter, particularly at low percent, but if you're running into charge shots, all that damage you gain is gonna be null and void.
Yep, and Dark Cat actually just a couple seconds ago had a few wide open shots he could have had on what's his name, Train.
Train.
Yeah, just he was looking the other way and Dark Cat was behind him. He could have gotten some extra shot, used the supercharge as well, but they just kept dodging. But right now, Dark Cat's sitting comfortably with the position he's in, just using all those projectiles, dodging pretty well. But now we're kind of seeing Train use the recovery and then using a lot more dodges and defense. That's not going to help though, as we just saw that first stock kill.
Yeah, while Town and City gives you a lot of space to move and Palutena is plenty fast to do so, it also gives a lot of room for Dark Cat to start dashing back whenever he feels pressured, whenever he feels like Train will be approaching, whether it be with roll-ins or the abundance of rising aerials that Train has been throwing out. Like, all of those are easy pickings for things like forward air or, as Dark Cat has shown, a lot of charge shots.
Exactly. Not all of them landed. I just spoke too soon. That one landed, but still, not all of them landed immediately. But
Yes.
we need to see more charge shots go in. Another mistake by Train, not timing the counter correctly to get some damage off right there.
But meanwhile, Dark Cat kind of timing his own offense correctly, really putting on the pressure with the sweet spot back airs, the mini charge shot to stuff options, and baiting out the shield in order to punish the end lag that Palutena does end up putting herself in when she commits to a big area like that. But that's okay. That's a solid roll read on Train's part, kind of a preemptive read even at that. A little bit of life. That neutral is the start of apparently nothing.
Maybe. At least, well, we definitely won't see a 3-stock at least, and I think Train's got to feel a little bit good about that.
Yeah.
And that charge shot comes right in at the perfect time, and now we're just like that. It's on to the next. Definitely didn't look good for me, as I originally picked Palutena to win this, but it's all good. It's all good. Hats off to Dark Cat using those range attacks to his advantage, and then really just perfectly timed attacks as well. We saw Palutena being left open after a counter, and then Dark Cat just took the punishment, or gave some punishment to Train in order to give some heavy damage and then just finish off the stocks.
Man, and we saw basically the stock get taken between the third and the first in the exact same way. Look at here. This is the roll read on Train's part. But either way, Darkat had played the game where he wanted space and wanted as much of it as possible.
Yeah.
He would roll back a ton and he would jump away so much. And the pick of Town and City really helping him out, despite it being Train's counter pick, because there's so much center stage that he can rely on. Empty back, fire, charge shot was the bane of Train's existence as they just looked to push forward with reckless abandon and got punished for it basically every time with 35-40% charge shot to the face. That, like, you can barely take 2 of those a stock, let alone the 3 or 4 that had found its mark in each one of those games.
Exactly. And the one, I'll comment on Train's one stock he was able to take. That was perfectly well timed. I think Dark Cat was expecting to be behind Train after that one stock, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be because Palutena's attack was just range right there. That was the only sign of life we saw, but other than that, Dark Cat had the better timed attacks, better controlled stage control, and was just able to take this matchup and then just put it away rather quickly, I think.
And speaking of put it away quickly, it looks like Niagara is trying to make sure that this game has the final nail in the coffin, as we might be, with Fiction coming up for Niagara and 4, or IV, coming out from Fairfield. This is set up to be a Falco Ditto, and depending on how this game goes, Niagara can make it unreachable for Fairfield in the final stretch.
Oh boy, this is gonna be confusing. Falco versus Falco. I'm going to lose track. And look, the jackets are different. This is gonna be hard to track. So
luckily they have names over their heads, so we can at the very least rely. Oh my god.
I don't know about you, UBO, but I'm picking Falco. I don't know who you're picking.
Do we have red bird, green bird, blue bird? One fish, two fish, red bird, blue bird.
Exactly. And I'll put down $1,000 once again. Falco will win this game. If you wanna challenge me on that, put it in the chat. We'll see how this goes. But looks like, okay, I'm just gonna call Fairfield purple and then Niagara green, because that's the attacks we got. Right now, it's in the favor of Niagara, all with Fairfield or IV just almost in 100% range. And we're gonna see a bunch of aerials just like that to take away the stock. And that from both ends, I expect, because Falco's aerials are just super deadly, and then his juggling ability, as we just saw right there. This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. Obviously, Falco is going to win either way, but it's going to be... We're seeing Niagara use the aerials and juggling ability way more effectively than Fairfield right now.
Absolutely. Oh my, some of these combo strings have been potent to say the least, and deadly to say the worst if you are rooting for Fairfield. Look at just the marksmanship on Fiction's part for Niagara. It looks like a very pristine and practiced Falco, but this can be kind of the relationship of Dittos, especially in a character like Falco, where you're playing a whole lot of it. Oh no, the trade!
What happened?
So, down air traded with the up B on Falco's part. So
yeah, that was just insane. I just couldn't tell who died first. That was really my only thing.
Either way, both did, which is a good at the very least on the part of Fairfield, but he's got to get something going.
Exactly.
All of these up tilts are really eating his approaches alive. While advantage can be met with advantage, and Falco does an excellent job of comboing any character, including his own weight class. If you're not able to land those starters, then it can just kind of be a wash and it'll be over rather quickly. So amazing weight on Fiction's part. He's ready to end this now in a 2-stock if he gets the chance. 103's prime position for one of these combos, or just the run-upper with the up smash, anti-airing what he knew was gonna be a aggressive landing coming out from 4 or IV, either one.
It's pronounced IV. I think it's pronounced IV.
Excuse me.
It's all good. But no, one thing I noticed is Fiction really relied on the up tilt, and anytime IV tried to get close to him, he would just get caught up in that up tilt, and then Fiction just started juggling and then transitions into those combos. Those are pretty common combos to try to get into if you're playing Falco. He's got some pretty good combo moves, specifically in the air. We didn't really see this aerial a lot. Also, here's this replay. Let's see if I can get a better look. A spike, and then he tries to go down for that spike. Honestly, that just wasn't quite a good move because, you know...
I disagree. It was a very solid move on... Wait a minute. Fiction was the one that went for the spike, right?
Yeah, well, I was just saying, just poorly timed, I would think, because IV was already in the Firebird mode, and just if you try to go in too late, then it's just gonna be quite punishing, I feel like. But I mean, it paid off either way, so you make a good point
taking stocks is what inevitably really matters. Is they
little trash talk back and forth through the taunts already. I like that.
Just mirroring the opening and giving each other a sporting word. As it looks like Fiction is ready to pick up exactly where he left off, but up tilting the wrong way means that combo is cut off prematurely, and it looks like Fairfield has a chance to get some life back into their gameplay.
But exactly. Just trying to
Fiction's not letting up.
Yeah, IV was interrupting some combos just as you said earlier, but Fiction immediately just recognized it and tried to transition back. That's what he does pretty well, is just recognize when there's some combos about to be broken, try to get out of it, and then just reset. And it's still kind of an even match right there. So just 90 to 97, now 109 to 97. First stock, it's gonna go back and forth either way. IV already playing out a little bit aggressive already, trying to adjust better. And we'll just see how it goes right here. Who's gonna get this first stock?
Yeah, first stock can be vital in any form of ditto. And there it is for Fairfield. Okay, so a little bit something of going for them. Spot dodge up tilt, kind of the classic, though his combos don't seem to be as practiced as Fiction's. No, he's too high.
Exactly. He had the right idea, taking a page out of Fiction's book. It's like he was looking right in the mirror, trying to get the juggle, and then that's probably gonna punish him right there. He can't recover. That was a good up recovery from.
And if you trade there, as you did in the previous game, then you're in a very, very solid spot for Fairfield. Up a whole clean stock. It's like classic bird ditto up tilting at each other respectfully.
High feather, or high wing, as I like to call it.
Here comes the down tilt mix-up. Falcon can start a combo with anything, but when you're in the process of just like trading single hit for single hit or one combo for one, okay, Niagara looking for some spice, then the player or the team with the lead will inevitably take that game. And so wait a minute.
Parry.
Oh wait, this is 2 stocks to 2. I thought this was way in a much different position than I thought. This is a whole even game now.
This is a very even game, especially with the percentages and the stocks. And IV just really recognized, he really came to play this time. He recognized what combos was gonna come out with Fiction. Easily expected to, because they're playing the same character. So he knew what to expect, and can he use what Fiction's bringing and then just turn it against him. But now it's tie game, basically just 1-1. Will Niagara close this, or will Ivy and Fairfield just stay in the game, trying to keep alive, trying to make a bounce back recovery and win?
Yeah, it's really going to make a difference here, based on how much Fairfield can take any single hit, because he knows that Fiction has been ready to string together up tilts and up airs and down airs all across the stage, but Ivy has not shown that same level of dexterity on these combos, and now he's getting a little bit outpaced.
Exactly, and now we're seeing some range
That's a
going
huge
up.
parry.
And yeah, Fairfield's not looking good in the percentage range, and now we see Fiction just kind of plotting out his next move, basically waiting for Ivy to just make a mistake.
Even with the spot dodge, the up tilt comes through. Both of them are at death percent. Falco, not known to be the heaviest of characters.
Ooh, that was almost close.
Early.
Oh, and just the back air, just to punish. IV almost had it. He's just took the forward smash too soon. Almost, he just needed to either close in a little bit more or wait for Fiction to draw close to him, and then he would have had that win. But no, it was just going down, bring him up to the air, give him the little back kick, and now Niagara increased their lead even more. But hats off to Ivy, he put up a fight.
Yeah, amazing game 2 from both players, but when it came to just knowing when to strike and not necessarily knowing what to do, Ivy looked like he was pulling the trigger on a lot of moves, on a lot of options, just a little bit too soon. So he was, especially on that final stock, he was looking for the roll, so he committed to the dash back F smash immediately. And Fiction, who was waiting on ledge, knew that neutral getup was a perfectly safe thing to do, since he'd already seen him dash back. So it just Fiction, good stuff on Fiction's part to keep his head in the game, keep it close despite losing his stocks first twice over, and he nets himself the set win. And what is it, like 15-4 now? This is well out of reach for Fairfield to come back. But even if you're not playing for the win, you can still play for pride, as Nani looks to rep. Yes, Nani, question mark, exclamation point, looks to rep Fairfield against Flubber in this final game.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting matchup to see. Nani is a Joker, I believe, and then we talked about Flubber being that little mech character right there. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Instinctually, I would pick Joker instinctually, but my pick was wrong before.
Tier lists would agree with you.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad someone's taking my side. But honestly, Joker has some pretty decent attacks. Both characters notably have some pretty big speed advantages, but I think Little Mac's attacks just pack a little more weight into them. And if you get caught up on them, it's gonna be a pretty big trouble right there. And then obviously the KO punch he can use if you have the right amount of percentages. That's going to be pretty crucial for Flubber to use. However, Fairfield's just looking to get more points so they don't totally get blown out, and see what they got going up next week.
Smashville will be the pick. If you're looking at this from a purely matchup perspective, then Joker has every means to just never interact with Little Mac. Unfortunately, Joker's kit, barring Arsene, is not exactly the best at keeping people, or keeping character, how do I put this? Invalidating characters. While he can run circles around them, he can sometimes have a little bit of trouble killing. So he'll have to rely on these edge guards, but as long as Flubber keeps his recovery routes in ways that Joker can't easily touch, or at the very least stuff that Nani has yet to see before, because, I mean, there's not many Little Macs, then he can have a pretty good time coming back to stage. Man, The counter was primed for the punish, but he didn't pull the trigger.
Flubber's just speeding around the stage. So is Nani a little bit. Now we see him in Arsene mode. The percentage still favors Nani, but we see KO punch for Flubber. Let's see if he's gonna use it right there. And oh, missed it. Just a miss. But now it's gonna be hard to recover, and the first stock is in favor of Fairfield. And now this is why I don't pick Little Mac a lot. But at the same time, I'm not a fan of fighting Little Mac too, because I just mess up all the time.
Little Mac definitely is known to punish mistakes, especially if he plays the ground game like this. Flubber has not been jumping if he can help it, instead choosing to dash across the stage and only using it for like little mix-up purposes if he can. But as long as Nani has this lead, then he can play the top platform. He can play to Joker's strengths, which is moving, falling super fast, accelerating in various directions, and using the gun to slowly pick away at Flubber's patience.
Exactly. Right now, we just see Flubber just running back and forth, waiting for a hit, and there it was right there, tying up the game right now. But still, Nani's still in control for the percentage-wise, and now we see a little KO punch. We'll see if it's going to be used. No, it's just KO just has not worked for Flubber.
Yeah, being able to rip away the KO punch by just sending Little Mac into tumble, namely with that forward throw on the ledge, that's keeping that X factor off and maintaining your own as Arsene makes his appearance. Now everything is going right for Nani in this first game.
Yep, he's given some Fairfield a little bit of pride for them, and he's now sitting really relatively comfortable now. He's 32% only with 2 stocks, while Flubber's still fighting to keep that very last stock. And that almost was a disastrous attempt of recovery. Good thing Flubber was able to get back on the ledge. This is with danger of being Little Mac, though.
Oh, the armor's right through, but the down smash whiffing completely. All right, there's definitely the chance here, but man, Flubber gives up a lot of space with these dashings relatively quick. Wow, he died. Holy.
Wow. Even game. That's what's very lethal from Lil Mac. You know, you just let your guard down a little bit, gets a little grab, lands an attack right. This could be lethal right here if he just lands his KO punch.
Please get on. Oh, he got it. He got the down tilt, but it looks like he didn't even expect it for it to hit, and Arsene comes in at just the right time.
Yeah. Oh, that's so unfortunate not seeing a KO punch to end the game. What a treat that would have been. But, you know, Nani just came to play very well, favoring the Little Mac advantage. Arsene just, as you said, he just came out at the right place at the right time. That counter as well, giving a bunch of distance in between him, not letting Little Mac recover, or not even giving him a chance even. And right now, Fairfield getting something to look up to right there, with Nani getting some wins.
You need space. Nani looked like he was concerned. He was looking like just very, very stressed at the end of that game. Once he saw KO punch was online, he was on his final stock. Yeah, you can't try and grab that.
Exactly.
It's way too much shield stun on Little Mac F smash. But he looked like he was very, very stressed at the end of that game. Just so much going poorly, a lot of damage racking up. If Flubber had connected the down tilt KO punch like he was unlike what he looked ready for, then we could be heading into a completely different game too. Alas, Nani is able to take that, at the very least put another point on the board.
Exactly, and we're gonna see this matchup again. This is gonna be
PS2.
This is gonna be great. And this is Pokemon Stadium 2, not PlayStation 2. I've had to be reminded of that several times for some reason. But
unfortunately, there is no representative of the PlayStation 2 in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Nintendo
yeah, I don't
Switch.
think Nintendo would be very happy representing another console within their console. But I don't know. Well, you never know. Sakurai likes to pull out some random characters all of a sudden.
I mean, I guess you could cite the banjo reveal as something or another, but that's neither here nor there. And Flubber has decided, hey, I'm gonna ledge trap this stock. I'm gonna keep Nani at ledge and utilize all my crazy damage output and the counter in the proper times. All right,
Back
counter
and
for counter
forth
though.
right there. Is he gonna land the KO? Nope. We already know. Oh, but that little down hook, I like to call it the down hook, just able to get out, and now he gets the first stock. He's already coming out aggressive. He's letting Fairfield know, look, we're still the champs, and here's the reason why. I should say winners, not champs, but you know what I mean.
The victor.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Parry on jab 1, but and these neutral techs are gonna get punished by every single time. Little Mac has plenty of speed in order to manage these tech chases.
That counter, I'll tell
That'll
you
do
what,
it.
he's done this
Pretty big.
the second or third time. I'm not sure. I lost count of how many that was, but that counter, that's definitely against the right character, a really, really good ledge guard, and we've seen that today. And I'm impressed of how they use that. You got to like go over the stage and not try to recover from under if you don't want to get hit by that counter.
Yeah, Tetrakarn is and Makarakarn have their benefits and have their downsides, but their downsides are completely overwhelmed by the fact that it's just a absolutely massive hitbox that comes out, and with strong individual attacks like Little Mac that you're throwing out all over the place, you can counter those recoveries and counter plenty of landings. Oh, that's KO punch on deck. But
It ain't gonna happen. We've seen this before.
There it is. Okay, he got the grab a little bit too early, and that's kind of been Nani's answer for a lot of the KO punch stress that he experienced in the previous game. Like, if I can just get a grab, that'll automatically throw him into tumble, and the angle, okay, the lack thereof coming out from Flubber as he's unable to make that recovery, but 1-1. This game could end here. Oh, okay.
It's a pretty good hit right there.
Down throw forward air. Okay, leaving a little bit of damage on the table. Down throw forward air does combo into dash attack if you do it correctly, but he's been playing the space game, and okay, solid read on the F tilt, reading the roll and getting a little bit more off of that. Starting to swarm a little bit.
Oh man, that grab's a little bit lethal right now. Flubber just needs to make something happen. He's down a significant number of damage. Unless he's trying to get that KO punch he wants. Let's see. He could have had it there, but decided to go with the down smash.
Get on that platform and do not get off. If you're not, no, you got off the platform, and guess what happened?
It was a KO. And this time, Flubber finally lands the punch, going to a game 3. This is going to be exciting now. This was just perfect, and it, just as you said, keep on the platform. He was just playing that well. Other than that, maybe I don't think a counter would help really. He would just probably break through it. I'm not really familiar with the Joker Lil Mac matchup, so I wouldn't know if the counter would.
So
it.
Fun thing about KO punch is that it goes through shield.
Mm-hmm.
So normally it has odd properties. I do believe the counter would counter it, but as it goes through different forms of block, then things like Rebel's Guard, the non-Arsene version of down B, as well as just normal shielding, will go right through that. Joker has an easier time evading things because of his movement, but Nani had been quite frequently stagnating that movement in order to commit to things like the IHA or Aegon, and not really utilizing one of Joker's best tools, instead committing to a lot of early landings, a lot of shield grabs that prevent Joker from moving, which is his main advantage in not only just this matchup, but any matchup. He can move with the best of them, but if you let Little Mac run all over you, then that's going to happen.
Yeah, and we just saw right there, he tried to stick with the shield on that last stock taking. That was definitely just a mistake. If I was Nani, I mean, if you tried the counter, you might as well try it. I mean, you don't really have anything to lose, really, because if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, it's still going to a game 3 either way. Almost could have put yourself in a position to win, but it's either way, just game 3, no characters changed. And now, let's see if Fairfield can get one last win just to get more points, or can Niagara just increase their lead and just walk away with a dominating victory?
And he's running it back to Smashville. I mean, the stage did a lot for him prior, but will it be enough as we see immediately a whole lot more commitment to just dash back, single shot, and a good way to land Rebel's Guard is something that Little Mac doesn't really have much of an answer for besides, well, grab. But if Little Mac is grabbing you, you will take that every day of the week.
Exactly, and we see him just running back and forth a lot, using his speed. We saw that in the very, very first matchup too. It was like blinding lights and just trying to keep up with where he is, especially when you're the color of just a bunch of green lines. And, get a little bit of damage right there, just couldn't quite finish and try to recover. That would have been a good place to try to use that KO punch.
Aerial KO punch doesn't kill, but it does offer a lot of...
This is not looking good. But let's see if he... I don't know. Don't count him out yet. It's still one stock. He's still relatively low if he just plays his cards right, keeps some distance.
He's not going to be quite low anymore. That damage is going to rack up quick. 58, 60, ending at and 71 and climbing. It looks like Nani is taking the SD momentum in stride. S-Smash will stuff him out, and Flubber not giving up quite yet, but it's not looking as good as it had been.
Yeah, the best
prior.
bet for Flubber, if he wants a chance to try to stay in this game, use your speed, just run around, try to make him miss, and keep making him miss. It's gonna be hard, but he's done right here.
Yeah,
not
he
even
did not have his jump.
Not even a chance to get a KO punch in. Obviously, I don't know if the stage would have done him a lot of big favors. We saw him not use the stage as well as he did the last game. But honestly, it was just the recoveries, and that's just the curse of Little Mac, just not being able to recover well. You just get a good aerial hit on him, send him flying, and then that's all you have to do. You don't even have to make any extra damage. His recovery will do the rest for you to try to just take away another stock.
It's kind of the bane of Little Mac. Like, you have a lot of stuff going for you, but you have a lot of stuff going for you if people don't really know the matchup and if they don't know like proper counterplay. It looks like Nani, despite losing game 2, Nani looked just a lot more prepared for what type of Little Mac Flubber was going out with, and managed to put together his offense and his defense a lot more pristinely in that game 3, resulting in the first and only 2-stock on Fairfield's part. Either way, though, that is a W on the board for Niagara, and we're going to be getting one of their players that we just saw, Flubber, as for an interview. So if we could just get them in the call, then we can start that interview right now.
Exactly. Don't go too far real quick. We'll be right back with Flubber.
Oh, there he is.
Actually,
or there he should be. He's currently muted.
It's all good.
Oh, nope.
While we try to figure it out, we'll probably take a quick break, as I said 5 seconds ago. Maybe. Or not. But either way, just don't go anywhere real quick. We'll get Flubber interviewed right here. And so, yeah, stick around. UBL, take it away.
Hello again, everybody. I think we got all of those technical difficulties worked out. So here we are. Here we do have Flubber from the winning team of Niagara. So I guess easy question to start off with. How do you feel about the really solid showing your team has put up in this set? What is that? I think 4 2-stocks going your way. How's it feel?
It's actually pretty nice. We've been on the lower end of the spectrum for the Smash scene in the EGF for quite a while now. So getting to have a little bit of that glory it's kind of nice. It was a good game with Fairfield. They put up a good fight. And hopefully we take some more stocks of that in the future. But it was nice to be on the opposite side of the end of the spectrum.
Yeah, and Flubber, your character is Lil Mac. A lot of people would look at Lil Mac and be like, huh, he's kind of a hard character to master, not really the best. But you, even though you didn't technically get the win, you were able to get, a win in the match, and you show some flashes of Lil Mac. Just take me through like what you see in Lil Mac that really works for you.
I think Little Mac, there's a lot of things about Little Mac that he has going against him. I know there's a lot of people who look at Little Mac and say, oh, he's low tier, oh, he's unhyped. And you can't really deny those factors. Little Mac has a lot of stuff working against him. I think a good Little Mac player can be pretty exciting to watch. I don't personally consider myself to be a good Little Mac player, but I want to give a big shout out to Nani, because I feel like he really stepped it up in that last game with the reads and what I was doing. My teammates were sitting next to me like, you need to stop getting up on the ledge, doing neutral get up. I'm like, I know. And Nani was just catching me out and all of that stuff. I think Little Mac has potential that is still untapped. I'm not even close to kind of reaching what the potential is. And I think that's a big part of what makes Ultimate the game that it is that any character, if they really want to shine at this level of play that we're at, it's possible. People can do it. They just got to be willing to put in the work. So yeah, I figured, pulling out Mac tonight might be a good time. And although I didn't take the win, I give Nani my fullest congratulations, because that was a good set.
Excellent.
Yeah, I completely agree. The range between characters is as small as it's ever been. So you can succeed with the best, or you can succeed with the worst. Either way, it's just a matter of work that you put in. Speaking of, how much work have your team been doing over the past couple weeks? You said you're close to the bottom of the spectrum, but there's still plenty of time left in the season to get your ship into working order and headed in the right direction. Do you think your team has anything really specific that you need to work on, or is it just individual, just getting better on an individual level will make your team overall better?
I think everybody has kind of got a little bit of both to do, to be honest. We're all still in the realm of mastering our characters. Little Mac for me is not really a character I've played a lot of in the past. I've been a Link main historically. So I know that I have to do some work with the character and kind of figuring out what's going to be happening and things like that. But I also think that we just need to kind of keep working together as a team. We kind of showed tonight that when we want to be, we can be, a force to be reckoned with. And hopefully what we keep doing in the league to come is we just keep showing that up. Keep climbing up the ladder, keep finding our way to get bigger and better over time. We're gonna step up there. We're still a fairly young organization here at university, so we're not the most flesh and well-rounded yet, but we're working it out. We're gonna get there. We're gonna be one of the top dogs one of these days, and it's just a bit of a grind each day,
The grind never quits.
Exactly. That's all the questions for me. Do you have any others, UBL?
No, I'm stoked to see where you take this team and where the team finds themselves in the coming weeks. A lot of stiff competition in this league, but if even the quote unquote lower seeds of the tournament can put up fights like this, then I'm ready to see what guys can do.
I'm excited for it too. I think the future is bright for all the teams in the EGF, including NU Sports and everybody else who we're competing against. So best of luck to everybody.
And best of luck to you and all of your teammates, especially. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, you guys have a great night.
Awesome, Flubber. Thank you.
Yeah, no Tom.
All right. You can do it.
And in other words, we'll just as we wait for the technical stuff to get away.
There
we're
it
gonna
is, there it is,
have
there it
we're gonna
is.
have Wichita State go up against Manhattan College here just a second. So stick around. You're not gonna want to miss it. So don't go too far.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the EGF League. We got ourselves the next match set up for you, as both players are in the arena and just settling out stage pick and all of that good stuff. It's going to be Wichita State against Manhattan College, and I'm joined by South Beach Flame.
Howdy, howdy. Thank you, UBL. And even though on the bottom it says Fairfield versus Manhattan, it's actually Wichita State. We just saw Fairfield play the last game against Niagara. Unfortunately, they were defeated by Niagara, but right here we're going to see an awesome matchup between these two schools. It looks like we're starting off with Lenny, and this is a hard name to pronounce. Rizaluka. I'm just going to say Rizaluka.
Rizaluka.
One of those names. Yeah. Either way, I'm just going to call him Rai. But
yeah, that works.
I hope he's okay with that. But this is going to be an interesting matchup to see in the beginning. I can't wait to see what these two schools have in store with each other. Rizaluka, that's how you say it. He's usually a Joker or a Ness character. Both of those guys are very, very, very skilled. I always place bets on how many PK fires we see anytime a Ness player enters the game. And then if you were watching the last game, we saw a lot of Joker. We saw Joker twice, but it's going to be interesting to see how Wichita State counters one of those two characters.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be prepared for a lot of multi-character threats, as 3 out of the 5 members of Manhattan's lineup play at least 2 characters, perhaps even more. So there's gonna have to be some not only mid-set adaptation on a normal level of like, wow, my opponent is playing like this and I have to do this to counter it, but you'll have to completely change up your game plan if they switch from a heavy a speed-centric character like Joker to a more floaty, punish game-oriented brawler, quote-unquote, like Ness. And the same thing will go for across the entire team. So it's really going to put a test to Wichita State's versatility as they go into this set.
Exactly, and we're actually going to be seeing There It Is for Wichita State first, and then Lenny will be coming on the stage eventually. But first off, it's going to be There It Is versus Rizaluka, and it's going to be quite a treat to see which character he's going to play as. I can't wait to see
My
this
money's
matchup.
on Snake.
Snake would be good. He's got a lot of good range attacks. Those grenades are very deadly. You don't know. I've seen snakes to they hold their grenades and then just place them instead of throw them. That's going to be an interesting tactic if we see that. Though one thing that you got to be careful of is not get caught up in your own explosions. If you're Snake, that's pretty hard to do. But either way, he's still a very lethal character. Unless you're recovering on stage, then those explosions will happen.
Yeah, Snake's array of special moves on his equipment, as it's probably better put in the case of Snake, is meant to be quite multifaceted. And while those grenades are great and terrible in a lot of their damage dealing ways, Snake can take a lot of damage from his own stuff. Oftentimes, if Snake is trading with the opponent, if the grenade is blowing up both him and his opponent, then Snake's actually winning in that instance, because Snake not only being a lot heavier than majority of the cast, but those explosions give him ample time to use his surprisingly solid aerial and up-close frame data to combo off those trades and net himself even more damage. How he's... of course, this is all theoretical. We don't actually know if he's going to be playing Snake, but maybe.
Either way, I think we'll see a Snake either way, even if he does or doesn't play it. But right now, it looks like they're still striking, so it'll be just a second. In fact, I think they're going to be restriking. But right now, we're going to get to the matchup pretty quickly. So just bear with us just a couple seconds. In the meantime, if you guys didn't realize, there was a new Smash character announced in this week's Nintendo Direct.
Oh, there was.
And yeah, so honestly, UBL, what are your thoughts on Pyra, I believe it is?
Pyra and Mithra.
And Mithra.
I've never played Xenoblade, either of them, but they seem like a pretty neat character, going with the idea of like almost like a stance change kind of idea, like between Calm and Wrath. If anyone has played Slay the Spire, like you use Calm for neutral and Wrath to kill. Either way, though, we got a different variant of the stance change idea coming in with Joker, as he plays his neutral, he plays his game. And when the going gets tough, he turns on the Arsene and really makes the opponents pay. Let's see how he does against a Link, as opposed to Snake on There It Is' side. There It Is' side. And,
yep.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, that was pretty interesting first stock taken. Just used the bomb, and I think Raizo was just a little bit threatened by it and just took the stock in stride. An early lead from Wichita State. That was incredible. That was just incredible first stock take.
Yeah, not only is Joker's main weakness, despite his array of incredible tools, he can get edge guarded pretty easily. It's just in different ways depending on which mode he's in. If he has Arsene, you're looking to catch those on stage recoveries and try and hit him when he's on ledge. But if he only has the grappling hook, then tools that linger around the arc of where he will come up to ledge from snapping it with the grappling hook, those will be where you want to strike, with lingering aerials, or in Link's case, all of those items. Wow,
Exactly.
Okay, he buffered F smash there. This man was really trying to swing.
Man, I'll tell you what, There It Is
Could've killed
really
him.
relying on those bombs, not just for the attack, but we just saw earlier just the recovery. That was a great recovery from him, by the way. And
He's dead again.
look at that. His bomb placement is just incredible. Just placing him directly downwards onto the ledge, not letting Raizo just recover. Raizo Luca, that is. And I'll tell you what, Raizo Luca's really struggling to get that first stock. I spoke too soon. There it is. Just got, pun intended. There it was for the stock.
Yeah, who? There it is.
Nice.
And he's doing plenty of bomb play. Link is arguably the most flexible of the Link trio, of all three of them, as the remote bomb gives him a lot more access to a special interactions that none of the other Links really gain. Being able to spawn items and use the item throw frame data is not something characters in a competitive setting get to utilize as much. But Link can spawn bombs on a whim as long as they're not on stage, and detonate them just as quickly. This will be important. What a high recovery. Just amazingly quick option from There It Is, trying to get past the counter that he knew was coming.
Yeah, and a great recognition from Raizo. He knew that There It Is was trying to catch him with that recovery, and he just immediately flew down below and then was able to recover from that. So easy avoidance right there. Trying to get this match evened up, but it's not looking too good for Raizo. But he's definitely not out of this game yet.
Yeah, if there's anything Joker can do, he can whittle away at characters just like any other like spacing, like zoning type character can. With his gun and IHA, he can really put on the damage, and when Arsene comes to play, this is where he wants to find those kills. But man, Raizo has really thrown out this counter quite a bit, but there it lands finally for what feels like the first time. 114-0. You're playing catch up with this Arsene, which isn't necessarily the greatest use, but it will work nonetheless as long as you can get one grab. 27.
Exactly, and we see There It Is trying to avoid, keep his distance and waiting for Arsene to go, and he takes the first victory just with holding on to one stock. Well, this was a pretty even matchup nonetheless, but There It Is came to play a little before Raizo did, and now they have the lead.
Yeah, it's kind of kind of a shame that's what he was trying to do, while Raizo looked to be aggressive at a shield and tried to get something started and utilize Joker's very variable advantage to make something happen. As the bomb is just gonna interrupt Tether's better, like one of the best tools in the game. Period.
And also,
at doing so.
Also, that bow and arrow, I didn't see that before on that very first stock. He used a little bow and arrow to get him away from the stage. That's something I missed before, and that was that's a move you don't really use on the stage to try to like put him away up close, but that was a great read, great use of the bow and arrow to just get some distance between Raizo and the stage.
Every tool has its purpose, and Link's got plenty of tools that he can use. I'm trying to think of ways Raizo can really try to turn this around, because it looked like he was doing perfectly fine in the fundamentals of the matchup, particularly on stage, but off stage is where he got blown up pretty frequently. And you lost right here because you're playing aggressive at a shield, which isn't inherently flawed, but you're doing so without respecting Link's own out of shield game. Things like Nair and up B are incredibly powerful, or in the case of up B, very deadly.
Exactly. And on that previous replay, we saw he used the counter when Link was trying to recover. I think that would be a pretty that's a good way to easily get a stock taken away. It would take away Link's range of recovery, and obviously he's got to hit him in order to recover, but if you use that counter just perfectly as he did before, that's just an easy way he can get a stock taken away. So it's a pretty even match, as we see. Wichita is only up 1-0 in this first game instead of like a 2 or 3-0. So Manhattan's still in this game. We got to see how Raizo can answer in the second round.
Yeah, be very important to try and shore up a lot of the stress that he endured against for Raizo against his item play. He was looking to try and counter hit every single opportunity that he could, and Joker's best tools, all of them involve mobility, and shield is the antithesis to that. He does not play very well aggressively out of shield, so trying to counter hit in a situation at the end of game 1 kind of showed that weakness to the full world, on just on display. Like you can hit Joker's shield and he'll have trouble trying to hit you, barring the move. But if he gets out of there and resets neutral, then we could still be in game 1. So
exactly. This is going to be it's going to be interesting to see how Raizo adjusts in this next game, because he was still very much in it, and just as you said about transitioning out of shields, or like hitting out after shields or whatever along those lines, we didn't really see efficient defense in that last game from both parties. So it's going to be interesting to see the defense that we see in this game, if we see more of it, because it was definitely a lot of offense back and forth. We saw some shields not put to the best use, and then a few dodges here and there, but we'll see how both teams respond in this next matchup.
Yeah, and Battlefield being the pick, Link can have some pretty neat setups here involving, of course, what else? The remote bomb. But from what I saw of Raizo Luca, he's very much interested in the vertical combos. That's what he looks like. He'll be trying to set up with some of these up tilts and getting plenty of grabs to go along with it.
Oh!
Wow, okay, what a call out.
Not even, only 30 seconds went by and the first stock goes to Manhattan College. Really already seeing some better aggression off of Raizo. Already trying to get some higher damage right there. Right now, there it is, already taking that answer, giving only with 15 damage, but if he can get past Arsene here, he can get a kill off.
only getting the sour spot of the spin attack. A lot of up tilts coming out from Raizaluka. Got to be careful. It's one of the more committal moves in Joker's arsenal, as he is committed to this game plan. He got the first stock in pretty spectacular fashion. So now he can force There It Is to play at his pace, whether he likes it or not.
Exactly, and there's that bomb again. Oh,
Three for three when he goes for that.
yeet.
Raizo is going to have to find a way to circumvent that strategy, because if it just keeps working, well, what that... Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
All right, well, silver platter.
There it is. There it went. But just going back to the stock before that little SD malfunction right there, that was just a plain old yeet, as I like to say. Just perfect placement with the bomb, perfect timing. The damage percentage was right. That was just a tremendous read from There
He's
It
dead.
Is. But I don't think he's, as you said, he didn't recover it. What a call that was. And Raizo answering with only less than 3 minutes of game time here, answering for Manhattan College. And now I believe they take the lead. And now we go to a game 3 between these two.
It looked like once Raizo started to get like everything flowing together, that's when all of Joker's tools matched with the thought process that he had built for the matchup. Being able to follow up back airs into Agons, being able to call out ledge hop fairs, as most characters with a good forward or neutral air will tend to do an option like that, and Joker's having a little bit of range on his own thanks to that dagger. While he will definitely have to find a means to get around that level of edge guarding when Raizaluka got his openings, he took them for a mile, and we'll even take those SDs.
Mm-hmm. And on that SD, it looks like Raizo just figured out, you know what, if I just hit him far enough, just right there, he wouldn't be able to recover it. And you just made that tremendous call saying he was dead right there. Definitely Link, his recovery, not the best in trying to cover, side to side distance. Up distance is better for sure. But that's going to be a factor for Raizo to take advantage of, is Link's recovery. If he can just get him off the stage far enough, then, you don't really have to worry about getting extra damage, because he's going to just lose a stock right there.
Yeah, that's where techniques like the bomb recovery really start to pull their weight for Link. Link plenty heavy enough to survive quite a bit of punishment, so he can utilize his own remote bomb and as a means to recover from quite far distances by Z dropping it, then immediately detonating it. But not doing so right there was There It Is, just trying to air dodge, and once he had pulled the trigger on that air dodge, he was already dead.
Exactly. It's just he didn't really have a chance to try to recover. But now he's just taking a look at this win, and he's definitely determining, how can I stay more centered in the middle stage, keep away from the ledge, because honestly, he wants to be on the right side of the ledge behind. He wants to keep distance between him and the ledge, and having Raizo just be in between and try to, we see a lot of those spikes with those bombs. We saw that one in the beginning. He's definitely going to try to seek those out more, because those have been working a lot in his favor, and they're pretty flashy moves too, if I say so myself. So There It is going to look for some. He's going to ask himself, where is the opening to find this what do you call it, this closeout series right here. And hopefully the answer for him is There It Is. Terrible pun, I apologize.
Yeah, the
opportunity.
There it is.
Where is it? There it is. Yep. That was. Where was my opportunity? There it is.
There it is.
Well, there it was. But with a name like that, you just have to take the chance.
Man, I seem to have misplaced the tape. Oh, there it is.
There you go. There you go. But
there we go. Here we are. everything coming together. The stage striking process still going. Keep in mind, anyone that's watching, not only is there 3 bands that both players have to, or the losing player will have to strike, or the winning player, excuse me, but also DSR is on. Dave's stupid rule, as the full acronym goes, which more or less states that if a player won on that stage, it can no longer be picked by that same player for the remainder of the set. So, Ryzaluka could have gone back to Town and City in Game 2, but because Ryzaluka won on Battlefield as the picking player, there it is, cannot go back to Town and City in addition to the 3 bans that Ryzaluka made. Thus, Lilac Cruz is the pick.
This is an interesting stage because the projectiles that There It is going to use are a little bit harder to use on this stage because of the slantiness of the edges for them. So the bombs will just, instead of sticking to the ledge, they're going to just roll straight down. And it's going to be a little harder to spike as well.
It's interesting how all of the items interact with slants, but not only that, on stage, Link already is going to be doing pretty well, because moves like his up tilt will cover these entire platforms. But because of the slants, Remote Bomb will be affected by the physics of them, so it will instead softly roll downward, as opposed to just staying steady. You can use that to your advantage as the Link player, just as you would in Breath of the Wild.
Exactly. You can try to do a little bowling, as you can see right there.
Little tumble.
Yep. And then there's the first stock taken from, or There It Is, takes the early lead, but right now, sitting at 91% damage, and we also saw him play a little outside of the stage too, and if I'm There It Is, that's not what I really want to be doing, because in the last game, you basically SD'd twice. You SD'd the first time, and I think I may have jinxed him right there as I talk about some SDs. But that was a little interesting graphic we just saw of Joker. But anyway, you don't want to play the edge of the stage. You want to try to you want to keep the middle ground. You got some platforms you can use to your advantage. Just try to keep the middle ground. Don't let Joker get an easy KO off of SDs and ledge KOs.
Man, that Aegon was huge. If he hadn't gotten that before Arsene went away, he could have been in very, very bad. He could have been in very big danger, as he still is. There it is. After taking that first stock, by whatever happenstance it may have been, he's really dominated center stage and gotten plenty of opportunities to put some damage together. Even with just these jabs, every little bit racks up.
Exactly, and that was again, we saw the up special with the second stock of the game that was used twice, and I think Raizo's expecting more bombs this time. He still sees them used, but he hasn't. There it is, hasn't really landed the bombs as much as he would like to. Another thing we really haven't seen from There It is his spike. Link has a pretty powerful down air spike right here. That was an opening he could have tried to use because he hasn't used it a lot. It's pretty lethal, but honestly, that up special is working out really well for him.
Yeah, and man, missed punishes all over the place from Ryzaluka. Losing the chances on these dash grabs, being just a little bit late, and getting called out for charging that S smash. I think what worked in Game 2 is not going to work in Game 3, as There It is. It's looking to seal out this game. F-tilt? No, just waiting.
Once again, there was that spinny move. Everyone was probably asking, hey, you know what? Where was that up special again to close out that last stock? If you look at the end, you can say to yourself, where was it? There it is. Used by the man, There It Is himself. I'm pretty sure I'm annoying a lot of people using that pun over and over again, but I just can't help it. I'll tell you what, that was a great first opening win for Wichita State to give themselves the early lead.
And I really want to point out this interaction right here. He Rebels guards this down smash, but is just too late on letting it go. You can get a counter hit if you let it go as you're getting hit, but Luca, as a theme of the entire game, a little bit too late, a little bit too delayed on pulling some of these triggers, leads him to not only missing punishes, but getting kills. And that singular moment kind of identified a change in momentum from the entire set. Despite this SD, there it is. Looks like he was on the back foot, taking a lot of punishment in the early part of that game. But he came back and he got that kill, even after hitting Joker's counter. Then it all started to fall apart from there, falling into yet another upbeat out of shield, something that Luca was not respecting. And once he did respect it, right here, it got baited out in full force.
Exactly, there it is. Was definitely expecting that counter. That's definitely Joker's like tool to use. It's a very effective tool.
It's very, very good.
it's hard to beat, but there it is. Played that very, very well. He knew exactly that he had to just wait for it, and the air special, the spin attack, was just very, very crucial in this game. We didn't see that. We saw that a little bit. We didn't see that too much, not as much as like bombs and projectiles, but he definitely used that to his advantage. I think all three of those stocks he got were from that air special, and he just timed it perfect.
Yeah, you can really start to condition. That's kind of the main coin of phrase, and not just Smash, but also many other fighting games. You make your opponent fear one option, and once they start to play around it, you mix up your timing or mix up your option to something completely different and hit them where it hurts. In this case, it's just the easy enough wait and punish, like hold off, bait it out, then swing when your opponent is at their most open. Kind of textbook coming out from there it is, as he manages to win that very close game 3 set with a 2-stock, as Manhattan College takes a 5-2 lead and sends out their final Wichita State takes a 5-2 lead, and the next two players are coming up to bat to try and even this out, with Apezilla and Crimson coming up for both players. For both teams.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty good matchup. If I'm correct, Crimson, he is a Kirby player, which is going to be an interesting pick. I'm not quite familiar what Apezilla is going to pick, but Kirby is, he's a great starter character if you're new to Smash, but in tournament play, he's definitely not my first pick to use. I don't know if that's a popular opinion or not. But that's just my take.
It's interesting, right? Because Ultimate is platform fighters natively have a decent amount of depth to them, and Ultimate is getting supported regularly. So, as we mentioned, a new DLC character coming out in the next month. With all of these DLC characters, with all of these fighter passes, also comes patches that change character balance, and Kirby has been one of the biggest benefactors of these patches, getting multiple buffs across 3 or 4 of the overall balance changes that gave him a lot more combos, a lot more kill power. His moves became faster. He became faster. So a lot of buffs came into Kirby that took him from what could be argued as a bottom 5, bottom 10 character. And again, this is Ultimate, so the range between the best and the worst characters is smaller than it's ever been. But a bottom 10 character is a bottom 10 character. Now, thanks to the development of meta from players like Jaja and Ice Killer, Kirby has a lot of VODs and resources to use, and a lot of power that can go behind his very, very adapted metagame.
Exactly, and no matter how many buffs Kirby gets, Hero's just a crazy character with just so many movesets, the spells he uses, as we see Apezilla use Hero. He's definitely one of my favorite characters in the game, just because of, you don't know what you're going to get, but whatever you do get, it's going to be a delightful surprise, unless it's the Kamikaze cell. But I don't think Apezilla plans to get a Kamikaze here.
Yeah, Hero is another character that can really adjust their metagame adjusted, because at first you're thinking, oh man, like menu is natively random, and then they have a move in their menu that says randomly do something. Like this is chaos, and he is to an extent. But what hero players ended up doing was refining the RNG. So by pulling out menu more frequently, you can realize that certain spells have priority. Spells like Sizz and Sizzle come out a lot more than spells like Bang and Kaboom. And the buffs, if you have one on, something like Accelerado or Bounce, then it will never show up in the menu. So you can augment your RNG in the spells that you're gonna get down from 1 in 24 if you're looking for a specific spell, into things like 1 in 20, 1 in 20, 1 in 21, which just natively helps your odds. On top of a bunch of normally just pretty solid, well-ranged projectiles and normals, and you have a character that is very good at keeping people out and making you approach. Exactly. With a little bit of X factor with that whack floating through.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, that's just with Hero, you know, you gotta just watch out for everything, especially those whacks and those especially right there, you know, he had the bounce. He didn't expect to, definitely Crimson did not expect to see that bounce with that slash, and it just kind of threw him off. I'm surprised he went for the immediate recovery instead of just fly up there. I'm not sure if he just didn't have enough air under him. He probably just didn't have enough air under him and just lost it off. But right now, Apezilla definitely in control of this game so far.
So Kirby's main weakness at this point in his metagame is that he can't really move. He's rather slow in the air and not exactly the fastest on the ground, though he's a little bit faster there as the taunt comes out from Apezilla. And while Hero's not known for his speed, he can make up for it with things like Accelerado and the crispy amount of wavelengths that Apezilla has been doing. This should just be more or less, if he can close out this edge guard, this should be the game.
Ooh, the fire slash, or the flame slash, excuse me. It's the same thing no matter what. But that was a great closing move to finish off the first stock. And, you know, Kirby definitely had some buffs in, but honestly, it's still not enough to go up against Hero. And right here, as he tries to recover, that Hero was just waiting for that. Apezilla was just waiting for that, and then activated the Flame Slash just at the right time. We definitely really see a lot of diversity in Hero's movesets, so Crimson was definitely struggling to see what movesets were going to happen with Hero. So this is going to be, it'll be kind of hard for Crimson to adjust, but I have no doubt he'll be able to adjust better than anyone else could, really.
It's gonna be a little tough. You have to hit those in strides. Sometimes the menu ends up giving the hero player exactly what they need at the proper instance, assuming they have enough mana. But it's when you get caught by Crackle Slash and Flame Slash back to back on your up B, which is very susceptible to being hit at its apex. It's kind of hard to play around that. But there's no guarantee he's going to get that every time, as is the native inconsistency with Hero.
Exactly. And that up B, like, even though it is hard to land, it's kind of inconsistent, it's definitely one of the more underrated movesets for Hero. That's when I play as Hero. I'm not saying I'm a Hero main per se, but that's definitely one of my favorite moves to use. It's good. It's a good move to like break off of a attack if you're about to get stuck in a combo. Just throw one of those out and hopefully they'll get caught in one of the tornadoes. We might see that here if Crimson can throw a few combos here or there, or if he can throw in some movesets that we haven't really seen yet. But right now Crimson has a long analysis of Hero to try to flip the script here and try to get a 3-stock or get all 3 stocks taken out and get Manhattan College a pretty comfortable placement in the score and on the score sheet.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a little bit tough to just to come back, given how that game went, but there's a lot of tools that Crimson can do to bring himself back and take some momentum away from Apezilla. Focus on the true stuff is one of the big ones, I would think. A lot of the combos that Crimson went for were fake, lack of a better phrase. Like down throw, or not down throw, forward throw up B is not true. It does not work on proper DI or just choosing an option. So you need to make use of Kirby's full combo kit with his normals and not try to lean into some of his special moves. But as I say that, getting a copy ability from a character with a projectile makes Kirby's neutral that much better. And a chargeable move like Frizz, or the Frizz line, is all the better.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta be careful with these sword moves, though. Kirby's range is...
Oh, this ain't gonna happen.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he didn't even try to recover from that. You saw from the bottom of the corner, he just took the rock and then decided, you know what, you only live once. But in this case, you only live 3 times. But right now, trying to reset here. That almost was a disaster. But, exactly.
Yeah, Apezilla plays fast and loose with his mana. But, it nets him 67 in the blink of an eye. All of these backers doing so much. A heal coming through. And a crit for his troubles.
That had hurt. I mean, not in obviously not physically, but just mentally that had hurt.
Yeah, it's insult to injury, and Apezilla keeps throwing out a lot of the movement tech, doing all of these B reverses up high, and there's not much Crimson can do about it. Airspeed being Kirby's main problem, and he should be dead. Yeah, he's gone.
3 stock. Whew. All right. I was thinking when Crimson and Apezilla were gonna finish picking their characters and stage move on to the next match, and then I realized, oh wow, it was pretty quick. So that was a quick match. Obviously, Apezilla just stepped up the aggression. Threw out snooze. The snooze is just lethal, and he just had so many critical hits right here. This first stock really just changed the whole game right there. Obviously, Crimson just had no chance of recovering from that. Tried to reset, but then honestly, Apezilla just multiplied it from there. Literally didn't even reach 100% damage in this entire series. Great win for Wichita State. Now they're sitting, I believe, if I'm counting right, I could be off. I think it's a 13-2. Am I right?
Well, let's do some counting.
Yes.
We've got...
This is me not counting at all. 12-2.
We got, 5 plus 7.
It's off by 1.
Off by 1.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm not a math major, and I took out college algebra twice. That's nor here nor there. But anyway, Wichita State.
Hi, I'm a math minor.
Hey, I'll let you do the score counting then. If you're a math minor, I'd really appreciate it right there. So, but anyway, Wichita State sitting really comfortable with a 10-point lead. Now, coming up next, we might see. I was about to say it was going to be Geonosis and Probs, but it's actually going to be N-City and Probs, if I'm correct.
It'll be N-City and Cross.
Cross. Okay, never mind. So, N-City for Wichita State and then Cross for Manhattan College. We're going to see these guys go at it pretty well. N-City needs to... If N-City can take more... get a lot of stocks ahead, he could easily, if he gets some 3 stocks, a couple 3 stocks in this match, honestly, Wichita State will probably walk away with the series. But Manhattan College, they put up some fights, really. They haven't won each matchup yet. We saw Rizo with a 2-stock win over There It Is, but ultimately There It Is was the winner of that set. And then Apezilla with just a dominating victory over Crimson with 2-stock and then 3-stock. So we'll see if NCT capitalizes and keeps up the intensity of those previous players, or we can see Cross come in and just put Manhattan College on his back and try to answer the aggression from Wichita State.
Yeah, being down by literally 10 puts you in quite the big hole. And there's two options that you can take from this point as a team. You can either try and match fire with fire, intensity with intensity. You just got hit for 7 points. You need to recoup that as soon as possible if you can. This would be trying to pick a more aggressive player with a fast character and try and blow out Wichita State's momentum with some powerful immediate plays of your own. Or the flip side, you try and slow the game down. You say, okay, we're not really able to go toe to toe immediately with them, match speed for speed, power for power, but if we can start playing our own game and exert our own will on the pace of the match, then we can ice them while taking stocks and taking games of our own. That seems to be the choice that Manhattan College has taken, because despite having characters like Captain Falcon and Sonic on their side in Probs and Sandsman, they instead chose Cross, the Robin player. Robin, much more of a traditional zoner, despite having plenty of solid aerials on his side. Robin the Tactician, as he's known in his game. So they're going to be looking to pull away some of the momentum from Wichita State and perhaps even use it against them with his much slower, more big a slower neutral with some big home run swings and some powerful conversions that Robin has at their disposal. But matchup of player is going to be more dependent, as if Manhattan College can't slow down the steamroll that Wichita State's been putting out, then Robin is known to be a little bit slow on the ground, and he can get run over if the opponent plays their cards right.
Exactly, and I think right now each player is still picking their character, so it'll be a couple seconds, maybe a minute or so. Let's go back to what we were talking about the switching gears a little bit. The new Smash character Pyra and I think Mithra. I think that's her name. Yeah, this is an interesting. From what we saw from Nintendo Direct, it was definitely interesting to see another Xenoblade Chronicles character get in. But at the same time, I thought it was pretty cool. I don't think you're. I think you said you're not really a big Xenoblade guy.
No, I've never played a Xenoblade game. I'm interested in character. I can be interested in characters in a number of ways. Having created my own games, I begin to kind of have a respect for not just where a character comes from, but also how they're built in the engine of Smash Ultimate, how they're transferred, how their identity holds true. So with character, and the most notable character that we can compare them to, at least from the trailer, is going back to Smash 2 Melee, where with the Zelda Sheik kind of dynamic of switching between the two, and in the current game, Pokemon Trainer, with a very fast swap. The difference is those swaps are very stagnant. When you're switching from Zelda to Sheik, you have a very long transformation sequence. When you're switching from Pokemon to Pokemon, from Squirtle to Ivysaur to Charizard, your momentum is halted, and it stops. There's a brief moment of switching, and then you can resume from wherever you left off. Literally in space. Like you stop in space, you swap, and then you resume in space. With Pyra and Mithra, it looks a little bit different, as they retain their momentum despite swapping. So they can drift one way and switch, or the other way, and switch to whatever character they need on the fly. This can potentially make for some very creative combos, or at the very least some very unique situations only those characters might be able to get into and perhaps get out of.
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost like you're playing, instead of switching characters, it's almost like you're going to be two characters at the same time, because just like of that quick swap, keeping that momentum, it's going to be interesting to see how both of those characters are going to impact the game. And it would be interesting to see if any of these players that we see in the EGF, if they pick up some talents of Pyra and Mithra. That would be interesting to see. I know there's a lot of guys that are still trying to get used to Sephiroth. He's still relatively new,
so cool.
but he's already one of my top 3 mains. I feel like you just use that fireball and then it's game over. But
Yeah,
and it looks like we're coming back into the game finally. So we got ourselves some Palutena and Robin. So this is gonna be a nice quite the magical matchup we got right here. So let's get right into it.
Yeah, the goddess versus the god slayer. We'll see how it can go. Starting off, this kind of, again, we've seen Palutena against the Zoner before, and while it did not work out in the previous matchup for the player Train, it looks like N-City might have a better handle from what Palutena can do to counter zone characters. But you always got to be careful with these arc fires. This Cross is primed to set them up at ledge and make you get up.
They're similar to Ness's PK fires in terms of how they work and damage, but a great transition right there. The Palutena has a decent neutral air, as we saw right there, in order to get some damage off.
Decent's a word for it.
Decent. I'm trying to be careful to how I use it to not like, I'm a pretty. If you haven't noticed right now, my takes are kind of hot sometimes. But anyway, right now Cross is taking the lead with 3 stocks to 2, only 86 damage. He's definitely in the zone, but of getting a KO if Palutena uses the right attack. But this is going to be interesting to see how N-City recovers into grabbing a stock here.
I respect the backing off of the initial ledge trapping attempt. Did not have arc fire in deck, instead wanted to give himself space, knowing that Palutena is a incredibly speedy character. Get his spells back, start to recharge, in order to set up the same situation yet again. I think he meant for that to be back air, but instead getting the reverse drift forward air. Unfortunate, and the the explosive flame ends up ruining him.
Yeah, an incredible dodge right there from NC, both from avoiding the arc fire and then the one attack that is just flying by my head that I forgot. But great move, but then ultimately Cross made him pay for that, and now he's sitting with a 2-stock lead with only 25 damage left. Cross is definitely in control of this game right here.
Man, really in control, and a 2-stock would really matter here. He was looking for a hard read on the roll, but can come down as long as he has this Levin sword. If he can keep the damage at a minimum, then Manhattan College can be right back in this set. Assuming that this stock falls anytime soon without Levin sword, he might have to wait a little bit. That's free damage though for N-City.
Yep. And N-City had him wide open after that recovery. Just couldn't quite get to him yet to get some extra damage. And Cross just made N-City pay on that move right there. And now that 2-stock, as you said, that's gonna matter a lot for Manhattan College down the stretch.
And if Cross can match Abezilla's previous 2-stock then 3-stock showing for a 2-0 win, then the game will be right back where it left off for There It Is in Rizaluka, with Manhattan College only being down 3 points, which is much more doable than the 10 that they're currently at.
Exactly. And once again, N-City just really needs to figure out a way to get away from those arc fires. I'm pretty sure he's thinking those are just really, really annoying to avoid. We saw him use them being used early and often on the stage. So the best case scenario, don't play the ledge, don't play the edge too early. Just keep middle ground as best you can. Stick to your projectiles, and even use a counter here and there. We didn't even see a counter being used in this entire set, but the explosive flame, as we just saw in that replay, could have had an impact on the game. But that fire move again. The arc fire just sealed the deal.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a little bit tough given how Manhattan College or Cross looked very much in control, but there's a lot of openings that Robin does give you. While Arcfire at ledge is absolutely it's a tricky ledge trap to get past. Ideally, you don't give him that situation at all. Palutena has a very modular recovery and a lot of space, so you don't have to go to ledge at all. You can use that teleport and its low end lag to cross the stage and go high. Or, if you do have to go to ledge, try and get off ledge early while they're still throwing the arc fire and catch them either in the end lag of that arc fire or stuff it out while it's traveling. Before arc fire ignites into that remaining explosion, it's susceptible to be beaten by many moves, including, I believe, Palutena's neutral will just swallow it up and keep on rolling. So there's a lot of things that N-City can do, but his lack of immediate decision making, maybe from just not being sure about how his opponent's going to play or not being exactly sure of what to do against Robin. Either way, you don't want to be giving Robin enough time to use his variety of spells.
Exactly, I totally agree with you right there. And then this stage maybe might make a difference for, I mean, not just N-City, but for both of these guys. But right now, N-City just taking an absolute beating, lost that stock, really, and Cross almost looks unscathed just with 24 and already really just in control of this game right there. This stage has more length to it. There's more room for both characters to operate in. So let's see if N-City can take advantage of the distance N-City can make.
Man, Cross is moving. That SD is incredibly unfortunate. Fortunate if you're Manhattan College, but it's not something you want to see if you're in Wichita State. All of your leads starting to slip away. That's a broken shield. And
That's
yeah.
Yeah, you hate to see it. That was
No, I would like to point out that it's not just happenstance. A lot of what Robin does is like when put in conjunction with the rest of his kit, everything starts to come together. He knew that he would neutral get up. He'd been neutral get up through the arc fire plenty of times through game 1. He knew that he had Arc Thunder on deck. Arc Thunder eats shields alive. All he needed was one smash attack, anyone would do, and that shield would pop, and that would be curtains. As a 2-3-2 is met with a 2-3-2 of their own, as Manhattan claws their way back into it on the back of Cross, heading into the 4th set.
exactly, and now they're sitting really pretty. Wichita State needs to answer aggressively in this next matchup. It looks like it's Geonosis and Probs coming up next. That could change, but for the time being, it looks like that's what it is. But right now, Wichita State needs to match the aggression that Cross had and Manhattan College did in this last matchup, because Cross just came out swinging and he just gave some good points for Manhattan College on the board. It's only cutting the deficit to 3 points, and Wichita State didn't even walk away with anything on that last set. So it's just 12-9. Wichita State still has the lead, but they need to be careful and increase their lead. It looks like it's actually going to be Lenny versus Prob, so correction on that. But it's going to be interesting to see how these two fighters go. I'm gonna look out for Lenny to really match the intensity that needs to come up in this next game, and hopefully get WCU a better lead. But Probs could cause some probs himself, and just make a good play from behind, get Manhattan College a win. So this is a really good series we're seeing right now. Great.
Yeah, okay. Players are hopping into the arena. Bands are starting. What they seem to be doing in the latter half is kind of heading into a more fast-paced zoning type of action is Manhattan College. going from Robin to perhaps Snake, though a Captain Falcon may or may not make an appearance. And Robin and Snake are cut from very similar cloths, having big hitboxes that can chain into each other, projectiles that combo and will really make you consider what you're doing off of ledge. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And while they're not going Robin into Snake is probably the next best thing with how adept Snake's ledge trapping is. I mean, we talked about it at length earlier. Grenade and C4 are both very modular, very, very solid tools that Snake has at his disposal pretty much at any time, given how Grenade comes out quite literally on frame 1. The fastest it can be in the game. Like, there's not many moves in Smash Ultimate that come out at frame 1. You can count on them at one hand, and Snake is privy to that. So, good for him.
Exactly. Very, very convenient, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, how fast does it take to pull a grenade? Probably, that fast.
Exactly. Yep. So we're gonna definitely, if we see Snake, indeed, which I bet we will, expect to see those grenades come out like candy, basically.
All day. You have to be careful, of course. Anything can be punished. Given how fast a lot of characters are, anything can be punished, and you can get grabbed quite frequently for just aimlessly pulling grenades. But
exactly.
The reward is often in your favor if you're willing to, for a tool as common as neutral special.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to know how to play it, really. I see usually you throw your grenades, but what I've seen from Snakes in the past, he just has it in his hand, and instead of throwing it, he's just like, I'm just going to leave it right here and then go attack. And then he'll try to get his opponent to go behind him. And then all of a sudden they're left with a nice little present here blown up in their face. So that we might see that in this matchup. I'm not sure, but it's gonna be quite the interesting. I can't wait to look at this matchup and see how Wichita State responds.
Yeah, it looks like Linny has made the players have made their bans. And starting to set up for the next game. Still not sure exactly who Linny is going to be playing. There's plenty of characters that it could be that could focus on Snake's bad matchups, or perhaps trying to retake the momentum from a Manhattan College, a faster, slow-paced character, or perhaps both.
Exactly.
But you need to make a statement here. Like you can't let the floodgates stay open. Just like how Cross did in the last set, you have to put your foot down as Mega Man is the pick, and traditionally, Mega Man is seen as one of Snake's worst matchups in this game.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting thing to see right here. It's going to be, I expect, a projectile-on-projectile matchup between both of these two. One thing to counteract is that shield right there. I was about to say that wind spin shield, whatever it's called.
Leaf shield.
Leaf shield. That's even simpler. And I said it before, we already see Snake with just dropping those grenades instead of throwing them, and trying to lead his opponent towards them, instead of just carelessly throwing them around like they're little basketballs or baseballs. And that's a great move, but Snake's recovery is just too much.
Yeah, definitely something that you want to exploit. Not high enough percent in order to manage a immediate kill, but Lenny looks like he's got the right idea in his head for how to play against Snake. And a lot of what makes grenades so good is that they can be really hard to avoid. Mega Man, on the other hand, he has a active zoning game. Be careful with that shield. But he gets in your face, and he has some aerials that are really solid. Solid parry on F-1. Thank you, Town and City, for having those very small side blast zones.
Exactly, and we also saw a little light flex, light taunt after that first stock taken. That was just a great parry into transition just with the grab, instead of trying to be super flashy and just be like, hey, look what this skill I can do. Just take the grab and then just throw him off stage. And now WCU's already answering very well. This could easily go to a game 3. I can see it.
It very well could, but hitting at Snake's big weakness is hard to overcome for someone as comboable as Snake, I think is the proper word. And Mega Man not having to interact with grenades as much as any other character, thanks to all of those pellets, are going to make a huge difference. That stock's important. As we do see the box come through.
Oh yeah, that box is the deadliest move in all of Smash.
Of course.
I think. But really, you know, these guys just going back and forth saying like, hey, great game right there. They're more emotes than taunts, I would say. Although kind of the same thing in Smash, I would think. But either way, this is definitely a pretty good matchup. Even though Snake's at 75%, now 88 with just one stock, he's still in the game, just has to play a little bit more conservative and from a distance and try to keep Lenny away from him and try to easily get another stock. But right now, it's all working in Lenny's favor.
Yeah, Lenny is making full use of all of the tools that he has at his disposal. And while grenades aren't something that Snake can use to get out of disadvantage, get out of the just to cover some of the weaknesses of the character, Mega Man doesn't have to interact with them at all. Use all of his projectiles to blow them up on top of Snake, and whenever he's in range, use that forward air, use that back air to close out stocks. Town and City, a really solid choice for how Lenny wanted to play that game. And as aforementioned, Probs does have a Falcon in the wings, at least so spoken, or so listed in his profile. And Falcon would probably be a whole lot more substantial, though it could be frustrating. You're not able to hold in as much, and that's kind of what Falcon wants to do. Alas, it's going to be better than having your entire fundamental game plan shut down by Mega Man's active mobile zoning.
Exactly. I mean, one thing that was really punishing for Snake at the very end here was just his own explosives. I said it before, I'll say it again. They were just giving him damage as well instead of using the damage over for his opponent. So that was definitely quite punishing for him. So you're right, we might even see Captain Falcon here. We might see someone to match the projectiles of Mega Man. But if you are indeed going with Captain Falcon, the close range is definitely going to be your best bet. That's like your only bet, really, because Falcon doesn't really have any range attacks. So, but he's definitely speedy. So use that speed to your advantage. Use make sure those projectiles don't touch you, and just if you can, for the audience, use a Falcon Punch. But instead, we'll give Snake another go here. See how.
Yeah, you know, you can play around the idea of, man, it's stage, it's not character. I still got this with the Snake. Just a matter of what we can do. And Smashville is the pick, really trying to close the distance, close the gap, make use of Snake's powerful ground tools, things like that F tilt, up tilt, you know, frame 4 and 6 respectively, which is faster than most moves that Mega Man has on the ground, or most high damaging moves. He's got to be careful with this shield, but it's that kind of risky overshielding has been working thus far.
And Mega Man's playing a little risky move, trying to land the spike, going a little off the edge there. He has a pretty good recovery, a pretty high recovery, that is, trying to sink back up on the stage. But he's got to be careful not to go too far, but easily takes that first stock anyway. And once again, a little trash talk. We might see some fines here and there. Nah, I'm just playing.
My God.
I don't think I'm just playing. We probably want to see some fines. If we need to get paid a little better, maybe do fine him. But now I'm happy. I'm happy either way. Just a little light taunt.
Oh, I don't know how to
Probably
respond
don't
to
have
that,
to.
but you know, back to the
You
match.
don't have to. I'm just talking.
Back to the match. Back to the match. We got going on. I really like how Winnie is very aware of what he needs to do to edgeguard, but that's the stage pick coming in for full force for Probs. The C4, the massive hitbox that it is, hitting below the platform. So if Winnie's anywhere near it, he's got to be careful with that C4 at kill percent, because it'll find its mark.
Exactly. You gotta be careful with that. Just gotta watch out. Right now, what we're seeing a lot of what Lenny's trying to do is try to guard the edge with the side special with the little clip-on bombs to the stage. Obviously, they can click onto the character as well.
tragic.
That's a little unfortunate right there. Oh, little recovery. Still not gonna matter. That was still a pretty good recovery right there. Almost killed himself right there, but instead letting Lenny get the kill for him.
Absolute travesty coming out for Probs. Just nothing really going right as much as he would hope. Got the sticky. He stuck the C4 on Lenny at the beginning of this stock, but I believe it fell off. A random chance for it to do so. So that's not great.
No.
not a good omen for Probs. It's gonna have to make one of these big plays count. A dash attack is a way to start it. Snake can pile on damage.
Yeah, you could say that's a pretty big problem for Probs, or a prob for him.
Yeah.
If you didn't.
Or the probability was not in his favor.
There you go. We got different routes we can go with this. But honestly, though, it looks like Lenny's about to walk away with this, even though he has the higher percentage. He's gonna
not again.
He's gonna try to recover again and makes it well, but it's just you're just not doing yourself any favor right there. Just giving yourself increase more damage, and he's just waiting for that spike.
Okay.
But honestly, Lenny, just shut it out right now. You don't have to aim for the spike. Just shut it out right here. Right here. Okay, right here. Okay. There, right there. There it is. Just with that little up smash. Little...
Tilt. Up tilt.
Up tilt, you mean. I can't speak for the life of me right now. But honestly, big win for Wichita State, for Lenny. And right now, he took the mismatch of Mega Man and Snake and used it to his advantage. Really, the explosiveness eventually bit Probs in the behind, and really just wasn't helping him at all. Just increasing his damage even more, and just giving Lenny here an epic smash to put it away.
Yeah, it just looks like Lenny not only was playing a really good matchup into this Snake and into Probs, but also knew that he was playing a very much winning matchup. A lot of the edge guards that Lenny ended up going for, despite the hard knuckles at the end, really trying to end it with some flair as he hits that up tilt, the mega upper, as it is known in Marvel vs. Capcom, I believe, or one of the I think it's Marvel vs. Capcom. Either way,
almost a Shoryuken.
He would not quite. He would go off stage and use the forward air flame sword as opposed to the back air slash claw, as all of Mega Man's moves are taken from Mega Man games. And when Snake commits to his Cypher, you need to have a move that deals over, I believe, 12.8% in order to knock him out of the Cypher. Because back air is a multi-hit, it doesn't do that. So Snake is able to power right through it. However, forward air does just enough. I believe it does like 13 point something. So it overtakes that barrier and is able to finish off those edge guards that Snake so desperately is weak to.
Exactly, and Snake has a really good recovery. The Cypher, and once you get out of the Cypher, you're still free. You're not left wide open. You can make some attacks. However, Lenny was just able to capitalize on those, and we saw at the very end, Props was playing under the stage with this recovery, and then just using those T4s and grenades to try to propel him up to the stage even more, trying to catch Lenny off guard right there. But Lenny was just not having it, easily taking away some stocks, giving him the damage he needed to just take him out and take out those stocks.
Yeah, Lenny looked primed to react to all the different routes that Snake can go in, the different recovery angles, and all of that different stuff, and took the set with double 2 stocks, leading a tall hill for the final leg of the race. Sans Man up against Geonosis for Manhattan and Wichita State, respectively. Either way, it's with the score on the bottom here, 9-18. The maximum amount of points that a team can get in one single win is 8, with a double 3 stock and then 2 for win. So, Manhattan College is officially, by 1 point, unable to win this crew battle, as Lenny does 1 point enough to seal the victory for his university. But like every other game before this, or any other sealed victory prior to the game, you got to play for pride just as much as you got to play for points, as pride will be on the line with Sonic into Bowser.
Oh boy. You know, I love watching Sonic. I love his speed, but he's so light against Bowser, so he's got to be faster and avoid those big hits from Bowser. It's going to be tough, because also his attacks don't really do a lot of damage. There's not one attack he can use to like get, 20 points, 20% damage easily right off the money. Can't go from like 0 to 30 or 0 to 50 in an attack like Bowser can on a little guy like Sonic. So right now it's in favor of Geonosis, 20 to 77%, now 92. Just a throw power, especially from Bowser. So this is going to be an interesting match to see.
Yeah, what Sonic loses in just raw individual kill power, with the exception of a couple moves, he makes up for in raw, unabated speed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but getting the 2 frame, he does not have his jump, the air dodge, not enough.
Nope. And just only 29, or basically 30% damage for Geonosis. And now Sonic's got a tall mountain to climb up if he wants to get some more points on the board and have Manhattan fight for some standings. So this is going to be a pretty tall task. Bowser's sheer weight and sheer power, it's hard to get a lot of percentage on him, let alone, even if he's going to be in the 100% of damage, in the hundreds, it's going to be kind of hard to get an easy stock off of him.
Yeah, and being down a stock so quickly, it kind of takes away one of Sonic's best win conditions, especially for a character that is as big and heavy as Bowser. Sonic can run away from opponents quite reliably, better than most characters in the game. So he can play to time in a lot of different sets and a lot of different matchups, including this one. But Bowser's raw kill power can always prove a deficit, and by almost getting lapped in percent now, it's gonna put the emphasis on Sonic to approach, and that's exactly what Geonosis wants in a match like this.
Mm-hmm. And Sonic's got a good chance to try to get that stock, but doesn't capitalize on it right there. I think he's now in the comfort percent range. He could just get a smash attack right there. That's where it was, right there. That was perfect to get his stock off. But just at like that for Geonosis was just swatting a fly basically.
This is a pretty solid position for Geonosis. He doesn't really need to do too much but hold center stage here. Sansman's been looking for some of these combo starters. Falling up air can sometimes lead, or not sometimes, can lead into things like grab, and spin charge is a pretty all-purpose combo starter, but not finding what he needs to until this latest string. 77 in a blink of an eye, but that's kind of what Bowser resigns to, being a super heavy. You can pummel him from 0 to 70, 0 to 80. He's going to live to 160, 170 regardless. So you still got a long way to go.
Exactly. It's going to be pretty hard right there. And that fiery ledge guard right there. Oh, that was close for Lenny. Almost got an SD right there. Good thing he was close to the ledge enough. This could be it right here, folks. But no, yeah. Oh, the dodge just right on time to get back onto the stage. That was close.
And I don't know if it was intentional, but a perfect weight on Sansma part, so he didn't dodge above the ledge and get clipped by Bowser's meaty fair or down tilt, or meaty forward tilt or down tilt, excuse me.
And you know what? For being a lightweight compared to a super heavy, Sans has been putting up quite the fight. You know, he's lasting pretty long up here. There's only the 240s left to play in this first game, and you know, Geonosis is struggling to find that closing gap right there. And what a great move to get him off right there. So we'll see if Sans can lose better than that. I was gonna say survive a little longer, but obviously, what's his name? Geonosis beat me to it.
Yeah, the bane of being at high percent in this game holds ever true in a quest to figure out what ledge mechanics work best for Super Smash Brothers. Your invincibility runs out quicker in this on ledge if your percent is higher. So by being at over 100%, even only slightly at 101, he did not have enough ledge invincibility to wait out Geonosis just coming up to ledge from Halo and smacking him with that F tilt.
Exactly, but give credit to him for lasting that long, because honestly, when I first saw this matchup, I thought this game was gonna just be a minute 30 seconds at tops, but that was a good 4 or 5 minutes of the game right there, and he was able to, like you said, run away easily, because Sonic does that really best, because you got to go fast if you're Sonic, as the song goes. But you know, he stuck with it. He was committing to Sonic pretty well. It was hard to get some hits right there, but honestly, Geonosis with the finishing touch right there. Weight obviously just trumps a little bit of speed and lightweight if you can land those attacks.
If Sonic knows how to do anything, it's to prolong the game state. Wow, he really just F tilted the wrong way there, huh?
He did, you know, but he survived that long anyway. And really, it was pretty good for Manhattan, because, you know, they only lost by 1 stock. Wichita State only gained 1 stock. It wasn't a 2 stock like I was originally expecting it. So great work from Sans to just keep the game alive, keep it going, and not immediately shutting it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the counter pick is. I'm expecting a stage with a lot of space to move. You're Sonic, you're fast. You want to run around and run circles around your opponent. So stage like FD is normally the counter pick. Oh, but we're gonna scrap that. We're not getting to Sonic anymore. He's tired of trying to play to basically walk on glass as he reliably runs around Bowser, instead going for a little bit of range.
Heroes. As the game, one of my favorite games that is not that popular, but
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. It's fine. But anyway, this is going to be an interesting matchup. We saw a hero already. This is another one. Really, again, the movesets are unpredictable. So it's going to be a kind of a challenge for Geonosis to know what is going to be coming towards him. But he's handling it really well, just getting some quick hits off. That's going to be good recovery, good zoom. Good thing Sans had it, but right now it's still looking in Bowser's favor.
So there is the added X factor of the modular menu system, where zoom has a higher chance of coming up for hero in his menu if he is closer to the blast zone, in the bubble where you're not quite dead but you're not on screen either. Zoom has a higher chance of popping up in that region. It's helpful.
Oh yeah,
but it doesn't it doesn't solve the problem of how you got put in the bubble in the first place. As while Hero can do a lot and can punish a lot for against these big heavy characters and a lot of characters in general, thanks to his slew of projectiles and his overall like big offensive range, thanks to a couple of these bangs reset, already having Oomph on deck.
Yeah.
Bowser has the frame data and the speed to get in Sansaman's face, get in Hero's face, and say, no, I'm not going to let you pull menu, and I'm not going to let you use your big, slow normals, because I'm faster and I'm stronger than you, and I'm going to kill you. About now seems good.
Yeah.
With something nice and strong.
Any time, really. Just take your time, Geonosis. But really, right now, this looks like it could be a 3-stock unless...
Yeah.
Spoke too soon. That was an interesting sequence right there. Kind of, not quite the spike because Hero went the other direction, but a little insult to injury right there as Hero kind of kept him alive with the whirlwind at the end. Didn't even get another stock off, but I mean, what are you gonna do? Geonosis basically had nothing left to lose, so that spike kind of, and I put that in quotations because that was the spike move, but he just went the other direction. But
yeah.
That was just, he had nothing to lose.
Bowser's down air only spikes at the beginning of the move, but either way, it's strong enough to kill regardless, especially at 113 as what he was. And the Kaswoosh saved him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it does, everything kind of came up Geonosis in that set, playing against two characters that he looked very, very strong against. Had, at the very least, matchup familiarity. Keep in mind that players like Apezilla, the hero that started off this weird back and forth trend in the set, on the same team. So he potentially has a lot of practice against Hero, a lot of practice stuffing out Hero's different recovery routes and knowing how to play around menu. All of that good stuff that can be gained from matchup knowledge just right on your team.
Exactly.
What can really be said other than that? Geonosis looked great in that final game. Wichita State looked very, very solid in multiple games during this entire crew battle. Several 2-stocks, two 3-stocks at one throughout the game. Being able to go toe for toe, back and forth. And while Manhattan College definitely showed some life with players like Cross and Rizaluka putting up quite the fight, and many of these games being close, just wasn't enough. Didn't have enough raw power and enough perhaps experience in certain matchups to close out games, and that's going to be the way it goes.
Yeah, Wichita State, they definitely had a plan coming into the game. They were more aggressive. They strategized the other opponents. We saw, I believe it was Lenny as Mega Man, with his it was pretty much a clutch performance where he called game, with just that 1 point to seal the deal, and then Geonosis coming in to flex with Bowser a little bit. But really, Wichita State was a little more aggressive. Manhattan need to step it up a little bit more, but they've definitely shown some flashes of greatness, and they're still not a team to be disrespected. They're not a scrub. They're not a scrub team. They're still very much alive. But if I'm Manhattan, you gotta hit the drawing board again, get a few more reps in with your characters, and come back next week and just plot it out, and then just be more aggressive.
Yeah, I liked the idea that Manhattan College had going for them, being able to go from characters that are much more like combo-centric, moving from Joker and Kirby, the characters that are like up close and bully you, into a strong zoning game, into that mid set before ending off on a character that can really wear you out in Sonic. It's a rough matchup for any character, just how you have to play against the blue blur, but didn't quite work out for them. Having characters like Mega Man in your back pocket with Lenny really made a huge difference, kind of stuffing that counter momentum that Cross had built up for them, and Geonosis kind of ended it off strong.
Yeah, and speaking of Lenny, he's going to be joining us here for a little post-game interview. So we'll stick around, and we'll bring that interview very soon. Or we'll just drag him in if we can't. All right, Lenny, you with us?
This is Abe Zilla here.
Abe Zilla, what's up, my guy? Sorry about that.
No problem. I think our coach wanted me to go in.
Okay. No problem. Well, thank you for joining us anyway. Great win for you guys. What was your main game plan coming into this matchup?
I think a lot of the stuff that we had kind of lined up was mostly because of our coach was like kind of looking at we look at our VODs, our teammates, our opponents' VODs every single week, and we try and conceptualize what would be the best risk versus reward in terms of matchups, in terms of players, and we like to have fun with a lot of the strategy of the whole thing. So this week's kind of game plan, we wanted to try and start off strong. So we went with there it is, who's like one of our our players that he's very, very momentum based, and if he could get a good win starting off, we knew that we can kind of try and ride that momentum. So after he managed to get the set win, they sent me in to just kind of see if we can drive that forward even more so and put us in a good spot. And then unfortunately we managed to get a really good start, and then the momentum was pretty much set in stone, and Lenny was very confident against the Snake, and then after that Geo was very confident against the Sonic/Hero. So we just wanted to keep we're a very momentum-based team, we've noticed, and so as long as we manage to have a good game plan, you can't really count us out at any point.
You mentioned you're very as a very momentum-based team. How does it feel when you're you have a good momentum riding, you just 2 then 3 stocked in a pretty swift 2-0 on your own set, then Manhattan College comes in and matches you literally point for point. How did your team rally around Lenny? How did your team strategize for what could have been a pretty sudden change in the momentum-based game plan that you had set out for yourself?
Again, we like to calculate the worst case scenario. The reason why I made sure to not sit and just we got a set win for our first game, but I wanted to make sure that we got the best start we could in case something like that could happen. We knew that Cross was one of their stronger players, and so we wanted to try and get the best lead that we could in case something like that were to happen. We still think that NCT did his best, but it was really, really good. Lenny's a player that we really do trust. We have him as an anchor a lot, or somewhere near the back, just in case things like that can happen. And so once we, despite the loss, as long as we're up enough to still make things happen, we absolutely trust him to keep the game rolling.
Now, take us through your matchup. You played as Hero against Kirby, and I'll just say it right now, you're a really excellent Hero character user, as we saw just now. The way you used your up specials, those little whirlwinds to take out your opponent, especially in the second game with 3 stock, using that to get that first early stock on Kirby to not give him a chance to recover. What stands out for you when you play as Hero the most, and why do you think he's your most effective character?
I think a lot of what motivates me to play the game in the first place is Hero, and so I am a Hero main through and through, and anytime I come across a difficult matchup or a difficult situation, I love solving those situations with Hero. With the Kirby matchup in particular, it can be a pretty volatile one at low percent, and so I try and make sure that I don't let Kirby get started. But once I have the lead against Kirby, things can get pretty difficult for him, and so even as Hero, you can just kind of momentum tends to snowball for Hero in one way or another, and so I just made sure to start off as strong as I could, and it luckily worked out. And I do have enough Kirby experience at least to keep me going if things get a little scary. So.
Yeah, your team looked really solid, especially in the back half. Your pre-game planning seemed to work out. Linny and Geonosis really holding down as the anchors. Good stuff from all you today with a basically 4-1 set win. Do you have any thoughts that you need to go in for any future sets, any teams that you're looking out for, or stuff that you need to work out?
Yeah, I think personally, we're not afraid of anyone. We're a team that we're very tight knit. It's a shame that we have to sometimes be separated because of the whole COVID situation at the moment. But we're a team that really gasses each other up. We love to see high plays from each other. We really like to enjoy the process of improvement, and it's really nice to get our first really big win. And yeah, I think going into the rest of the season, I think the individual improvement that we have is going to not only continue to head in an upward direction, but we're also going to try and ride this win and really get it to motivate us to get some more. So, but we're definitely trying to get an upswing in our favor.
Awesome, Apezilla. Thank you for joining us. Congrats on.
Yeah, congratulations indeed. I hope you guys are only the best in any future sets that you guys come across. I mean, it only seems up and up from how all of you played tonight.
Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a good night, my dude. And
have a great night, guys.
Thank you. All right, and that's going to be it for us tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching EGF SSBU. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you to our producer, Dill. And a big thank you to my co-caster, UBL Soul.
Hello. And of course, thank you to the Dill and the House of 3000 for producing these events every single Tuesday night.
Oh, yeah, exactly. They work super hard, and we're super grateful for them. And they're just, thank you for putting up with our puns and all that. They're not the best, so. But yeah. Well, that wraps it up for tonight. I'm South Beach Flame. That's UBL Soul. And we just hope you guys have a great night and hope you guys join us next week.
Have a good night, everybody.